Welcome to the Ayn Rand Center UK's ongoing war coverage commentary. It is day 4 of hopefully the last war in Iran. And here are some of the recent updates. Again, we will be here for as long as we are physically able, well into the night. We will have guests, we will have people from Israel throughout the show. We will have some other people who viewers of this channel would be familiar with, maybe others who are not. Let's get to the news updates. Okay, so there are Israel is still under regular, multiple missile fire. Like there's and from Iran and from Lebanon. Lebanon has still been firing a little bit, or Hezbollah has been firing from Lebanon. But of course, this is Lebanon. It is a country. It is their fault, and hopefully, Israel is acting there, and they're acting pretty decisively if you compare it to the past. So Israel has been bombing the hell out of Lebanon, not as much as we would like to, but more than we would expect it considering the amount of rockets that have come in and drones that have come in. Israel has also started a ground operation in Lebanon. Compare that to October 7th, where the ground operation took, I don't remember even how many weeks, but many, so many that people in Israel were actually saying maybe we shouldn't do it. Here, a couple of rockets, a couple nights ago, and Israel is going all out. And yeah, that is what we'd like to see a lot more of. If Israel had done this with Gaza as promised after the disengagement, after the end of the so-called occupation in 2005, uh, then 4 wars would have been prevented and October 7th would have been prevented. So well done for what Israel is doing in Lebanon. A couple of other uh, updates. So, okay, Iran is denying reports that they have attacked in Oman. Yeah, that would be, you know, uh, Oman is one of those countries that I think are less likely, but we'll see. And another report by Iran International is that the um, committee of people who were gathering to pick Khamenei's replacement was also bombed, which is very much what needs to be done. And if it is, then great. And the IDF, of course, is continuing to strike in Tehran all the time, as is the US throughout Iran. This is the final days of one of the most evil regimes on the planet that has wreaked havoc for half a century. So it is happy days, and yes, it is obviously very difficult days for people in the Middle East, and yeah, everybody there. Please stay safe. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super chat, and thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat. Daniel.
Yeah, and the black smoke followed the bombing of that. So yeah, a new Ayatollah has not been chosen yet. Um, yeah, I mean, again, we are on day 4. Unlike I remember when we did after October 7, we for a little bit we called out every day of the war. And the first days were sad. One, because we're still living in the aftermath of October 7, we're still finding out what has happened. It's the opposite now, because we are actually dealing with the sources of October 7. We're actually dealing with the main sponsor of terrorism across the world. And yeah, it's a lot of happy stuff. Again, despite with the casualties that have happened in Israel, or in Israeli lives, in American lives, or you could bring up in the Gulf states as well. With all that, I hope this is worth it. I mean, this has to be it. We are finally taking out the regime, and surprisingly, with not as many casualties as I think, expected. Just a reminder, during the 12-day war, Netanyahu expected tens of thousands of Israeli lives to be lost in the course of the war. Nothing like that happened. In this one, Iran is attacking pretty much everybody around it. I think, I mean, I would mention it. Marco Rubio mentioned that in one way USA joined because it feared retaliation on American lives if Israel attacked alone, and therefore chose to join since it's already in the region to prevent more Israeli sorry, Freudian slip maybe, to prevent more American casualties. Although even that would be a fact, like a lot of European nations are joining to prevent casualties, like UK for example. Um, so that is what many countries are doing. Um, so yeah, we are seeing something that we haven't seen in a long time. Uh, Everybody is sort of united behind taking out Iran, and thankfully, none of them are actually leading it. It is Israel and America leading this operation, and we are seeing great successes. Again, so far, the only jets that were even shut down were friendly fire. So I think we're doing good. Uh, the only way we can take ourselves out is ourselves, apparently.
Yeah, as we did on the 12-day war when the Iranian regime was about to be removed and Trump saved them because he didn't like regime change. Now he likes it better. I hope he keeps liking it. As we indicated in the title, he's said that Iran wants to negotiate and he told them it's too late. If that is the policy, and again, we never know with Trump, but when it comes to war, we don't want to know. We want to see and we want it done. We don't want, to know in advance what's coming. Uh, yeah, then if Trump decides this is the end, this is the end because it's, militarily, again, so much easier than expected. And uh, the Marco Rubio quote, which of course will be used by anti-Semites to say America is going to war, for Israel, is proving itself with other countries. Because Britain, for example, wouldn't let the U.S. use bases that are, used jointly for many things. Um, Britain didn't want to take a side between the jihadists who have again killed who knows how many people, including British people. Um, they didn't want to take a side. Iran made them take a side. Britain is now officially a part of this because it has been fired at. Yeah, Britain has been targeted by ballistic missiles. And again, uh, in what we heard Owen Jones yesterday explain why Iran is right to fire at everybody, but you really have to be Owen Jones level scum to think that anything Iran is doing is in any way justified, or that the existence of the Iranian regime is justified. So yeah, America understood the threat, and again, America understood the threat not before it materialized. 47 years after it materialized for the first time, and after 47 years of it materializing repeatedly. So like we keep saying, it's way too late. Too many innocent people have died in the West. Too many innocent people have died in Iran. But if it is finally happening, if it's finally over, then we need to rejoice. And also, um, again, 3.5 days into a war, it's difficult to come to any conclusions. But the West has not fought a war in this way, as far as I can tell, in a very, very long time, um, unless I'm missing something. As in, this looks like a war with the goal being, as also we've said yesterday, victory rather than diminishing the current abilities of the evildoers to do evil.
Somebody says Rubio said the quiet part out loud. There's no quiet part. It's like just a reminder. Uh, Gulf states were attacked. None of them joined the starting war with Iran. Yet they were still attacked. Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Oman, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar. Did I miss one? All of Iraq, all of them were attacked despite not having any hand in this war at all. It's not unreasonable for America to assume that American bases would be attacked in this if Israel went into it alone. So America joined it to prevent those casualties. Which again, to some extent, if this is true, and if the administration can truly like substantiate, I think this would even give them constitutional excuse. There was an imminent threat coming. Trump had to act.
Yeah.
He would still need, if he wants to continue the war, he should still get the he should still get the congressional approval to continue the war. But I'd say, for me, constitutionally, he is clear if this can be substantiated, this claim. Which might be, which would again explain. By the way, that would kind of go to my idea that the decision was made on Friday because it would kind of fit more together, and it would explain why it was so rushed. Like even Marco Rubio informed Congress, he informed the Gang of Eight, but he couldn't even get to all of them. He only informed 7 out of 8 like senior figures in Congress, which would make sense if this was straight up imminent threat that America had to act on. Because from what we know with Israel, even for Israel, right, this decision was taken very last minute, like probably on like Friday or Thursday. Because specifically because there was intel that a lot of Iranian leaders are meeting at the same time, and we can hit all of them, a lot of them at the same time. So all of this would fit together.
Yeah, by the way, the comment you're replying to is not the first time that I've said this happened and here's what anti-Semites will say, and then
Yeah.
somebody in the chat says it. So yes, you like saying things like quiet part out loud. As you know, on this channel, there is no quiet part. We say everything out loud. We are on the side of Western civilization. We are on the side of freedom. We are on the side of individual rights, and you're fighting against that. You're luckily fighting it in our chat and not in the war itself, but the people you support in this war are actually fighting, killing, and dying so that freedom will be destroyed in the rest of the world as it has been in Iran by the regime you support. But let's talk to
Yeah,
uh,
just quickly, because somebody says the army was gathering that for a month. How was the decision made? I don't know if people have the idea that, let's say, let's say Trump actually decided to go to war with Iran, and only at that time all the generals will start working on like strategies we can do. No, the whole purpose of a standing army, or the whole purpose of like an army, is they keep what, like during World War II, there was a plan to invade Canada just in case we had to do it, just in case America had to do it. Like these plans are always in set. Trump moved the fleet there because he wanted an option to attack Iran, or he wanted, a threat. That was one of the first reports we've seen about it. That he simply wanted to, position strength so he could force Iran into making some sort of a deal. But it's not unreasonable to assume that you get the fleet there, and when you don't necessarily know, you are definitely going into war. Like you don't decide these things last minute, like, oh, now I've made the decision to make a war, so let's plan for it. Like, and I wish like people had more like business experience. Like if you are in the managerial level and you have like boss ahead you, a lot of times you make stuff ahead of time just in case the boss asks for it, and then you already have something to give him because you're prepared. You don't want to start making these things when he asks you.
Roman says Qatar must pay. Yeah. So we read a report yesterday that Qatar has 4 days left of interceptors. That means if that is true, then today they have three. As I said, I hope the U.S. evacuates the bases there if they have no way of defending them. And as for the rest of Qatar, good. Look, Qatar versus Iran is Hitler versus Stalin, and it's Hitler versus Stalin before they became too much of a problem. And unfortunately, before they became enough of a problem that the US and the West kind of had to ally with one of them. Unfortunately, we are allied with one of them, and we shouldn't be. So, yeah, any damage done to Qatar is damage done to, remember, not just um, Qatar as the problem that it is in the Middle East. It's damage done to the West's enemy within. Because Qatar, I'm in London. Qatar owns, I don't know how much of this city, but way too much. They own the universities. They are the reason why those kids, while Iranians are risking their life and dying to fight against tyranny, in the West we have kids on the streets every Saturday, kids in university ruining their own universities in the name of supporting tyrannies wherever they are, in the name of supporting killing Jews in with not just identical slogans, but identical actions to what we saw in Germany in the 20s and 30s. So yeah, this is any damage done to Qatar is good, and I really hope that happens. And again, I like the fact that Iran is targeting everybody. First of all, it makes them it results in less deaths in Israel and among American forces, and it also results in uh, them kind of their demise being much sooner because every one of those rocket launchers is being taken out, and people whose job it is to launch those rockets reconsidering because yes, on paper, they love death more than we love life. But when it actually comes to it, and when you're actually facing Allah and realizing the 72 version thing isn't going to happen, and yeah, I think many of them reconsider. By the way, we saw that in September 2024 with Hezbollah when Israel took out kind of middle command and then a bit higher, and then the top command. The reserve soldiers just didn't show up for the war. So, yeah, demoralizing the enemy's troops is a big, big part of the war. And this is being done because those troops are dying. When they're participating, they're dying. When they're not participating, they might not die. So, it's that's the choice they face, and hopefully more and more of them will, um, make the better choice. And I think more and more of them will because, look, at some point you realize this regime is collapsing. It is done and you only have to decide whether you want to die with it or not.
Wanna do clips?
I'm gonna say yes, and I might regret it, but go ahead.
Uh, which one do we wanna do? Oh, let's do this short one
Wait,
first.
wait. Actually, there's another comment I wanted to respond to before we do clips. Okay, Roman says, I'm still conflicted what to think about MBS. Why are you conflicted? He's a horrible, horrible tyrant. Are there worse tyrants? Was the tyranny that he's now in control of worse before? Possibly. But what difference does it make? Do not support tyrants. They are not your friends. If you happen to share an enemy with a tyrant, that does not mean that once that enemy is removed, that tyrant will remain your ally. So in war, sometimes you have to ally with all sorts of people. But yeah, Saudi Arabia is an enemy to the West, no matter what we tell ourselves. As are all tyrannies, by the way. Um, even really friendly ones, supposedly. Yes, even Pinochet was an enemy to the West. People, in case you're confused about that. All right, we can play clips.
Night in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis be committing bombings in two Gulf countries?
I changed my mind. I don't want to watch clips. All right, enough of this bullshit. First of all, this was denied by Qatar, or
Yeah, it was denied by.
yeah. Does the paycheck not come with instructions, Tucker? I don't understand. How are you doing Qatar propaganda that Qatar doesn't want you to do for them?
It
Yeah,
is
I
independent Qatar propaganda.
look. Uh, the enemy within has to be dealt with, but if you don't identify the enemy, the outside enemy, as Qatar is, and of course the Trump administration won't because they're full of actual Qatari agents, like open Qatari agents, like Pam Bondi, who was a Qatari agent, a paid Qatari agent, like Witkoff, who made money off of Qatar. There's several others. I don't remember. I think Kash Patel also has Qatari connections, right? They're everywhere, so nobody's going to see them as an enemy. And by the way, if Israel has Mossad operatives in Qatar, that is a good thing. But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen this soon and at this point. But yeah, the removal of Qatar is good, and I'm sure some of the people in
Yeah,
yeah.
somebody says, let us hear what he has to say. What do you think he will say? What do you think will like give the credibility like what can Takar, yeah, what can Takar say here? Like, there's not like I would need some evidence. I would need somebody else reporting it than Takar. Like this is completely arbitrary. There's no evidence for it. Qatar denies it. Um, like what do you even want to discuss it after? And again, even like pragmatically, what does Israel gain from it? Like Qatar is already getting bombed. Like okay, let's say Mossad does something and blows up a hotel in Qatar. What changes? What will Qatar join the war with Iran? It makes no difference almost. Look, Qatar is running out of interception missiles. What what is it gaining? Just for the laws? You know, it reminds me like apparently Taliban said they will continue using suicide bombers. You know, in the age of drones, they will continue using suicide bombers. That's you just love the game. You just want to do it. Like even if it doesn't make sense. Like, is this what people think of Mossad? Like, even if it doesn't make sense, Mossad just likes to blow up buildings in their allies. They just cannot help themselves.
Yeah, and I like how people are saying, let us hear what he has to say. Like we're censoring Tucker Carlson and you have no access. He's on all social media platforms. You can see him there complaining about being censored on those social media platforms, presumably by the Jews. So yeah, and I'm sure he's happy to hear you repeating his line. Of course, you're not taking a side. You're just repeating what one side has to say all the time. Davy Boyas is Candace saying the same thing. I'm sure Daniel will subject us to the answer to that question at some point today. But yeah, I haven't checked what Candace has said, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say she's probably not supportive of the operation, the American and Israeli operation. And we haven't heard from her anything yet about the Kuwaiti intentional attack on an American aircraft, have we? That is sarcasm, sarcastic Candace style presentation.
Wait, what was that?
Oh, you missed it? Never mind. I don't want to repeat that.
Oh, Candace Owens retweeted Tucker Carlson talking about what she said from 9/11 to Levon affair. Just to remind, like that was before. Was it right? Levon affair was before 9/11, or am I crazy?
Google knows.
Well, just contextually. Yeah, it's 54. Like I'm not stupid. Okay, Jesus, she's making me think that. Yeah, she's talking about false flags, Mossad agents, by way of oh, Bibi wants a third world war so they can hit global reset. So she's even hitting the Klaus Schwab conspiracy. That's good.
It's, you play video games, like you have to, get all the targets, to get to the next level. And Candace is absolutely next level. Yeah, I know that's a boomer explanation of video games
Yeah, that's
type
what we
movie.
did in the 80s. Sure.
That was the 80s was the golden age of video games, by the way.
That I'm still behind the idea that the greatest game in video game history is Tetris. So yeah, that came out in the 80s. Absolutely. You, by the way, you have no credibility to even like make the decision on this panel. But yeah, absolutely.
Obviously Red Alert, but if not FIFA. Those are the options.
Which one?
Presumably the latest one would be the best, but I think I quit after FIFA 96. So
Jesus.
yeah, I'm old. Uh,
I think I played the 10th ones on PlayStation once. No, PlayStation 2. I
all
had all
right, I see the
PlayStations
chat
actually.
is now full of a discussion on video games, which is better than yesterday when the chat was full of a discussion on cocaine. We're making progress. Okay. Do you want to show
By
us
the way,
more of Tucker, or because this is a kind of an open-ended live stream, we can see different scumbags one after the other, while also giving news reports in between until
uh,
we get more guests.
yeah, but by the way, just quickly, somebody says Miss Pac-Man, which I believe is Leonard Peakov's favorite game, or I remember something like that, or maybe just arcade or something like that, or maybe I'm completely.
I don't remember ever hearing Peacock talk about video games, but it could be that if he started, I do what I usually do when people talk about video games and kind of zone out.
Jason says yes. So I think I remember him or somebody mentioned something like that. And people say Team Fortress, Unreal Tournament, Civilization, great games, but we are talking about the greatest. And I think Tetris fulfills the greatest game because everybody can pick it up, everybody can get lost in it, and it's simply built greatly.
Okay, I think the greatest game ever is the game that Israel is playing right now in Iran. So yes,
You want to do more, Tucker?
an
Oh,
Israeli security source
okay.
is saying that the IDF has attacked the building where the experts who are supposed to choose the next supreme leader convened in order to do so. It is a committee of 88 people, but there were fewer people there at that time.
Wait,
But yeah.
didn't you already read that?
Well, I read that there was a report that it might be, and now there's an Israeli source actually saying that it's that is so beautiful. Yeah, again, you take out the leadership, and you take out several levels sort of leadership. Nobody knows who's in charge, and
Yeah, because what
again,
do you do now? Because you killed the pickers. Like you kill it's like if you kill the cardinals. Like, well, the next cardinals are chosen by cardinals. So what do we do now? I don't know how it works in Iran,
we
but
shut
I
down
would
the church.
assume that this like body of 80 or so people is probably picked between themselves. Like when one gets out, probably the same people or probably the supreme leader picks the next one, right? Like picks the person who comes there. So what do we do now?
Well, we may never find out, but oh, okay.
James is in the chat. James, do you know if Miss Pac-Man was Leonard Pico's favorite game or anything in that regard? Because I seem to remember something like that. Razi doesn't. Somebody in the chat, Jason said yes, but I'm wondering if James knows.
Well, I'm gonna send James the Zoom link so he can tell us in person, and also tell us what he thinks about recent developments. Yes, James, we have reported that they have been taken out. That is again, from what we can tell, the division of labor here is Israel targets officials, the U.S. targets military, but I think Israel is also targeting some of the rocket launchers. And again, those rocket launchers, every time one of those rats comes from outside, from out of the ground, they are going to be detected. They may be able to get out the missiles, but that doesn't mean we're not going to be able to take them out before they're able to crawl back into their underground rightful place. Well, their rightful
James,
place actually is.
yeah, James says yes, he loves it. So yeah, I seem to remember correctly. Leonard Pico does like Miss Pac-Man. Do you wanna hear more, Tucker?
No, but let's.
Uh, I assume you don't wanna finish this clip. It's
No, I
only
think we
like
got the gist
14
of it.
seconds. Yeah.
Mossad is everywhere. The Jews are in charge of everything, and they're responsible for everything. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super chat. Yeah, surprise us with something new. Maybe can you play the clip where Tucker says something rational?
No.
Then whatever you have.
So let's assess the war in Iran, now ongoing in its second day, and try to answer those four questions. First, why did this happen? Now, in this case, there's a really simple answer. This happened because Israel wanted it to happen. This is Israel's war. This is not the United States' war. This war is not being waged on behalf of American national security objectives to make the United States safer or richer. This war is not actually even about weapons of mass destruction, nukes, chem bio. No, this war is waged purely because Israel wanted it to be waged. Now, why say that out loud this early in the conflict? Isn't that dispiriting for, say, American troops fighting this war? Yes, it is. And we thought a lot about whether it was wise or decent even to say something like that out loud, and have decided that it is for the following reason. First, because the truth is always the only basis for wise decision making. When you lie to yourself or you lie to your people, you not only commit, well, a kind of moral crime by lying, but you also tend to hurt yourself. Hubris is the product of lies, for example. You can get way over your skis if you're not honest with yourself and
Okay,
people
he
around you.
loves saying way over your skis. That's like his favorite. I mean, he's out there in the middle of the woods. I guess that's what he does. But Jesus Christ, what was that? Personal development advice is Tucker the new Andrew Tate? Actually, we've seen Tucker with Andrew Tate. I don't know. I don't know who got the short end of that stick. Thank you, Jason Adams, for the super chat. 100 Czech krona. Yeah, what-
Crowns.
how is it pronounced in Czech?
Well, in Czech, it's korony.
Close enough. Appreciate it, whatever it's called. Just yeah. Yes, Daniel. Not all of us are in former part of the country, so we don't really know how to
I know
pronounce.
how to pronounce every single currency, as
All
everybody
right.
should.
Do you have okay? What give your commentary on that, and then let's maybe watch somebody else who is as unsavory as Tucker, but maybe more interesting to comment on.
I mean, tell me who do you wanna? I haven't seen anything from Candace Owens yet. I see this video, but this is older. She's on Piers Morgan, but this must be older. Yeah, I bet she's just making same claim that, it's the Jews demanding it.
Okay, I do see that there's so some of the damage caused in the Tel Aviv area is because one of those missiles that explode in the air and then cause as much damage as possible. Yeah, this is remember when people protest against the killing of innocent civilians, this is who they are siding with, the people who slaughtered tens of thousands of their own people and are now doing as much damage as they can to civilian populations throughout the Middle East. Anybody they can kill, they will kill. Yeah, and I still see there's a protest here in London on the weekend, hands off Iran, which is an interesting way to put it when what you really mean is hands off the people slaughtering Iranians. But that doesn't roll off the tongue as nicely as the slogan, the dishonest honest
Wanna
slogan.
hear from Iranian representative at the UN? It's a 30 seconds clip.
Oh yeah. So, people don't say we don't show both sides.
What was the rationale behind attacking other countries, including Iraq, the UAE, Qatar, and some other countries, Iraqi Kurdistan as well?
As I mentioned, we are not attacking the interests of our neighboring countries. We are defending ourselves. We are targeting the facilities and the bases and the assets of the United States in this country, in those countries which is out of the control of the host countries. Thank you.
Well,
Fair. Like those countries wanted the bases there. What is this, like American occupation of like every single country in the Middle East, forcing bases there? Like it doesn't even make sense. And
it's
again,
also a
would
lie.
they justify the same thing? Did they support like American intervention in Pakistan and Afghanistan to target Taliban or to target the Al Qaeda in Pakistan? Was Iran supporting of that? Since that's the same justification, no?
I mean, it's a lie as well, which is
Yeah.
why this piece of shit runs as soon as he finished saying it, runs like the coward that he is in case somebody asks a follow-up, because they've been targeting civilians everywhere. They pretty much only target civilians, and by the way, you can see that, okay, missiles are sometimes not as their missiles are not as precise as they'd want. But drones are pretty precise. That you can choose. You see those drones flying around a building and then crashing into it. That is intentional and precise. So yeah, but it also this also is another reminder of what the UN is, which is something we get every time we get anything from the UN, which is a pretense of an organization that kind of treats every country equally when it doesn't, and you shouldn't. If you treat, bless you, if you treat every country equally, you are treating nobody justly, because some are good and you should treat them well. Some are bad and you should not treat them well. That's justice. So, yeah, it's Iran in a organization that had justification for its existence. Iran would not be a part of it. North Korea would not be a part of it. Russia, China would not be a part of it. Countries that oppress their own people and plan for nothing but wars against others so they can oppress them too are not a part of the conversation. You don't have a conversation with countries like that. You tell them this is not happening, at least as far as you attacking us is concerned, or we will make sure, it doesn't happen and we will prevent it in advance, as we haven't done, but are maybe starting to do now.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I mean, we still have more tech clips if you want to play that. Trying to find anything more interesting.
Okay, once you find a clip, yeah, you can play that, and I will go off camera while I readjust here and sit down, because day-long streams is not something we've done once in our existence, and we're still finding our footing. So yeah, let's do that.
Oh, wait, I might need a second. I'm surprised Tucker Carlson is not posting as many. Okay, we can do this one.
Bibi under control. Sorry, it's not anti-Semitism. This is a head of state whose decisions are getting Americans killed and affecting the history of the world and the fortunes, but also the future of the United States. The United States has to say to the government of Israel, you are not in charge. And no president since John F. Kennedy has been willing to say that, but no administration has paid a higher cost for going along than the current administration. And it's tragic when you think about it. And of course, it's not simply the administration, president, and everyone who works for him. It's the country and the people who voted for this president in the hope that he would improve their lives. And none of that will be possible if this continues. The fault, of course, is with anyone who went along with Bibi's demands or threats or whatever. But the root cause is Bibi and his ambitions. And so somebody immediately needs to say no.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is dragging us into war, but it's not anti-Semitic, guys. Like, admit it to yourself, you're an anti-Semite. Like, and I always said it. Like, how could you not be? You believe Jews are dragging Americans into war, getting Americans killed. How can you not be anti-Semitic at that point?
Yeah, the next clip, let's do not Tucker, because Tucker's particular brand of the Jews are responsible for everything, I find a bit boring at some point. It's with Candace, you don't know what's coming. You don't know, if it's suddenly Jews did slavery, an actual thing. If you missed it, that something that she said a couple of months ago when Ben Shapiro annoyed her. She said, "Remember, these people did slavery," and she actually named Jews. Like she said, Jews. She didn't say Zionists, which is good. The Zionist movement wasn't around yet, but that kind of facts have never bothered the Candaces of the world. Thank you, Robert Naser, for the super chat. Robert says the administration's stated goals, stated nicely, make it so that bad guys have no missile capabilities, no navy, no nukes, no funding other bad guys. Yes, which goes just short of what we would like, but or stops just short. But yeah, you know what people say generally in politics, way more so with Trump, and definitely in war, and what you can expect are different things. And again, um, this is one of those moments where absolutely I'm all in favor of the leaders, the Western leaders, or Trump and Netanyahu lying as much as you need to, because what we're hearing, the Iranians are hearing, and we don't want to know. We want to see, and we're seeing, and we're appreciating.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing with even Takar is because what is he supposed to say, right? America is finally doing something that it had to do. confronting the evil of Iran. How can you even like stand up to that? Like, what can you even say outside of these like conspiracies, outside of these like the Mossad is trying to blow up houses in freaking Qatar? There's nothing else. It's just another like conspiracies. Or like I've been watching the sort of reaction to it. Everybody either is making up conspiracies or is talking about the one school in Iran. It's like that's it. That's the whole problem everybody has with this war. Like focusing on two small things. One is made up, the other one probably as well made up. And that's it. That's all they have. Like once you confront evil, once you actually do what is right, nobody can tell you anything. Because like, what can they do? Like, look at the pathetic nature. Somebody recommended Nick Fuentes. I have a clip of him if you want to play that. And from a little bit I've heard, it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah, we can go to Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a more eloquent person on the anti-Semitic side. So why not? But before we go to him, let's talk about what actually matters. So yeah, the what's happening in the Tel Aviv area from the missile that explodes in the air and goes in various directions. There's several scenes of destruction. There are 12 injured, is what's reported at the moment. One building has been damaged, multiple cars, and okay, what else is happening? I don't know if people heard this, but I know there's been a lot of concern about it. But just so you know, Cristiano Ronaldo has flown out of Saudi Arabia to safety on his own private jet, so he is fine, nothing to worry about there. Um,
We stand Messi here, so we don't care.
yeah, but the fans of whatever team he's playing for in Saudi Arabia, I'm sure are devastated. Um, okay. Oh, all right. The IDF has issued an evacuation warning for a neighborhood, not a neighborhood, a industrial area. Oh, industrial neighborhood and an area in Tehran. Uh, Again, the problem with these evacuation orders is the bad guys get out as well. With Iran, it is not Gaza. Iran has innocent people. So these evacuation orders make sense. The Israeli Defense Secretary Israel Katz has said that the IDF has uh, gotten his approval to take over additional parts in southern Lebanon beyond the original, uh, beyond the parts that Israel is currently holding on to, which is very, very good. Again, Lebanon doesn't just need to suffer badly for what they have put Israel through in the entire time of the Iranian regime's existence. Let's remember, Lebanon allowed itself to become Iran's, as a country, Iran's proxy. Yes, the organization is Hezbollah. That's the army of Iran in Lebanon, but Lebanon has allowed it as a sovereign nation, has allowed an army within it to wage war on its neighboring country, again, for over 40 years, and it is now over for them, let us hope. James, is it over for them?
Well, when you hear Lebanon, the Lebanese government complaining about Hezbollah rather than Israel, I think that's a interesting fact. In fact, Iran's response, I think, has been really counterproductive. Apparently, there are reports that Saudi Arabia is planning counterattacks on Iran. And that is, I think, indicative of the general attitude that's going to be in the region. Now, Lebanon's not going to like it when Israel continues to attack Hezbollah, as they ought to wipe them out now. This is the moment for that. But look how they've been thrown back on their heels, because when you see the madness of Iran's response, they're just busy making enemies of anyone who would traditionally might even be sympathetic to the position, to a contrary position. Don't wipe out. What do you mean, don't wipe out Hezbollah? They've joined in the fight. This is the moment to do it. And going back to something Robert just said, about specific goals, and it's a good thing that the president has, I think, laid out specific goals. But one of the goals that he's actually said there is to give the Iranian people a chance for something better. And this attack on the clerics meeting to determine who the next supreme leader is, being attacked itself. I mean, how magnificent. Of course, you can't separate those things anyway. The leadership and any potential leadership would be the leadership that would be coordinating any response. So even if your goals are as modest as the ones Robert laid out, without including the quote chance for the Iranian people to choose a better government, it's connected to the tactics of fighting a war. You keep going after the leadership because they're the ones who are going to be coordinating any counter response. In the meantime, and if this goes on for weeks, as it could, as President Trump said, we're talking about a very, very long, 4 weeks for anyone who might be considering being the next supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I think it is spelling the death for the leadership as well. Going after the leaders is part of, as I say, part of a correct strategy of counter response here. And in the meantime, what we're doing is we're taking out any potential leader, significant leader, who might reestablish the same kind of government there in future. So they're all interconnected. People say, oh, he's throwing up so many different reasons. It's one thing is clear is that he has certain specific goals and is goal oriented. And that I like. But among those goals, he has snuck in the idea that it gives the Iranian people a chance for something entirely different. And just going about this war properly means, even if your goals are that modest, as it were, it still involves going after the leadership appropriately in any war. It involves going after the leadership again and again and again. You go right down the list from, Hitler to, right, right down the leadership list. And I don't care if you get to, second lieutenants in the army, as it were, you keep hitting them as well, even if it is just to achieve certain specific tactical goals. It makes perfect sense. They're the ones who would coordinate it. So it's going to be a rough few weeks, I think, for anyone even trying to be a leader of the Islamic Republic.
Another update isn't a major story and not really war related, but related to something we've been warning about on this channel for years. So in Tel Aviv, there were two Turkish journalists working for CNN in Turkish, who were broadcasting from outside the Kiryat, the military base, the massive military base that is in Tel Aviv. And yeah, so they were arrested or detained and presented what journalist IDs that were invalid. And yeah, look, these people want a chunk of Gaza. They want their military in Gaza. Remember, Turkey is an enemy, even if you don't declare it. It's a bad actor. It's an Islamic country that is only getting worse and wants influence to influence things not for the better. So we should keep a close eye on what they're doing, and we should definitely keep a close eye on what they're planning to do in Iran, and not allow them to turn Iran into what Iran turned Iraq into after Saddam Hussein was removed from power.
Yeah, I mean, my God. Turkey historically, we were used to the Ataturk and post-Ataturk rule in Turkey after World War One. But before that, the Ottoman Turks were really the bad actor in the region, oppressing everybody in that neck of the woods. And it looks like we have a leadership in Turkey that, it's kind of like Putin, with that nostalgia for the old days when we were an empire and we dominated our neighbors around us. Turkey definitely has that pre-Ataturk attitude rising in them right now. And let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, they were bad act. Well, they were the sick man of Europe, as they were declared to be in the 19th century. But the point is that sick man, as weak as it is, as pathetic as it is in certain ways, they are a NATO member, and that ought not to be. But Turkey historically, from the genocide of Armenians to the oppression of the Arab people themselves. Um, I know they were a nomadic people, in effect, disorganized before that, but the collapse of the Ottoman Empire was a good thing. And today I would just, with historical perspective, let's look back on it. Turkey has been a bad actor in that region, historically speaking. Their being relatively civilized and relatively forward-looking was, let's hope it wasn't just a blip on the screen, but it's looking like just a blip on the screen. They are an evil Islamic power who means to influence their neighbors in nefarious ways. That goes back a long way. They have a rich tradition in negatively interfering in the region. Let's put it that way.
James, you woke up late today. It's like 6:47 where you are. I mean,
Yeah,
usually
yeah.
you're up at like
I'm sorry.
which is why you missed the part where we talked about Tucker Carlson. But don't worry about it because we have
Tucker
some news
Carlson,
momentum.
I can tell you what he said without hearing it. We're doing in Netanyahu's bidding. Where American policy is in thrall, in effect, to Jews worldwide and Israel in particular. And what he's doing is echoing the basic critique of the left that's coming from the left in my country.
Well,
We're doing this
you
at the
didn't do
bidding of
Tucker
Bibi
properly.
Netanyahu.
You had too much bass in your voice for that to be anything like Tucker. So, but close
I'm
enough content-wise.
sorry, but the anti-war crowd in this country is saying, in effect, we're doing this on behalf of Netanyahu. That Netanyahu, I mean, I heard it from one leftist pundit yesterday. We're doing the I don't know if it was threats or promises, but America is basically being pushed around by Netanyahu and being compelled into this war. Now, the kernel of truth there is that under the War Powers Act, the excuse they're giving for it being an imminent threat is, look, Israel was going to do something. And when they did that, that would have put all American bases, and in fact, all America's allies in the region under threat. And therefore, we had to act imminently. That's one way of looking at it, to get it through the War Powers Act and get it, this is an imminent threat, so it wasn't illegal under the War Powers Act, and that kicks in the 60 to 90 day requirement under the War Powers Act. That's one reason, no doubt about it. But they've been an imminent, I think that's really nonsense. Iran has been an imminent threat to Americans since 1979 when they kidnapped our diplomats and held them hostage. Since the early 1980s when they killed hundreds of American Marines through the early emerging Hezbollah in Beirut. They've been killing Americans and killing Americans every decade for the better part of the last 50 years. So they've been an imminent threat to America. I mean, any president along the way could have said, look, they're an imminent threat. They're killing Americans and they will go on killing Americans until the regime is stopped. And that's the way we have to look at it. Saying that they were an imminent threat because, well, Israel was going to do something and that would have put everyone, including us, under an immediate threat. Well, that's one nice legalistic tap dance. But the fact of the matter is, for the better part of 50 years, they've been an imminent threat to America and all of its interests.
WUB says discussions with insert troll name is like talking to a parrot and expecting to get reasoned answers. Not going to happen. I was actually thinking when I saw you explaining something to him, what are you doing? But you learned it the hard way, which is always the best way to learn a lesson. Robert Naser said when James was doing his best Tucker, wow, how did James do that? He can read Tucker's mind. Amazeballs. Well done.
It's no magical mind reading capacity. When you get the gist of someone's tune, you can carry it by yourself, okay? Tucker Carlson hates Israel. He hates the Jews. He much prefers Islamic culture. He's already made that plain. I mean, after all, they don't have gay pride parades in Qatar. So we know which culture he prefers, just culturally speaking, religiously speaking. For him, it is a religious issue. So it's pretty easy to guess what he's going to say. American foreign policy is once more being led by the nose by Israel. America is apparently dominated by the Jewish lobby, don't you know, and other, behind the scenes kind of conspiracy theories that go left unnamed. There are others who give you the full-on conspiracy theory much more completely and make up whatever crap comes into their heads. Candace Owen comes to mind. She will make up whatever historical or pseudo-scientific nonsense she needs to in order to justify her anti-Semitism. But no, America has been a supporter of Israel, and this cuts, the Jewish population in the United States is inky dinky, is really, really small. And so you say to yourself, well, how is it that America has been an ally of Israel for all of these decades? Well, it's because of Christians, non-affiliated voters, even secular voters. But you've got a whole range of non-Jewish voters, believe it or not, who thinks that the survival of Israel is an important thing in the region to American interests, right? Who understands that Israel represents civilization in that region. They are our best ally in that region by far. Just look at the attacks on America. Just look at the jihadist focus on America. That naturally connects us with Israel for our own well-being, for our own long-term self-interest. They can't grasp in their heads that there's something fundamentally anti-American about these jihadists. Iran can cry death to America, death to America. They're the great Satan, they're the great Satan. And they can kill hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of Americans and keep going on killing Americans, attacking American bases, wounding, disabling, maiming, blinding Americans, not just the deaths, but all of those horrific attacks that caused injury. And how I don't connect the dots. I can't connect the dots here. How is it that these jihadists are somehow anti-American? They're fundamentally anti-American. America is fundamentally on the side of Israel here. This cuts across religion. This cuts across demographics in the United States. Now, they may not like, America is war weary. The poor way in which Americans have been fighting wars in the 21st century has left people burned in the sense that America shouldn't get involved, ... But here it is clear we're not engaged in some kind of nation building operation. We're trying to avoid boots on the ground, at least insofar as, going in, setting up bases, taking over the place. In that sense, we're keeping the number of American casualties to a minimum while doing our best to utterly take out this evil regime.
Okay, you mentioned Candace, and we talked about her earlier, and I was gonna mention this, but I forgot. So Ab Schmidt mentioned that we mentioned the part where she responded to Ben Shapiro criticizing her by saying the Jews are responsible for slavery, and Ab Schmidt mentioned everybody did slavery. Yes, that's an important point, that slavery, while it is somehow become only associated with the United States, is something that unfortunately most of humanity did for almost all of human history.
On every continent, for every millennia, going back through the course of time.
But Candace was specifically talking about the Jews are responsible for slavery in the United States.
That is insane.
And maybe everywhere else also throughout all of humanity. But
by the way, Muslim slave traders and Christian slave traders were the ones who drove that evil slave trade.
Yeah.
It was not primarily.
We know in our...
Even to bring it up is like a little TD. Well, I guess there might have been some Jews in some way involved. No. It was the cross-Atlantic slave trade was basically the responsibility of Christians and Muslims. Okay, just as a matter of historical record. Yikes.
A couple of other comments, and then Daniel, we will at some point, I think, to get to Nick Fuentes, but Daniel also has Megyn Kelly, so I think we'll prioritize that. James, you and I have done some magic talking about David Kelly. Megyn
Kelly.
We've talked about David Kelly as well, but Megyn Kelly. All right. Okay.
Can I just jump in quickly?
Yes, go ahead.
Somebody says, Razi, here's the thing. If Tucker or Candace were lying, somebody would sue them by now. Candace is getting sued, by the way, for lying about Brigitte Macron. Just a heads up.
Macron is suing her.
The First Lady of France is suing Candace.
And separately, when Tucker says something like Mossad agents are like blowing up stuff in Qatar, what can you sue there? Like that's a crazy statement, but there's nothing illegal really happening there. Like lies are not illegal. It would have to be some defamation. And again, when it comes to defaming like government organizations, it's super hard to do. Like the defaming U.S. government is like it's like James, can you even do that? Like, or is that like First Amendment?
Well, that's the thing. The First Amendment constrains defamation cases, at least in the United States, and they're hard to pull off when it's a public figure. If you're a
Yeah.
public figure, like, let's imagine you're some one of these evil Jewish neocons in America. How do you sue this guy? Because you're a public figure, you've got to prove actual malice. And yeah, defamation cases are notoriously difficult to prevail upon prevail with in the United States. But more than that, going after a government, yeah, that's nearly impossible. So no, I wouldn't use the lawsuit standard of who's truth telling here. Most lies, as you point out, are perfectly legal. Let me just repeat that. Most lies are perfectly legal in America under the First Amendment. It has to be a kind of financial fraud and defamation where you can prove specific damages. That is to say, as an element of the offense, you have to come in and say, I can prove you caused this X amount of economic damage to me. That's a really hard thing to prove. So no, don't use defamation as your standard of, well, they would have sued them. Now that does not follow. That is a thoroughly illogical, that's a non sequitur, as we call it in logic. It simply does not follow. Most liars get away with it under America's First Amendment.
Yeah, Abschmidt also said earlier, this is why Matt Walsh is such a moron. Quote, the administration hasn't explained why they attacked Iran, unquote. Matt, do we really need to hold your hand here? Yeah, I would comment, but I've been asked not to use the word retard on air. There's also somebody asked, will this panel break down Epstein emails soon? Look, I love Alex's newsletter, but I don't see a reason I agree with all of it, so no reason to break it down. All right, should we get to the David Kelly of the conservative movement? Daniel, that's your cue.
Yes, I have a lot of clips. Need to sift through them.
There are massive divisions over what we've done here, and people are going to change their minds over the coming days and weeks, one way or the other. But my own feeling is no one should have to die for a foreign country. I don't think those 4 service members died for the United States. I think they died for Iran or for Israel. I think I understand how this helps Iran perfectly well. I get it. I mean, I hope. Long term, we'll see. But they seem rather jubilant. 80% of the country does not support the Ayatollah. He was a terrible, terrible man. No one's crying that he's dead. No normal person. But our government's job is not to look out for Iran or for Israel. It's to look out for us. And this feels very much to me like it is clearly Israel's war. Mark,
okay, let's pause it. James, I don't know if it's just me, but is Megyn Kelly's transition uglier than somebody actually transitioning, or is that just me?
Well,
you can skip the analogy and just comment on the clip.
Yes, this is the line. This is the line, interestingly, that both the critics on the right and the critics on the left in the United States are taking. This is Israel's war. America is fighting Israel's war. Now, this is an example of the inability to integrate facts. Look, there is a relationship between the threat to America and their slaughter of thousands of their own people. There is a relationship between Israel's security and America's security. You cannot disconnect these things. Look at the way Iran has responded, attacking every single one of the Gulf states. I mean, literally every single one of the Gulf states. It underscores the fact that they were a threat to everybody. Everybody. They were a threat to peace in the region. Okay, let's go do a little reverse logic. Should America have been there to fight ISIS? Okay, Miss Kelly, I didn't hear you complaining about American bases going up there, although I understand you're on that isolationist right. Okay, so you might oppose Trump's earlier war against ISIS, but that's the reason why we still have basically bases in Iraq and Syria Okay, that's why we still have a presence there, whatever. Those troops were under direct assault. If you need direct assault of Americans and direct threats to Americans, those 6 people that she says they died for, what were they doing there? And why were they attacked then? I mean, if Iran is not a comprehensive threat, and a comprehensive threat to just about the entire world, apart from their allies in Russia and China and so forth, they were a direct threat to everyone in the region. They were a direct threat to trade in the region. I mean, I don't know how you want to count it, but Hezbollah and the Revolutionary Guard were in Venezuela. In Venezuela, Ms. Kelly. That represents a threat to the United States. I don't know whether or not you approve of what, again, your president, Mr. Trump, did in Venezuela. Again, is sort of beside the point when you consider the fact that Iran was in Venezuela. Their ugly reach came across the entire globe. They've been yelling death to America for 47 years. Have you been hearing? Do you take that seriously? They're a threat
She
to
did take
America.
it seriously. That's the thing, James. That's why I'm referring to her transition, because she is transitioning and it's not like immediate. We know the destination, right? But we're seeing her do it. But from the start, she was doing this thing of, oh, I'm super pro-Israel, but I want to see if maybe Bibi killed Charlie Kirk, or what else Israel is behind. Did they do, I don't remember all her conspiracy theories. We did a couple of episodes. People should go back and watch those. But yeah, and of course here she's doing that still. I mean, she's kind of struggling because she has to be anti-war. She decided that she is going to be in that split of the Republican Party into 2 de facto parties. This is not a party. This is not something that can last in its current form. Either it'll split, or one side will give up. And if a side gives up, unfortunately, it'll be the good side in here. But she has chosen her side from the start. She was defending Candace about all of it, about Brigitte Macron, about even about the Charlie Kirk thing when she first lied about it and said Erica didn't say it. Then she said, well, Candace didn't say it, and then changed her mind and said, okay, that's not cool, but I like everything else she does. And now she's fine with Candace, who's doing an investigative series showing that Erica Kirk killed her husband. I haven't seen any of it. I don't know how Bibi was involved, but I'm sure he was. So, Megan, and that, by the way, if you look at how Megan defended these people, Candace, Tucker, they're my friends. That's the defense. Sorry, we don't do rational, good people don't do that. If you want to see how rational, good people talk to friends when they disagree, check out the beginning of yesterday's live stream when I had my conversation with Mark Pellegrino. Check out the Capitalist Corner from yesterday when James Valiant debated Michael Leibowitz. That's how friends talk to friends when they disagree. They're not like, okay, look, you're supporting murderers. Of course, in this case, that was not true in our case, but it is in the case of Megyn Kelly's friends. You support murderers, but hey, we're buddies, so I'm going to defend you. And of course, Tucker was the one who took it next level when he said, if my brother committed mass murder, I wouldn't denounce him because he's my brother. Yeah, Tucker, we're not the same.
Yeah, when you've got a moral, compass like that, you'd protect your brother if he was even accused of murder. Then you don't have a moral compass. And if you're tailoring your opinions to suit the fashion of your friends, you do not have integrity, independence. You're not exercising reason at all. No, this is, and I can be friends with people with whom I have profound disagreements. I was heated in my debate yesterday with Mr. Leibowitz, and I told him that I thought it was a very clear moral issue. And I can disagree with him that profoundly and go down a list of reasons why I thought he was wrong in very urgent language. I call my friends out in public. I do my friends no favor by surrendering my independent judgment. Presumably, if you're my friend, It's because you have some respect for my judgment. And I wouldn't even be debating someone it's true, if they weren't my friend in some way and I didn't have some kind of respect for them. On the other hand, if I are profoundly wrong on a clear moral issue, I will call them out in public and say, you are wrong. Miss Kelly, you and I have a very different position on what honesty and friendship, frankly, require.
Back to Megan.
Oh, we finished that clip.
Oh, it's just starting to
No.
have fun. All right.
Yeah, you wanted to look at the decaying appearance of Miss Kelly.
I don't agree with that. Somebody else here, somebody called her Grandma Groiper, which was witty, but witty. Look, I love alliteration more than anything, but if she's a grandma, she's a gilf. I mean, she's good looking, people.
Okay.
It's her soul
We got that
really
concession
matters.
from Mr. Ginsburg. Very good.
All right, Daniel now has one more. Let's hear more.
I support the president. I voted for the president. I campaigned for the president, as you know. But that doesn't mean, and being a conservative or being a Trump supporter or being part of MAGA does not mean you have to accept another Middle East war without questions. And anybody who tells you that can suck it. There's nothing unpatriotic or unsupportive of one's conservatism or general adherence to MAGA type principles to say, I would like to be better convinced that this is worth the sacrifice of American blood and treasure. That's where I am. That's where a lot of people are.
Well, she can't apply that to her friends. She can apply that to the administration from whom she is less connected. Now, I agree with her. A free country, you should be able to freely criticize even the leader of your own party and what he's doing. But Miss Kelly, they had the most sophisticated ballistic missile system and program in the region. They were developing so many missiles so as to overwhelm the defensive capacities of Israel and the United States to cope with those missiles. If you've lived through recent history, you know that there have been 2 giant missile barrage attacks from Iran onto Israel. As they develop these ballistic missiles that can reach Europe and potentially reach North America, and as they are enriching uranium well beyond the point of any civilian use, it is quite clear that they represented a danger of missile attack and nuclear attack against the United States and Europe. It's that simple. To allow them to continue to develop their ballistic missiles means a direct threat to the United States. To allow them to continue their uranium enrichment, they were building their own centrifuges. International authorities confirmed they were past 60% enrichment. When you get into the 80s and 90s, you got a weapon here, from a dirty bomb to a real live nuclear missile. And can you imagine these ballistic missiles that they're developing? In fact, they were actively developing supersonic missiles. But then just even in the region where America does have bases, where Israel does exist, they were developing so many missiles that they were planning, by sheer numbers, you could tell they were planning to overwhelm Israel and America's defensive capacity to deal with those missiles. That makes them a direct threat to North America, Europe, all of our forces and allies in the Middle East. And when you look at Iran's behavior in attacking every country around them, just about every country around them, really, then you realize they were a threat to everybody. Everybody, Miss Kelly. Excuse me. But she needs further demonstration. Somehow, as these maniacs declaring death to America are trying to develop the most dangerous weapons in the world, she needs further demonstration that they were a threat to America and that we weren't just being led along by Bibi Netanyahu. Yeah, they're an existential threat to Israel, and yeah, that's connected to America's security. Yeah, they were slaughtering tens of thousands of their own people in the streets just weeks ago. Okay, yeah, that's connected to how sanely or insanely they would use these ballistic missiles and or a nuclear weapon should they ever find one. If they have no problem slaughtering at least 30,000 of their own people in the streets, they would have no problem launching a serious missile, a nuclear missile, at anyone who just crossed them. How about especially the people that have been yelling death to America and calling the great Satan for the last 47 years? If she can't put those dots together, people say, oh, it's this huge complex. How many reasons are given? Are they because they're killing their own people, because of this, because of that? All of them. All of them. Any combination of them probably would have done it. But when you put them all together, it is overwhelmingly clear that Iran was a threat to the United States and indeed to civilization as such. I mean, it's really not that hard, Miss Kelly, to put the pieces together here.
And she has put the pieces together because in the past she was on the right side of this, but now for some reason she's on a different side. And look, in one of the shows, I urge people to go back to the shows we did about Megyn Kelly back in December, and I think one was maybe in January, because we really went through her career, and this has been her career. Her opinion, the one she's expressing publicly, depends on, in the past it was the platform she's using, but ultimately I guess whoever signs the checks. So yeah, Megan is not who you go to for to hear what the person actually has to say. And you know that because you've seen her on Fox, on NBC, and whatever she's doing now. It's three different people. But yeah, she's learning. I guess she's learning how she's learning the talking points, and she's getting there, and she is now out there in that time of war for the US, not supporting the US, and that is a big chunk of the Republican Party, and that's what they're doing. And by the way, Megan, I said in the first episode we talked about her that, and I took it back in the next one, that she used to be one of the best journalists in the U.S. No, she's a more credible liar, or more believable liar, let's say, than most. So she had that credibility because she had that kind of believability, and
Yeah.
I don't think she has any of that. She still has millions of subscribers and probably more than before because she's openly, anti-Semitic, and that's popular. But credibility as a journalist is gone.
Yeah, these people are her credibility is long gone. But these people who are appealing to the ugly rising anti-Semitism in the West, and let's face it, that's exactly what they're doing. There's an ugly anti-Semitism rising on both the right and the left throughout the West. It was always there. Unfortunately, we kind of lost sight of it for some decades, but it's becoming quite obvious that they're appeasing the rising anti-Semitic tendencies in Western countries, from Australia to Northern Europe. I mean, you can see it. You can see it everywhere you look, whether it's Jews being slaughtered on a beach in Australia, people coming out of an Israeli event in Washington, D.C., getting shot down, terrorist actions in Europe. I mean, what does it do? Look, I was a prosecutor for almost 18 years, and we didn't say when someone committed a murder, well, look, they only committed a murder against this person. Maybe it was it was a relationship that went bad. Maybe they had specific financial motives, pecuniary motives in doing the killing. We don't say, oh, well, they're no longer a threat to people. Why prosecute them? Why arrest a murderer? Because the murderer, just by committing a murder, has said that they're a threat of murder in general. Murderers in general need to be locked up not only to punish them for their crime, but to protect innocent people from their willingness to commit murder. And if they get away with murder against person X, they're more likely to be confident and think they can get away with the next murder, or the next murder. That's why you stop murderers. Murderers are a threat to everybody. Iran, how many more hundreds? I mean, they say, oh, there were only 1,500 US servicemen killed by Iran or its direct proxies over the last 30 years. Okay, only 1,500. Well, how many hundreds more Americans have to die? How many more thousands Israelis have to die before you say, oh, this is a murderer? They represent a threat to everybody. And then when the heat gets turned up, they start bombing all of their neighbors. They slaughter their own people in the streets. You see, this is the way murderers will behave. It's connected. It's interconnected. Don't be surprised when the murderer tries to murder more people if they get away with the murder.
Alejandro asks, is Megyn Kelly trans? I will ask that in a super chat on Candace Owens' show. She's the expert. She's the expert on women's penises. Okay, let's go to some news updates. We are at war, remember, people. There's some news, not just Megyn Kelly. So yeah, the international airport in Tehran has been bombed. So if anybody was planning a nice vacation there anytime soon, drive.
And for the irreplaceable Spark 3, we may have to delay our plans or find other ways of getting people there. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, we could drive, but I'm not sure I want to fly into either Iraq or Afghanistan or any of those
no,
places.
those are my vacation choices in the next couple of years. No.
Some other updates. So Trump, there's a report. It's a Wall Street Journal report that Trump is open to supporting armed groups in Iran that are willing to fight against the regime. This is super important. We've said this repeatedly. We said this last year when we thought we're finally doing the right thing fully. Yeah, we have ground troops in Iran. That is the opposition. And if they're armed, and if we hit those who would hit them, as the IDF did on day one, they hit the unit that was one of the units that was oppressing and stopping the protest. That is the way to really not just topple the regime, which can be done from the air, regardless of what Keir Starmer says.
Yeah.
It can't be replaced from the air. That's the part of regime change you can't do. So yeah, that is very
That
good
is
news.
crucial. That is arm. This is really giving the people of Iran, as Mr. Trump said at the beginning of this, give the people of Iran a chance. Well, to give them a chance in a context in which the Revolutionary Guard's internal security element are the only people on the streets with guns, it is really important to provide material assistance, even guns, to those who would oppose them. There's the only way for the Iranian people to get together and have some kind of credible response, because of course these internal security forces, these local police, I don't know, I forget the name they have for their local police that's coordinated, they're the ones who are armed in Iran. It's going to be very difficult for the Iranian people to fight back if some of them don't have weapons as well, if they don't have material support as well. And yes, would be really crucial to provide the Iranian people some kind of option going forward here. So I got to say, America does not have a great history when it comes to supporting replacement regimes. I fully concede that. I understand how it normally goes south. But in this case, what could be worse than the government we've just taken out? Okay, what could be worse? And if it moves the government into even a more liberal direction, a more peace direction, one that respects women's rights to a greater degree, let's say, then we've moved things in the right direction, not towards authoritarianism, but towards liberalism and peace. That is what we should be supporting here. No question about it. And it's the ideal follow-up, because I would really chaos would probably be preferable to what we have now, but I would prefer there to be something other than chaos there. We do have security reasons to want to be able to track down their enriched uranium, for example. We have reasons to want a better government there for the security of the region, for the security of the world, mind you. And that is, so not only taking out this meeting of clerics, who was meeting to determine who the next supreme leader would be. Yeah, Daniel's analogy was perfect. This is like the College of Cardinals, the folks who choose the next pope. Typically, they choose the next pope from one of their own members, one of the cardinals. When you have the clerics meeting there, well, which one of us is going to be the supreme leader, and how we're going to divide up the leadership roles when they come together to meet like that? What you're doing is you're taking out a whole big batch of potential leaders themselves, as well as the group of people who would select the next leader. So you've got thrown into complete chaos their ability to even select their next leader. They have to select the selectors of the next leader now. It keeps going down the list. And I'd go right down the list. America can't foist a government on Iran. And I sure don't want Shah 2.0. But what I can tell you is that we can insist on something that we don't want. And we can go right down the list, our hit list. No, that won't do. No, that won't do. No, that won't do. And that's the way we should approach this.
Yeah, and quickly, just to throw more on James's analogy, because the electors are gone, but also the next, and I don't know how it works in Iran, but the next cardinals are picked by cardinals and pope, right? So I assume
Right.
it's probably something similar. The next clerics are probably chosen by other clerics and the supreme leader, with
Right.
both of those basically gone. So they straight up have like the people who elect are gone, the people who imagine like in the US, the electoral college, like every single person on the electoral college being gone. Like, okay, what do you do? No, and even that wouldn't
No,
work because
right.
there is a different process for like getting those people. But it's like if the whole thing is just gone.
Right. If you took out the Electoral College, took out the House of Representatives, took out the candidates themselves, who's now left? How do you
Well,
select
the
the US
designated
president?
survivor, America has a way to deal with it.
Well, we
Yeah,
sort of
terrible
do.
show, by the way, if anybody is gonna binge
First two
something.
seasons are good.
Well, it was clear where it's going, and it was clear that it's all these shows, by the way, people, sorry, this is a spoiler for every Netflix show that has like terrorism in any way. And yeah, if you don't want to hear it, mute right now. It's always an American. Like they suspect maybe it's Russia, maybe it's China, maybe even it's Muslims, if we can say that. But it always ends up being an inside job. And
The
and
evil American inside the
when you
cat.
see culturally where we are, you can see how politics is downstream from culture. People watch that crap, they believe it. It's sometimes very entertaining. Like some of these shows are good, like they're well done and well written, but they're actually telling you something, and what they're telling you is false and evil. Somebody in a troll in the chat asks who bombed a girls' school in Iran. As far as we know, the closest to credible information we have is that it was a misfired Iranian missile. The other possibility is that Iran intentionally fed Israel or the US faulty information, but you already know that. First of all, because you're here all the time, so you heard us say this repeatedly, and you also know your side. You know your people. You know they love killing their own people. They killed tens of thousands in a couple of days a couple of months ago, and this is who you support. So I'm sure you really enjoyed hearing that those girls are dead, and
And you
yeah,
don't lose
we
sleep when a synagogue in Jerusalem kills 9 people, do you? Because after all, Iran is targeting civilians. Only just about only targets. But look at the way they're targeting their neighbors. They're going after hotels, other airports, other civilian sites. They're not just hitting American interests; they're hitting civilian sites in the Arab Muslim world. But when they hit Israel, they're hitting on purpose civilian targets. There have been we're probably now way over 1,000 different air sorties that Israel and America have launched against Israel. And you've got one girls' school there, and it doesn't, in your mind, think, well, maybe it's one of these errant missiles in all of these missiles that Iran is fighting. That couldn't be in your mind, nor could it even be an accident in your mind. And it would still be Israel and America's fault no matter what the factual context is there, even though it's plain that in these hundreds and hundreds of sorties, they're aiming for leadership, military targets, Revolutionary Guard sites, missile launch sites. Okay, that's what they're going for,
by the
military
way,
sites.
this troll has been in the chat pretty much for our entire coverage, has not yet asked about the American plane that was shot down by Kuwait, an ally of the US, but also an Islamic dictatorship, because I guess none of those talking heads have yet to blame the Jews. Who's gonna be first? My money's on Candace, but I don't know. Jim asks in the chat, didn't carpet bombing in World War II play its part in changing the regime? Not only did it play its part, it played its part in changing the culture to the point that we could actually have a rational culture, relatively rational, and actually completely change the culture, because we showed in that war for the last time, by the way, unfortunately, we showed that if if you start a war against the West, we are not just going to diminish your war starting capabilities. We are going to destroy the culture that made you think that fucking with us is a good idea. And if now that's being done to the extent that's being done, great. Nobody's obviously carpet bombing Iran. I don't think it's a good idea to carpet bomb Iran. And unlike Japan and Germany that had populations that were pretty much uh, well, happy to be a part of the war effort or at least, sit it out and not oppose it. Iran is different. Germany did not have protests where tens of thousands were slaughtered by the Nazis. They had some people, some underground opposition. They didn't have that. So that's unique. Lebanon is a different story. I am 100% in favor of carpet bombing Lebanon, carpet bombing Beirut. I think Lebanon needs to really not just remember that for the last 40 plus years, it has been killing Israelis nonstop and targeting Israel and sort of you bomb them into whatever age they need to be bombed into for this to never happen again, but you also make an example of them and hopefully Turkey and Egypt and anybody else who's going to be a problem, and Qatar are paying attention. I don't know what the chances of Israel actually doing anything preemptive ever against these countries are, but the chances of them being a threat is also diminished by Israel's show of force, as is the chance of China invading Taiwan or Russia invading anybody else in Eastern Europe. That is diminished by American show of force.
Absolutely. The Japan analogy, they had lost their conquests. They had lost the bloody Battle of Okinawa, and they were still holding out. The population was clearly still going to fight back at the end of World War II. Constant attacks, conventional attacks on Tokyo did not change that scenario. What you need to do in certain scenarios is completely crush psychologically. Now, I'm going to make a psychological point here. You have to so psychologically crush and overwhelm an enemy sometimes. And I think here Lebanon is the better example, the better analogy, as Razi points out. In Iran, it is slightly different. We know, unlike, say, in Japan at the end of World War II, there's a large segment, a majority of the population that wants something different and better. And so I wouldn't advocate the population itself doesn't need to be psychologically crushed. It's the leadership. It's these Islamic clerics. It's the people who support those Islamic clerics. They need to be psychologically crushed and convinced that any attempt to reestablish a theocracy there is not going to work. Those are the only people that need to be psychologically crushed. The people of Iran, apparently the majority of them, unlike, say, Japan at the end of World War II, really do want something better. But carpet bombing is perfectly appropriate because guess what? Every aspect of the population that has been turned into the war machine, and it does not matter the moral status of the individuals on the ground. It does not. By being attacked, we have a right. By being attacked, we have a right to act in self-defense in such a way as to economically and psychologically overwhelm and crush the enemy. That is a perfectly, in fact, that's the correct way of going to war if you mean to win it. If you
Yeah.
bring to an end an endless war.
A troll in the chat thinks he did something here, asking, "Have you crushed the Palestinians' will to fight for their end?" No, because this war is being fought exactly the opposite against the Palestinians. From day one, Israel started and continued giving them humanitarian aid rather than starving them, giving them fuel rather than starving them of fuel, which of course you need in war. You need food in war. You need everything that Israel is giving them. And of course, Israel didn't remember. Israel kind of carpet bombed Gaza, but in a very particular way. And they call everybody up when they're
Warn
about
them
to bomb
before to
their
get out of
buildings.
the buildings.
And
Evacuate people
as
from where
I
they live.
have said on this channel many times, buildings don't kill people, Palestinians kill people. So if Israel wanted to win this war, it would carpet bomb them with them in the buildings.
Well, see, that's the
Unfortunately,
thing. There
Israel has
should have
fought the
been.
exact opposite of the way the West fought World War II, which is why Israel has won on a bunch of fronts and is failing on the Gazan front. And I really, really hope at some point, and I've said from the start, this should be used as the opportunity. People are not paying that much attention, and of course, unfortunately, that's what Israel cares about. They shouldn't. They shouldn't care about world opinion because world opinion is Jews, have one place that they have a right to exist in, the gas chambers. That is the world opinion. So I absolutely think Israel is wrong to listen to world opinion on this. Israel should fight the Palestinians like Britain fought the Nazis for the same reasons because it is the same enemy.
Precisely correct. And psychologically, we've done the exact opposite with the Palestinians. We've been eager to feed the population. We've been moving the population around to minimize casualties. We've been warning them to get out of buildings. Israel, that's not the way to psychologically defeat your enemy. Now, it is helpful that Iran, the main supplier of the bad guys like Hamas and Hezbollah, have been taken out. It's true there'll be a positive deterrent effect for that. But when it comes to the Palestinians, Israel followed precisely the opposite policy that we've been recommending here. But way back in October of 2023, I was already wondering days after the event why Gaza City wasn't right then and there completely rubble. You have to do that kind of thing. You have to respond in such an overwhelming way where it's clear, and you say, look, if there are any innocents, and I put that in quotes here because I don't see any real sign of innocence in Gaza. But in any case, you have to say if there are innocents, they were killed by Hamas when Hamas and the Palestinians attacked Israel on October 7th. And you do overwhelm them, crush them indiscriminately, destroy the buildings with the people in them, and tell them this will continue until you unconditionally surrender. You do not feed them. You do not warn them to get out of buildings. Israel did precisely the opposite of trying to psychologically crush the Palestinians. That, let me suggest, is one of the reasons why there continue to be a persistent problem here. Now, it is all to the good, as I say, that Iran, their main supplier, the evil forces' main supplier, has gone away. And there's a great deterrent effect in going after Iran. But it is precisely because Israel did not respond in the way that the carpet bombing, to use the phrase, the carpet bombing method from the outset, that the problem still festers, frankly. The Palestinian people have not been overwhelmed to the point of getting the message that, no, you will continue to die. Your people will continue to die.
No,
Until
they've
you
heard the
completely
opposite.
surrender.
They heard on October 7th, while the attack was going on, Netanyahu make a statement that we will destroy Hamas and bring back the hostages. A statement which is essentially a statement I am lying to myself, my people, and my enemy about who the enemy is. He was saying this again at a point where Hamas had done their thing, the initial attack. The Palestinian people in the thousands joined in on the attack and were still attacking. And on the streets of Gaza, tens of thousands of people were out celebrating. What you didn't have one person doing in Gaza on October 7th or between October 7th and today is coming out and saying, this is wrong, it is immoral, you do not slaughter innocent civilians. The Palestinian people, as we've said on this channel, are the enemy, not Hamas. And as long as Israel doesn't recognize that, it will not win. In Iran, the enemy is the regime, not the people. So it's easier for Israel to do that and then join in with their actual allies, the hopefully vast majority of the people. Just a couple of quick updates. So there are a bunch of alerts of drones coming in to the north of Israel, presumably from Lebanon. Yeah, stay safe, everybody there. I think the problem up north is going to be solved quicker than the problem from the east, but it hasn't been solved yet. And yeah, Lebanon is paying, but uh, not
Well,
quickly enough for this to
Lebanon,
not.
when you harbor Hezbollah for all those years, when you make arrangements for Hezbollah to sort of set up their own army within your country, you will pay a price, and I'm afraid you're going to have to pay the price. Once more, it's not the fault of the people who were attacked on October 7th who are defending themselves. No, it's the fault of anyone who harbors people who would come in support of Hamas doing that, like Hezbollah was doing from the north. Okay, people's moral calculation here is really all messed up. But yeah, we must go after now Lebanon. You see that? They have compelled this. They didn't have to attack. They also raised the white flag, but no, attacks are coming now in from the north. That means Israel has a moral responsibility to utterly crush every Hezbollah element in Lebanon. Every single one should crush them utterly and completely. Is that going to involve some collateral damage? Well, government of Lebanon, you guys have been sanctioning, aiding and abetting, protecting these monsters for many years now. And that is the natural upshot of that. Just as when the Palestinian people themselves, don't show any signs like the Iranians do of objecting to what Hamas is doing. In fact, join in with glee and celebrate. That's why you have to take the flatten Gaza City within 2 days. I mean, utterly make it rubble within 2 days of the initial assault. Otherwise, they're not going to get the correct psychological message. If you continue if you do not overthrow this Hamas government, you yourself are a valid target. It's that simple.
Should we watch Megyn Kelly talk to, is it Marjorie Taylor Greene, Daniel, that you promised? There was that-
Yes.
Let's.
Absolutely America last. It's the same bullshit we've seen. What is happening to the man that I supported? The man that denounced what happened in Iraq?
The war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake.
No more regime change. Promise it on the campaign. A year in and we're in another fucking war and we've got American troops being killed. All I can think about is the military-industrial complex. Those guys are lighting up their cigars, drinking their whiskey, and patting each other on the back because all they can think about is how much money they're going to make off the American taxpayers, making bombs, building new aircraft, building new drones, and building all kinds of military equipment just to kill people all over the world. While the American people, all they want is to be able to fucking afford a house, afford health insurance, and be able to maybe live the dream like the baby boomers did. They literally are trying to start World War III. It's completely out of control. It will never end.
You know this idea, you break it, you own it? I don't buy that one bit.
And Lindsey Graham, I saw a video of him this morning.
That mothership of terrorism has a hole in it.
He was choking back tears, swallowing back tears, because he was saying he was so proud of President Trump. He wasn't choking back tears for the American military members that have been killed and their families who are mourning their deaths right now. That's not MAGA. That is not MAGA. That's not America first. This isn't what we voted for. It's literally Israel first, and then where is it going to stop?
All right. First of all, Marjorie, can I call you Marjorie? A lady doesn't swear, but you're fine. James, I don't know. Daniel, I thought it was going to be something a bit more substantive, but I don't know why I should expect that.
That's what we're hearing, though. The anti-war voices in America, whether on the right or the left, are saying that is Israel first. America is being led by Israel. They do not have, the mind is a mechanism for integration, for putting together facts and data. These people are simply unable to put together facts and data. They cannot see that just even, like I say, the slaughter of their own people in the streets in the thousands upon thousands has any relationship to the security threat that Iran represents, or that Israel's interests might be coordinated with America's. That's not, for example, the entire NATO, well, all these people on the MAGA right, and that form of the MAGA right, certainly don't want America to have alliances as such. They'd be perfectly happy to see NATO crumble, because these are the same mentalities that can't see, for example, I thought the lesson that we'd learned from World War II was that if you let Hitler get out of control, he becomes a threat to you eventually, because, well, after all, he is an aggressive dictator who wants to take over the world or get as much control of it as he possibly can. So you don't let him take over the Sudetenland. You don't let him invade Poland. You don't let him, because after all, it keeps happening. It keeps coming. So you don't think NATO's a good idea or in America's interest, do you, Marjorie Taylor Greene? You don't, do you?
Yeah,
So
by the way, When he invaded Poland, people were finally like, you know what, let's do something, including Chamberlain. So yeah, those of y'all who are against this war are far worse than Chamberlain, who
Far
gave,
worse than Chamberlain.
yeah.
You can't, and you're not connecting the dots
But
between what progressive
you said the
dictator
mind is a
represents and your.
mechanism. You said the mind is a mechanism for integration, but it's not an automatic thing, right?
No, it is a
Integration.
volitional thing. But when it's working properly, it integrates facts. And I'm contrasting that with what is clearly a volitional evasion on the part of people who refuse to integrate the facts. No, the operation of reason, which is the faculty that integrates the material provided by man's senses, as Ayn Rand defined it, that integration is a volitional action. It takes effort to do. And these people are willfully refusing to put the evidence together. You have a vicious dictator. You have a vicious dictator getting missiles. You have a vicious dictator you're enriching uranium. You have a vicious dictator that's being aggressive, is the major sponsor of terrorism around the world, is attacking in any context Americans whenever they can find them, from Beirut to the Khobar Towers to they're just going to go kill Americans. How many more Americans have to die before you get the point? And more than that, even in our allies, however you define who those allies are, if they're willing to take them on, threaten them, attack them, kill them, you can't see the threat to you. You can't put the pieces together and integrate that it is a threat to you, and you take care of long-range threats as soon as possible. You do not wait for them to get a nuclear bomb. You don't wait for them to get a ballistic missile that could accurately hit Washington, D.C. You do not wait for them to kill more Americans. I mean, how many Americans have to die? I mean, when
So,
you elected this president, he was the president who went after ISIS in his first term. Okay, that's one of the major reasons why we still have military presence in the Middle East. That was the MAGA guy that you reelected, Marjorie Taylor Greene. And so when Americans get killed in the region, in places where Mr. Trump put them to fight ISIS back when he was Trump 1.0, how many of those Americans need to die? And
by
when
the
will
way,
it sink?
Trump may have not been always pro-Israel in action, but he's never pretended not to be pro-Israel. So it's very weird, at least rhetorically. He's been pro-Israel, certainly compared to other politicians who
He
are
recognized Jerusalem
at
as the
that level.
capital. He
Yeah.
recognized the Golan Heights. He's been
So
acting very
it's not actually
pro-Israel.
on this issue, it's not actually a change in Trump, and Trump changes his mind all the time about
Yeah.
everything. On this, he's been the closest to consistent that he's been on almost any issue. It's the part of the right that Marjorie Taylor Greene now decides is it's better for her to associate herself with for her political future that made her shift against Israel. Nothing has changed in terms of Trump on Israel. I
Trump
want to
did
ask you
it.
something, James,
Yeah.
because by the way, Daniel, can you jump in so I can go get a cup of coffee? But I wanted to ask James this before I go get a cup of coffee because you mentioned integration. I'm looking at the book and uh, it's the dim hypothesis why the lights of the West are going out. And you really do see with these people, the lights are going out and
The light bulbs are going out,
yeah.
metaphorically speaking. Yes. No, that's
So
it.
I
They
wanted
can't.
to ask you about that. I will listen to your answer, but I will be on my way to get a coffee and we'll leave you with Daniel for a few minutes.
Well, the dim hypothesis is an analysis of history. It's really a work on how to look at history, how to consider history. And he integrates a variety of Dr. Leonard Peikoff integrates a variety of things, uh, different aspects of culture, looking at their literature, their politics. And that's what you have to do when you analyze history. History, of course, is like any other science. Uh, you have to integrate yourself to understand the course of history. And since it's the history of human beings, it boils down to the history of integration itself. Are people dominated by the dim to explain it? Disintegration, integration, misintegration. People have to have some stance on the question of integration. Every principle is a vast integration. Every concept is a vast integration. If you're not integrating properly, you're either misintegrating or you're disintegrating. And those are really the two alternatives, because integration is a volitional process. It takes effort. You've got to put is the phrase I was using. You've got to put the pieces together here. These people are constitutionally incapable, it seems, and that's not actually true. They're volitionally capable of doing it. They have a human mind, but they have so trained and corrupted their minds that they have become either D-machines, and their minds are no longer integrating properly. They're disintegrating when necessary, or on systematically, like a nihilist is, the thorough disintegration of knowledge, or they're misintegrating. And this is what a lot of religious people, and let me suggest that religious people on the right tend to be on this M, misintegration. They're not putting the pieces together. You see, America has needs at home. Those needs are not being met, right? And because those needs are, we're doing something else with some of our resources over here. That means that our needs over here, see, it's a zero-sum sort of misintegration. If and to the extent we take care of the threats to us in the Middle East, well, they're not really threats to us. Okay, that's part of the misintegration. But if we in any way take care of the threat from the Middle East, that cannot in their mind be integrated consistently with the domestic needs of U.S. policy at home. Well, part of what MAGA is government has to take care of you. We need to provide health care, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they've caved in to a certain extent to what used to be thought of as leftist, anti-capitalist ideas, as if that money spent over here in defending America is being misapplied somehow. Well, I have a very limited view of what the government ought to do. It ought not to be taking care of me. I can take care of myself, thank you very much. And if you're defending me from aggression abroad, then that's what government ought to do, and that should be government's limited role. Because guess what? The rest of my life, I can take care of myself. I do not need you, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I do not need Mr. Trump. I do not need your help. What I do need you to do is protect me from Islamic terrorism. I need you to protect me from Iran and its ballistic missiles and its nuclear ambitions. I need you to protect me from a country whose tentacles are reaching out to Venezuela. I need you to protect me from someone whose ideological tentacles reached out to Austin, Texas the other day, when a person shot innocent people on the streets of Austin, Texas, near the university. Young people, innocent young people, were randomly shot by a dude wearing an Iranian flag. Okay, is he acting as a lone wolf out there? But that's how far the tentacle reach of Iran is ideologically. There are people just within recent days, innocent Americans have been shot by an Iranian sympathizer. And you're telling me that the Iranian regime is not a threat to Americans. That's a failure of integration. It's a failure of rational integration, seeing how it is the ideology that Iran supports, symbolizes, promotes is a direct threat to Americans here in America. I don't want to hear it. You're misintegrating a whole bunch of things. The proper role of government. You're failing to integrate the factors that make it clear that Iran is a threat, a systematic threat, because you're failing to understand it at the ideological level, for one thing. You know, the Tuckers and the Candaces, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes see no threat to America from Islam. Well, that's just wrong. They, you know, it's like you can scream death to America 1,000 times, and they'll still not. It still won't sink in their heads. Well, you know, maybe they're a threat to America. Well, yeah, they're saying death to America. They're calling us the Great Satan. Even as they're perfecting their ballistic missile program, even as they're getting weapons-grade uranium enriched beyond anything that, you know, civilian purposes would require. All those basic facts are not being integrated over here because you feel, you know, Razi makes a really great point. It wasn't Trump changing. Trump has been pro-Israel as any president has been ever. As pro-Israel as any president has ever been, whether you like Trump or not. He recognized Jerusalem as the capital. He recognized the Golan Heights as part of Israel. He hasn't changed in his pro-Israel stance. I mean, the Republican Party is pro-Israel. So she complains about Lindsey Graham, and she'll complain about, I'm sure, Tom Cotton and, Ted Cruz and all the other pro-Israel senators out there, as if their support for Israel is somehow disconnected from America's interests. America has a direct interest in making sure that this the Islamic Republic is no more. The continued existence of the Islamic Republic represents an immediate danger to America. And the longer it festers and we allow it to fester, the greater that danger is. I mean, pro-Iranian sympathizers, you're going to say, well, if it weren't for America doing this attack, this nut who killed innocent people wouldn't be a danger? No, if he was willing to shoot people on the streets for Iranian interests, he was a danger already. That danger was merely activated by this. It is part of the threat from Iran is embodied in that guy who all along was perfectly willing. At some point, he would have done this for some reason, where if he thought Iran's interests were, being threatened, or America was being too anti-Iranian. Okay, this guy is a killer. Okay, that's a threat. It's a threat that emanates from the continued existence of the Islamic Republic of Iran. It didn't, the man didn't turn into a shooter because of this attack. He was capable of being a pro-Iranian shooter even before the attack. He just needed the right spark. I fear that's what we have to hunker down for, and frankly throughout the West, but especially in America. And once more, America will take the hit for civilization, just as once more Israel is taking the hit for civilization. All of these mealy-mouthed European countries should be on their knees thanking Israel for preventing a much worse threat from being already on their shores. If you don't think Iran represents a threat to civilization as such, you're never going to get it.
Yeah, and again, what did we hear from Marjorie Taylor Greene? And this is another missing integration. The what is it? The war industrial complex. The scheming billionaires who are just waiting to get the money on their hands from the American government. I don't know why I'm talking with a lisp. Who are just waiting for getting their hands on the money of the American taxpayer when new bombs are being built. Again, this is a ridiculous idea. One, if you want to make the case that people in Lockheed Martin or whatever are making money, look at who actually owns those companies. Is the same people who own that also own Apple and AI things right now, or data centers and all that. They would much rather make money. By the way, Lockheed Martin is a small company compared to anything in the S&P 500. I'm not even sure if Lockheed Martin is actually in the. I think it is, but not that far. It's those military companies are not that big of a deal. They do not have they could liquidate the whole companies, and they would probably still not have enough money to properly lobby America to do anything. The much easier explanation is that there is simply interest in America. I mean, if we go by Marco Rubio's statement, that this was straight up a better alternative. Israel was going to attack anyway, which I think a lot of intel suggests. One, that the people were meeting in Iran. It was a very, in a sense, it was very sudden. Israel suddenly had intel that a lot of Iranian leaders are meeting. This was a perfect opportunity for surprise attack since they didn't expect it. So we had that going for it. And they told about it to America that, hey, we are going to attack. There is a question if they said they want America to join or not. But let's keep that vague. But even then, let's say America didn't want to attack. Well, what if, and just a reminder, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Cyprus, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, I'm probably missing Iraq, I'm probably still missing somebody. All of them were attacked despite not playing any role in the war. It's not unreasonable to assume that American bases, American lives would have been taken even if America didn't engage. So I think it's absolutely, and here I think it's sort of, I mean, this is like an interesting way of like going around the Congress, because you could even say, well, this was an imminent threat if we didn't join, so we could join even without congressional approval. Now you still need congressional approval to, I think, continue the war. But in some ways, I think you could. I mean, James, I'm wondering what you think. But what you call, like, the constitutional question, I think could be answered if it can be substantiated that attack on America would come if America didn't join.
Right, and they would have. I mean, how much evidence do you need? Americans were being killed and have been being killed and have been being attacked. You know, after the 12-day war, American bases were attacked again, but Trump sort of looked the other way because no one was killed in the American bases. But attacks on American bases by Iranians and their proxies, that has been going on every single decade for the last 5 decades. One thing I know is 100% certainty would have continued to be attacks from Iran and its proxies against American interests in that region and anywhere else they could have found them. That has been Iran's MO. Ms. Taylor Greene, it is the valid function of government to protect us from aggressive dictators. It is not the valid function of government, say, to protect certain industries through tariffs and subsidies. If Mr. Trump's industrial policy tries to protect the American steel industry, for example, or timber industry against Canada or Japan or whoever it is, but destroys the soybean farmers, then what Mr. Trump is doing is he's picking and choosing certain industries, and they have nothing to do with defense industries. What is it? Defense industries have your special hatred. Mr. Trump's economic policies are picking and choosing winners and losers on the economic front. But the one group she wants to lose are defense contractors who are involved in a valid function of government. That is to say, the protection of me from foreign aggressors. You know something? The timber industry and the pharmaceutical industry and so far I can go right down the list. If we're getting that supplied to us from Canada or Japan, that's not a national security threat to me. But he's there picking winners and losers in the economy. That is not a valid function of government. But you have no problem subsidizing certain industries at the expense of other industries when it comes to Mr. Trump's economic policies. But when it comes to defense contractors doing a valid function of government, defending Americans from aggressive dictators abroad, that's where you're going to focus your ire. No, she's talk about thoroughly disintegrated in the way she's approaching this, thoroughly disintegrated in the way she's looking at this. It is a valid function of government to have the best military technology in order to defend us from aggressive dictators abroad. It is not a valid function of government to decide whether timber and steel industries, when we're trading with Canada or Japan, are the big problem. Okay, and yet she's perfectly willing to subsidize and penalize other industries when it comes to economic policy. So I could just as easily say to her, look, you're obviously in the pocket of certain special economic interests, which is definitely not America first. You want Americans to pay higher prices on these tariffed goods. So talk about a failure to cross-integrate. She's absolutely happy to support and punish certain industries for economic reasons. But when it comes to a defense contractor who's doing something that Americans absolutely need, a defense from aggressive dictators, no, somehow that's not America first. She's messed up.
Somebody in the chat says, happy Purim, y'all. I don't know all these Jewish holidays, but yeah, happy Purim, whatever people in Israel say. Although I think I looked it up, I think it already ended because it's during sunset and before nightfall from second to third, so I think it already ended. But yeah, definitely. I mean, again, this is great amount to see. The amount of action that is actually happening in Iran, and I've been saying this like over and over again. Like like just think of the arguments everybody else is using, right? It's some weird appeal. Like I keep saying this, that like I don't know why, but even elected representatives or like diplomats or people around the world, they look at or they judge um uh they judge like international politics like how I play games. It's like, oh, you can only focus on one thing at a time, apparently. Like you can only America can either can do the focus, help the homeless in America, or attack Iran. It's like it's one or the other, so pick one, because it's not going to be anything else.
Yeah, well, I would prefer them to stay out of the homeless business. It is government involvement that has
Sure. Yeah.
created an
Well, yeah, right.
such a
It's
homeless
like,
problem in America. American economic policy has impoverished us. The more help, I mean, you want any clearer example of the failure of the mixed economy is the American medical system. How medical inflation has been going through the roof precisely because of our help to people through the Medicaid program, for example. That's the problem. It's not the solution. But in any case, it's not. It doesn't come out of. Let me put it this way. If you look at it that way, if you look at every dime that America spends on defense coming out of something that you think is good, let's even assume that it's something good. You want this bridge built or whatever it is, and frankly, government ought not to be building the bridges.
yeah,
But let's say you want this bridge to be built. The fact that the bridge is getting built cannot come at the expense of, say, defending that bridge. I mean, if some terrorist is going to come along and blow up that bridge, obviously, to the extent you care about that bridge, you have to care about the terrorist who might come along and blow up that bridge. I hate to reduce it to that kind of simplicity, but what she's saying is ignore the people who might bomb that bridge. We have many bridges to build here at home. Now, anyone with any understanding of logic will see the fallacy right there. But I'd go even further. Government ought not to be building the bridges. Thank you very much, Marjorie Taylor Greene. They ought to be defending me from these international threats like Iran. That's its valid function.
By the way, we have somebody joining in, but it's a Zoom user, so I just assume it's not some random person. So if they'd like to unmute, just so we at least know who it is.
Hey, it's Jonathan. I'm so
Jonathan,
sorry.
okay.
I'm unable to join via voice, but I'm enjoying all the programming that Ayn Rand Center UK is doing, and really, providing such a great meeting place for people to talk about this issue and discuss it. And Jim, it's great to hear your voice as well. I was thinking, to all who would say that objectivism is a cult, and then everyone thinks and says the same things, only needs to look at this issue to see that there's lots of different opinions and perspectives, even within objectivism, about President Trump's military actions in Iran.
I think there are a lot of complex issues on the table. One is definitely a constitutional issue. And on those kind of issues, objectivists will differ. There is a range of opinion that we as objectivists should accept and understand as a range of opinion, because we recognize that reason is a faculty of the individual, because we recognize that independence is a virtue, because those facts will compel us to say that we have to accept a certain, now, and obviously, if you accept objectivist principles, there's a narrow range on which there's valid disagreement, but there will be such valid disagreement. But I cannot imagine a more clear issue than the moral issue that we confront with Iran, and one that is life and death. I mean, they're attempting to get a nuclear bomb. They're developing ballistic missiles. They have been killing Americans for decades. I mean, I cannot imagine a more, and here we see they're slaughtering tens of thousands of their own people on the streets. I mean, here is a clear moral issue. And I think that objectivists would understand, at least I hope, that within the objectivist community, there would be unanimity on the fact that Iran represents the grave moral threat that it is. How we go about taking them out is, and we have concerns about Mr. Trump himself. Of course.
That's an issue there, Jonathan. I've heard people who are objectivists raise questions about this war. I've not heard a rational explanation of
Well,
why one should be against
I,
it.
I have to say, I marvel at the thought of a team of American military personnel taking off from somewhere in Missouri or in the Midwest of America, flying literally around the entire world, having to refuel along the way, delivering some, military precision coordinate that hits directly a military target somewhere that's been nestled in, down to the matter of feet or matter of inches, and then flies all the way home, refueling along the way. I mean, it's amazing to me that type of technology, advanced coordination. I always joke that when I go to the shopping mall and I leave my car outside, I don't remember where did I leave my car again? Am I on the third floor or the fourth? I forget. So the military advancement of the West is so astonishing to see. And, just thinking of all the truly brave men and women in the US Armed Services and the IDF as well.
Yeah, and they do that to deliver these big bunker buster type bombs that can penetrate deep underground. So when those fighters take off from Missouri and travel literally to the other end, the other side of the globe we live on, to deliver those with precision, what they're delivering is these big, powerful bombs that can penetrate deep underground and get at missile storage sites, nuclear development sites, things like that, or sites that where they have bad guys just in general. So the bombs can reach deep. The bombs that are taking off from the middle of the United States to travel halfway around the world are delivering these truly terrifying bombs, but they're aimed at truly terrifying sites because they're harbored deep under the earth, and you need bombs of that kind of power to do it. It's breathtaking, the kind of military capacity that the United States has. And it can only be to America's security benefit that the world sees the kind of capacity that America has to deliver high-powered munitions anywhere on this globe.
Speaking of which, James, Jonathan, you guys want to watch some videos? It's not Megyn Kelly or Nick Fuentes. We'll get to Nick Fuentes soon. This is we have some footage from the front lines, so to speak. So Daniel, let's play them in order. Yeah, let's start with the one that is the 14-second one that is from, well, what you see is happening in Tehran airport. Where it's exactly taken from in Tehran, I don't know. Not as familiar with the city as I hope to be in a couple of years. All right, let's watch it.
الان مترو رد میشم این چیه اونجا چیه نزدیکتری ولی دیگه از این نزدیک ما اگه ویو خوبی داریم اگه ولی خدا
Yeah, those chemtrails are bad for the planet. Yeah, damage is being done there, and that's a very, very good thing. By the way, it's not just people who are uh, planning a trip to Tehran who are now at a bit of a problem. It's also anybody who might want to escape. So yeah, we don't know the current condition of the president. Remember, there is a president. He does deserve to die. He may not be, the most important person there, but yeah, Masoud
Yeah, I don't want any
Pezeshkian.
leadership from the Islamic Republic to escape to some friendly place and create some government in exile that can
Yeah,
create a problem afterwards. No, you shut
yeah, and it's
down.
much more difficult to escape when there's no airport. So
Yeah,
yeah,
much more difficult to escape. I mean, there are ways, I suppose, Russia could, have special flights that fly people out, but I want to reduce the capacity to easily come and go. And yeah,
and to
uh,
be fair, even when you're able, like when you're able to fly, as Pezeshkian's predecessor found out, that doesn't always mean you're definitely safe and secure. But yeah, it is good to see this keeps coming. People, you have to understand, like in the 12-day war, we saw Israel battering Iran continuously and with, the full might of its military. The full might of its military is less than the full might of what the US currently has of its armed forces in the region. It really is amazing. I mean, I think we may have mentioned the fuel refueling planes. Israel has 7 of them, and they're not high quality ones. The U.S., from reports that I've read, of course, I don't think they give all those details, but has more than 100 in the region right now. So just for context, and by the way, Iran, what it has, it is shooting, and it is getting rid of it. It's not going to have much. Pretty soon, this war will be one-sided, will be Israel and the U.S. within days, hopefully, really battering them until there is nothing left of that regime.
It
And
is clear
we
their
will hear.
ability to launch missiles, maybe even their number of missiles they have, or to make missiles. They had a machine, they had a well-oiled production industrial machine in terms of creating missiles. That has been shut down. Their missile launch sites have been disabled. And when you think about the number of missiles they had, it was clearly designed to overwhelm Israel's defenses. And we could not permit that to occur because that means their ability to overwhelm America's ability to defend them. So by destroying the missile launch sites, by destroying the missile manufacturing capacity, by going after the missiles themselves, what you do is you get a handle on the ongoing threat. Every time I see, Israelis rushing into a safe house or a safe room or a bomb shelter, I think to myself that capacity is still the let me put it this way: we're still not even close to being done until that capacity to launch missiles against their Muslim neighbors, against American bases there, or against Israeli civilians, which is, of course, what they're hell bent on doing, is still existing. And so long as those missiles and drones can still come through, we still have a problem. We need to thoroughly and utterly disable that capacity. And you can see that that capacity has actually been diminished tremendously. And when you look at the defensive capacity that Israel and America has to thwart these missiles, those become more and more and more effective. And the capacity of the bad guys to launch those missiles degrades. We will get to a point where we've reached comparative safety. And when that happens, we will have turned a real corner in terms of what we can do even within Iran, to eliminate their security forces, their local police forces that have been oppressing the people, get supplies to the better people in Iran so that they can form some kind of alternative government. Our capacity to do those things will be greatly enhanced once we get a handle on the missile threat that clearly Iran still has. And you can see it with Israelis dying, with American soldiers dying. There's no question. One of the critics was saying, "I don't see any sympathy for the American servicemen who died there, or women who died there." I do, and they're heroes. They are heroes. We have a volunteer army in the United States. One of the impacts of the Vietnam War, because there were people to take advantage of that with principled arguments too, by the way, we have a volunteer army. These are people who know what they're doing. They know they could be assigned. I mean, anyone who's in recent years joined the U.S. Armed Services knows there's a good chance they could be assigned to the Middle East, to one of these bases, to a naval ship that would be stationed in the region. So these are heroic people who have risked their lives to protect the security of civilization itself. They are heroes. They're on my mind.
Absolutely. And again, this is the most just war imaginable in the actual meaning of the word just. And that is, of course, a big part of why we are here. We're going to be here every day for as many hours as we can be here. So if you value the fact that there is a way to watch this war without the anti-American, anti-Israel bias of the BBC or the CNN, or without the blind allegiance to Trump or Netanyahu of maybe Fox News or Channel 14 in Israel, then yeah, make sure you keep tuning in. Click the like button. We only have 66 likes on this stream. Maybe it's hasn't been as convincing to people as previous ones, but if you do like it, if you do value it, do consider
Well, there comes a point,
liking,
Razi,
sharing,
when
and of
people get
course,
overwhelmed.
super chats and memberships help us keep doing this as
People,
much as we can and more, hopefully, in
there is a
future seasons.
saturation point. I mean, after 3, 4 days of hours and hours of podcasting, I have sympathy for you out there. But you know something, we have been saying for more than 2 years now that this is the important international issue. This is the battle for the vanguard, the front lines in the battle of civilization. And for all the loyal viewers out there and subscribers out there, just thank you. Thank you for that sense of reality, that hierarchy of values that puts the survival of civilization right up there at the top of your social values. Because we provide a unique voice here in that respect. We're willing to be critical of Trump and Netanyahu. We're willing to debate with each other about the issue, but we have a clear moral understanding that civilization right here is at a critical moment, at a critical juncture. And frankly, for the better part of 2 years, I was afraid that Israel and the United States were not doing what was required to defend civilization. I was afraid for the future of my country. I was afraid more immediately, for the future of Israel as such, as a place where Jews can be safe in this world when you look at the rising anti-Semitism around the world. But ladies and gentlemen, it does look like something good is happening here. Something that has positively surprised me. So all of you guys who hang in there and give super chats and been members for all of this time, thank you very much. You guys are clear-headed ones, okay?
Bonnie mentions likes just jumped up, which is a reminder for me. I sometimes watch videos and I enjoy them and I forget to like, and I do like it when reminded. So maybe we should remind a bit more. I will try to do that. We also have a super chat. Thank you, VR 1977 AD. VR says keep the good work. Thanks. Thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah, I was mentioning, or I was thinking of Jim's comment about the volunteer U.S. Army. And Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a very short path between the abolition of the draft in the United States and Miss Rand. As I understood, there was one of Nixon's advisors was a student of Miss Rand's, and basically, I think his name was Martin Anderson, and basically took her arguments against the draft, brought them to Nixon, and that really spearheaded his move to get rid of it.
It is incredible to think that there was a time when students and friends of Ayn Rand were actually involved in politics at that high level, but they were. Martin Anderson is a classic case in point. He worked for Nixon. He was the guy who argued so eloquently on a number of issues. For example, he wrote books on the failure of the welfare system. He wrote a book on the failure of federal housing as a program, destroying more housing than it created. So he was a policy guy who did brilliant policy analyses on several issues. But one of the policy analyses he wrote on was the draft and how it was a counterproductive policy. And he had the ear of Republicans. From Nixon to Reagan, he was in Reagan's first term in office, he was Reagan's #1 domestic policy advisor. He's edited the Reagan papers since Reagan's death, by the way. It's really hard to imagine it, but yeah, he was a high-level advisor, along with other friends of Ayn Rand, high-level advisor to Republican presidents back in the 70s and 80s. And his voice on the right, mind you, the left was, of course, screaming no draft and, et cetera, et cetera. They didn't have the same reasons that Martin Anderson had, and nor did they have, frankly, the moral clarity about it or the awareness that America did need an effective defense force. So it really was a decisive thing when Republicans joined in with the get rid of the draft. And were it not for Martin Anderson, I don't think you would have had either the high quality arguments against the draft or the broad bipartisan support for getting rid of the draft that we had. So yeah, a friend and a student of Ayn Rand's played a crucial role in getting rid of the draft more than 40 years ago. Almost 50 years ago now. So you're absolutely correct about that.
All right, let's get to some news updates. So, in uh, in the West, Western diplomats are expecting the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and probably also Qatar to join the war, even if it's symbolically and just to, do something just to show their people. I understand that, especially as a dictator, it's a really bad look, if your country's being bombed and you're not doing anything. And these are countries that are not used to being bombed. In some cases, maybe they should be used to it, but nobody has done it yet. But yeah, it's
But think of how this has muted any response. Even a man on the street kind of response in the Islamic world. I mean, it's really hard to say, okay, well, we've got to go kill Americans and Israelis, which is what you'd normally get from, an ordinary Islamic, hardcore response. But it really it complicates that logic on their part. More than that, Saudi Arabia says they will actively help. I know it can't be a lot of help, but any help, think of it. Iran has managed to alienate everybody in the region. They're making enemies left and right. These people were a danger to everybody all along.
I mean, something that may have helped. I've just seen some footage. We don't have this in the stuff I sent Daniel. Maybe we'll have it later of an oil field in Saudi Arabia being bombed. They probably don't like that. That's Saudi Arabia without oil is, a dictatorship waiting to fall. So, yeah, and something I would very much like to see as well. Thank you, Gail, for the super chat. Gail says, "Thank you for your service, ARC UK. Thanks for the kind words and the support." Should we go? Actually, no. There were a couple of other updates I wanted to read. Um, so there was reports in Iran that there's been a bombing of a the municipality building in Tehran. There's also Trump has said in an interview to Politico, and I'm reading from Hebrew, so it might not be an exact translation, that Iran is running out of launchers, and he said the war could last another 5 years or could end within days.
Let's
Live
hope it's
streaming
not
video is
days,
exhausting.
but the fact this was what I was talking about earlier. The fact that they're running out of launchers, that is very significant because when the threat of missiles coming in towards Israel or towards American air bases ends, then military bases ends, then we have much greater latitude to deal with things going on within Iran to, for example, arm a proper opposition, to at least support a proper opposition government, and to further degrade the power of the Revolutionary Guard within Iran. But to do that, we have to turn the corner on the security issue. Israel can't be under continuous threat of more missiles. At least we have to reduce that to, the bare minimum we can. So that is tremendously good news that Israel and America has so degraded their capacity to launch missiles in the first place that we're getting some greater security. And
Thank you.
that means fewer lives lost on the good guy side.
Yeah, thank you, Anne, for the super chat. Anne asks a question for James: Is it fair to assume Leonard Peikoff supports the Iran action?
Yes, I was on the phone with him after this attack, and he's been working hard on a writing project, but he simply had to take time to uh, in this respect, he feels, he did vote for Mr. Trump, even though he called himself an anti-Trumpite and he criticizes tariffs. He criticizes Mr. Trump's personality. He was very irritated at the way Mr. Trump treated Zelensky and approaches the Ukraine situation. But of all the issues I've seen him excited about, he feels to a certain extent, at least vindicated in his vote for Trump, because he assured me that this would never have happened under a President Harris or a President Biden. And I think he has a point there. If it were not for Mr. Trump, we would not get this. And as far as he's concerned, in terms of his hierarchy of values, this was overwhelmingly the most important foreign policy issue out there. And so he's celebrating, he's popping champagne corks as we speak, because
wouldn't have happened wouldn't have happened under a president Biden or Harris is not even speculation because Biden was president. Israel was preparing an attack, and the Biden administration leaked it to the press on purpose. Which, if that's not, an show of support to the other side, I don't know what is.
But
Yeah,
he has
and
been an active critic of Trump on certain points, such as tariffs or Ukraine and things of that nature. And he doesn't much like Trump's psychology and personality. But all that aside, this is where he feels like Trump is doing a good thing, and that would not have happened but for electing a Republican at this time. And I think he's got a really, Drazi points out, he's got a really good point. You wouldn't have seen this from a President Harris or Biden.
yeah, and somebody sent me a video yesterday of like, Biden saying don't
No, but Dr. Peikoff
and
is elated about the attack on Iran. He's elated that we didn't go for, begging for allies. He's elated that we're putting the lives of American soldiers above that of, other values that we have. So he thinks it's a better way we're doing it, a better approach to doing it. And it's what, of course, he's been calling for decades now, many decades now. Doing something about the evil Islamic Republic. So he's elated.
let's watch some of the second clip. I think, Daniel, the next one is from Lebanon, right?
I'll just play them in order. Yes, it is Lebanon.
What I really love about this clip is you see whoever made it made sure to embed that map of Israel as if we're taking over, kind of thing. I assume that I don't read Arabic or yeah, but I assume that's what it is. Yeah, not quite taking over, are you? But yeah, Lebanon hopefully has not yet felt even the beginning of what's coming to them. They deserve hell rain down on them in such a way that, again, they will never, ever, ever think about doing again what they've done for over 40 years. Jonathan. May not be with us
Oh,
right now.
sorry, I apologize. No, yes, I'm here. I was marveling just again at the precision of the strike. A lot of the Iranian retaliatory strikes seem to be lobbed, missiles kind of lobbed at population centers, lobbed at civilian buildings, residential towers, residential buildings, and how the American and Israeli weapons are so good that they can literally send a missile down a chimney chute. So just incredible to see the precision and advancement of the technology once again.
Yeah, it is impressive.
Yeah,
And there's no question, the Iranian leadership has to be entirely wiped out. Anyone who attempts to form a new Islamic leadership there has to be wiped out. And Hezbollah has to be thoroughly now, utterly demoralized, defeated, and Lebanon has to regret ever having hosted them. If there is a clear moral issue in the world today, surely this is it, ladies and gentlemen. So seeing, ignore whatever is said there in Arabic. Israel really only wants to live in peace with its neighbors. If one person long ago said, if Israel laid down its arms, they'd be wiped out tomorrow. If their enemies laid down their arms tomorrow, there'd be peace. But since they're not laying down their arms voluntarily, the people in Lebanon who've harbored Hezbollah and Hezbollah itself have to be completely disabled. It's that simple.
Yeah. Let's before we go to the next clip, somebody in the chat says Jewish men like Razi are sensual in all the wrong ways. Why are Middle Easterners so gay? Dude, you need better pickup lines if that's not gonna work.
Their pickup lines.
Nice try.
Yeah, you know, having Israeli family, of course, makes Razi care and care even now what's happening there. I am not Jewish. I do not have family in Israel right now. Okay. Uh, my concern is for America's interests and well being, for the survival of my country, for the survival of civilization as such. But I can connect the dots, you see. I can connect the dots between a threat to Israel and a threat to America, between Iranians slaughtering their own people on the streets and telling me something about them and what they would do should they ever get an ICBM with a nuclear tipped missile for my country and for my civil, for my, I'm way out here in California, as far as you could possibly get from the situation, as safe as any American could be. And I still feel the threat for my family here in California emanating from the Islamic Republic of Iran, because my mind can integrate, you see. In any case, I have to step out for a second. I hope I will be back shortly. But in the meantime, hold down the fort, guys. You do amazing work, Razi. Thank you. Thank you on behalf of America and civilization. And it has nothing to do with you being Jewish or having Israeli family. I think if you can't get your head beyond that, maybe you're unable to think in principle at all. So thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Razi. I'll be back.
Thanks, James. Thank you also for joining us here at all times of day and night as we cover this war. We're back with Daniel. Jonathan is still with us. Daniel, anything to add? Then Jonathan, then the next video, which is of Tehran Airport. I may have been mistaken with the previous one. I'm not 100% sure. Daniel, are you still enjoying the comment about Central Jewish? All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought that's like something you have to disclose before you hire somebody. Like, I feel like I should go to HR.
Yeah, HR's email, as you know, is razi at aynrandcenter.co.uk.
You just talks to yourself. By the way, just an announcement, guys. This is the last time you'll see me with this type of hair. Tomorrow I am going to a hairdresser, and we're getting a new style. So let's look forward to that.
I will then, change is not easy, so I will keep all this here, at least for now.
Wait, did you read the news about Taiwan donating 190,000 to Beit Shemesh?
I didn't, but awesome. That is the world
Which
that I
also
wanna live in.
means China is helping Israel in this war.
Well,
if you
the legitimate
agree,
government of China, yes.
no. If you agree with the one China policy, then any actions of Taiwan are, of course, actions of China. So either China has to agree that this is China helping Israel, or I think there's like a way we can like screw them over with this still stuff.
I agree with the one China policy under the government, the legitimate government of China sitting in Taipei. So yeah, well done. Of course, Taiwan is taking the side of civilization because they are also dealing with savages. And unfortunately, I'm worried about the day when we'll be doing all day live streams on that war. But I think this war makes that war less likely.
Yep, absolutely. And I think I've seen one more thing that I haven't seen you mention. Oh, you mentioned the countries are likely to strike Iran. And yes, you also mentioned this. Yeah, I mean, something that will be interesting to see. I've started seeing some like posts from like people inside of Iran and what is like the feelings there. From what I've seen, it looks like people believe that IRGC can be overthrown, that it can be gone. At least that's the sentiment in Iran right now, or broad sentiment. So that's great to see. I'm wondering if we'll see I mean, I've heard some people say that there are protests going on in Iran, but I haven't seen anything substantial yet, any like big reports. So hopefully we'll see something about that soon. And when it comes to Trump saying that he will arm certain factions in Iran, I'd say like somebody brought up an example of Mujahideen, uh, but again, the main thing is removing this threat and ensuring whatever comes up is not a similar kind of threat. So as long as that is the basic argument, I think that should inform whether we give, like, there is not automatic, we shouldn't give guns to protesters or we should give guns to protesters. I think it should be very case by case basis. It's like, does this either eliminate the threat or make the threat less likely from the new regime or whatever? That should be the main decider, not whatever we did in the past didn't exactly work.
Jonathan. And then we'll play. Yeah.
Yes, no immediate comment other than admiration for this channel's taking ideas so importantly and insistent on it. So let's roll the tape and thank all of our contributors and supporters who keep us going.
Yeah, and again, the tape rolling now is Tehran Airport. A short clip, but short and sweet. It's windy there. All right, the next one I believe is Lebanon. But did I say it when I sent it to you? It's been so long. So.
Yes.
طيارات تستهدف مدينة صيدا. طيارات تستهدف مدينة صيدا.
I mean, the parts that aren't bombed look like they've been bombed. So yeah, Lebanon. This is an improvement. The IDF, the IDF in general, and the Israeli Air Force are doing you a service. Jonathan, I know you've been to Morocco because you mention it from time to time. You haven't had the pleasure, I think, of being to Beirut, have you? The Paris of the Middle East, as it used to be called before the revolution in Iran, because the revolution in Iran was a sort of de facto revolution in Lebanon. It changed the country completely. This was not the beacon of civilization that maybe some pretended it was, but it was a unique country with, Muslims and Christians living side by side until Hezbollah made it into a terror country, a country with two armies and only one that is, engaging in any activity. And the activity is activity towards the ultimate goal, the final solution, in a sense, when it came to the Jewish state. And they are not looking like they're gonna achieve that final solution.
I need to be right back with you.
Okay. All right. Then we have more clips, Daniel?
Yes, this is from Tehran, when it comes to the clerics that were supposed to anoint or elect, or
nice.
The right term is. Oh, and this is the building.
ساختمان خبرگان میدان رسالت همین 2 دقیقه پیشه.
Allah has never worked in more mysterious ways. He is really getting rid of all his top people. Do the people who are not being gotten rid of, are they observing? Are they reconsidering? Does observation factor into their mental process in any way?
And hopefully, Razi, part of what's going on here is a re-education of the people of those who are still holding out for the regime, for Islamism, for theocracy. To see that this is, if you're part of this regime, this is what you get. And no matter where you try to hide, they will find you, and down to the building itself.
Yeah. Oh, somebody mentioned the PLO tried to take over part of Lebanon. Yes, and again, that was even Ronald Reagan, who, after him, everything really went downhill. President after president, even with Clinton, maybe to an extent, not as badly, but his response to the attack on the Marine barracks was running. That was his response. Now, again, the correct response to that is war, not running. And yeah, again, are we finally fixing everything? I don't know, but we are doing more in that direction than has ever been done in the Middle East by the West. Ever, ever. Nothing the US has ever done in the Middle East has been anywhere near as good. And obviously, Afghanistan, Iraq, both of the Iraq wars, none of it has come close to what has just been done in the last 3.5 days. So we need to keep that in mind when we're really realizing the just how momentous, how historic what we're living through right now is, and of course the reason why we are here all day, every day, overdosing on coffee and whatever else keeps us awake. Daniel.
Yeah, and again, it should be looked at like, look at how easy this is going so far, and I don't think any complications are in sight. We might even get some of the Gulf states involved, and I think it could have always been like that. I mean, maybe there is a question, because I think the Western states are obviously going to develop and get stronger and get more powerful much faster than these backward dictatorships. But again, that was never the point, right? It was never about, well, let us get stronger and then we'll do something about Iran. It was always conceding. It was always trying to wait it out, trying to ignore the threat, trying to hope that maybe it does disappear. But once you confront it, it's easy. And
Yeah, finish the sentence.
No, I mean, I'm done.
I really want to respond to this comment from the troll in the chat, the anti-Semitic one. By the way, I keep wondering if it is maybe just one person with multiple accounts. If it is, thank you. Can you start more accounts? Because the more viewers and comments we have, better it is for the algorithm. Says, who occupied this? By the way, this person keeps just asking questions in the chat. That's kind of their brand. Asks, who occupied South Lebanon during Sabra and Shatila? First of all, I like that that's how he's putting it, rather than Sharon was behind the massacre in Sabra and Shatila, which is what how some people put it. Yeah, Israel was in charge of that area at the time, and is being blamed to this day. This is being blamed on Israel. To some extent, it makes some sense, but remember, that was Arabs killing Arabs, okay? Arabs kill Arabs all the time. In Israel itself, by the way, Arab society, which is, again, the best place in the Middle East to be an Arab, is the best place in the Middle East to be a Jew, to be gay, to be a woman, to be any whatever you are, whatever group you fit in. Israel is the best place, including Arabs. But Arab society in Israel is way more violent than Jewish society. It's maybe less violent than Arab society elsewhere, but it's more violent. So Arabs killing Arabs, that is unfortunately a thing. Maybe this will also start some sort of very long process in changing and transforming the Middle East, and introducing reason. I don't know how likely that is, but yeah, what happened in Sabra and Shatila was what happens wherever, unfortunately, Arab culture is.
Yeah, just quickly, another troll says, the moment other countries get involved, it means Iran won the war. Again, just a reminder, people, this is not a game where you get like more points because you're fighting more people at some time. If you get wiped out, You don't care if it was one country, if it was two countries, or however many. Again, just a reminder, during the 12-day war, Israel wiped the floor with Iran without any help. The only help that came from USA afterwards was them, taking B-2 bombers and attacking the some of the sites with enriched uranium. That's it. When it comes to this one, it's all Israel and America. Even if the Gulf states get involved, it's not gonna be some big advantage that the countries against Iran get. It would mostly be symbolic. It would mostly be just to save face.
See you guys tomorrow.
Because
Hopefully a
when it
couple of
comes
days.
to
Jonathan, yeah.
because when it comes to Arab culture, it very much rewards, having like putting out the stands and like standing up. So Arab countries don't have to attack Iran for Israel or America. They have to attack it for themselves because they are getting attacked.
Yes.
And by the way, they don't need to join. Like, do you guys know that like wars usually take years? We are on day 4, and we are talking about, okay, what are we gonna do when this war ends? Because that's where we are. Like, wars normally don't take few days. Israeli wars normally do take few days because Israel knows how to fight them. But generally, wars are years long, if not tens of years long, if not hundreds of years long in some instances. So again, trying to frame any of this as like Iran is winning, sure, tell yourself that.
Yeah, and by the way, uh, I go back to Nikos's appearance a couple of days ago, and his the way he put it. Nikos always puts things, in ways that often sound better than the way you put it in your own head, even if it's kind of the same point. And the point he made about what the Israeli army has been doing, and how Israel has been responding in the last 2.5 years. By the way, I completely agree with Raqqa, who replied to him, we didn't have to make it so difficult and have to like have pagers and figure out how to get them into the pockets of lower management and Hezbollah. But it is still super impressive. And yeah, make sure, by the way, you go watch that 90 minutes of, especially if you used to watch this channel 5, 6 years ago. Nikos, Raqqa, and I had a 90-minute retro TDO. That video is available separately on the channel as its own video. I recommend it. Um, uh, why were Palestinians in Lebanon? Because it's close to Israel. It's opportunity to kill Jews. That's why. Uh, okay. Do we have anything else to play, or should we finally deliver on our promise of Nick Fuentes, who has, I know, fans in the chat who just can't wait. I mean, that's the only reason they've been with us this whole time. It's not to troll us or anything like that. Yeah, do we have any war stuff?
Well, I have the clip from Marco Rubio if you want to play it.
Nah, no, that's fine. Well, maybe later. We'll see. It's gonna be a long day. Some news updates. The Iranian Defense Ministry has issued a statement saying the enemy will be forced to stop the war in the coming days. I like that they say that because with Trump, my concern that he will stop the war in the coming days or at any point is diminished once the enemy says he will, because that, even if he thinks he
Well,
should.
now I want.
Yeah, exactly. Which again, when somebody does the right thing for the wrong reasons, I prefer that over somebody doing what Biden did, which is the absolute evil thing for the wrong reasons. Reuters is reporting loud explosions in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha. Yeah, join in, guys. Why not just stay out of Israel and America's way? Make sure you do whatever you do uh, quietly. Qatar says something about not being part of the war. Not interesting. The U.S. Embassy in Beirut will not open until further notice. Further notice should be regime change. Then they can come in, regime change, or really, I don't know what. I don't know what the next Lebanon should look like. But the people who allowed an army, an anti-Semitic army within that country can't be in charge. So, yeah, something serious needs to change. Daniel.
One or two clips?
Yeah, sure.
Today, we actually have a
Oh, this one's like 4 minutes. I haven't watched it, so I don't know what it will
When
say.
is it from?
Nick Fuentes.
When? It's war.
Oh,
Things
when?
change
Oh,
so
yeah, well,
so
war.
quickly.
It is war related.
Yeah, but okay. Is it from today? Okay.
Posted today.
I think
Okay.
with
Oh,
war related, things change so quickly in war that if this was Saturday, in any case, it's Nick Fuentes. He talks
this is
shit
on
like
Marco Rubio, so it's gonna be either today or yesterday.
okay. So we get Marco Rubio anyway. All right.
I don't know if he comments on it in this.
official confirmation, as official as it gets, from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, but this is also retold in the New York Times, and it's claimed by other officials inside the administration. Unambiguously, Israel dragged us into this war. Not a conspiracy theory. It's not speculation. It's not even a theory. It is a fact. And today, Marco Rubio came out addressing the press pool, and he said, the reason we went to war is because Israel was preparing to strike whether we intervened or not. This is the statement. This was reported in the Times earlier today, and then Rubio confirmed that Israel was going to hit Iran regardless. So the decision was whether we would join them or not. The decision was made to join them because in the event that Israel struck Iran without us, Iran would retaliate against us regardless. This is the messaging. This is the statement. They said, so if we're going to get hit anyway, if Iran already has the missile launch platforms in place and the coordinates are entered in, and we're going to get hit no matter what, Rubio said, well, so we might as well hit Iran too, and we'll mitigate the potential damage from that inevitable retaliation.
Okay, let's pause here.
Now,
let's pause here. So, in one sense, and this was the first thing I thought when you told me what he said. In one sense, I'm thinking, my reaction to Ruby is, what the fuck were you thinking? On the other hand, it doesn't matter what you say. They will use it against you. So this was particularly easy for the Nick Fuenteses of the world. But what Rubio said is we acted knowing Iran is going to attack us. We acted. Israel is fighting back against Iran. Iran attacked Israel multiple times. And Iran attacked Israel, of course, on October 7th, the day when Israel sort of woke up to where it is and who it's surrounded by. So Iran was gonna be a target of Israel in its retaliation, in its fixing of the Middle East to allow for a greater possibility that Jews won't be exterminated anytime soon. And the U.S. has bases there. That, by the way, of all the things that Fuentes can have an issue here with, of course he's gonna go after just the fact that it's Jews defending themselves, and that is the problem. So, look, we said this earlier when we talked about it. We saw the alternative to U.S. Preemptive action. The alternative was Britain. Britain said, we're not joining. This isn't our problem. Do not use our bases. What happened to Britain? It was attacked by Iran. Why? Because Iran is they take ideas seriously. We take ideas seriously on this channel. They also take ideas seriously. They have different ideas. Their ideas are the ideas of Islam, and they are true believers. And so killing, that is what they do if they want to go to heaven.
Yeah, and again, he says it's something crazy, but like if you just listen to him without the tone of his voice, it's like, oh, Oh, okay, this makes sense. Yeah, like America was going to be attacked, so it would rather attack together with Israel to prevent more American casualties. Like it just makes sense. The only reason why they like go crazy about it is because Jews are involved. Like straight up, there's no other reason. Because I mean, I'm just trying to. Okay, so what else should have America done? Blank out. Like it should have let itself be attacked. It should have attacked Israel, maybe, just so that it's like Israel doesn't attack Iran. I don't get it. Like, how is this not on Iran for like attacking American bases immediately? How is this not like yeah? How is this not like on Iran? And how is this not a justification to take out Iran? Like again, this only makes sense if you do it in like a strawman voice. Well, they say like that's the only way how you can make it sound even like plausibly to get people on your side, because there is absolutely no justification for this kind of like criticism of Marco Rubio.
Jonathan is still on the Zoom call. I don't know if you're with us right now and heard that clip that we played. If we did, and you have any comment,
Yeah, well, I'll just say, it does worry me that any decline or slowdown in the stock market or the economy that is tied to the war will be somehow tied to that anti-Semitic trope that it's, Jews who brought America into this and just doing America's bidding and costing Americans money. And I'm sure they all short sold ahead of the decline. So that's something I'm seeing, especially on the American right now. Forget the American left, the American right, this sense of like, oh, the Jews are, costing me so much money, and all my tax dollars are going to these wars that I don't even matter to me. So I'm fearful that that trope could grow, especially if the stock market really declines.
actually, Jonathan, I want to ask you something about that. I know you hate it when I ask you such stuff, especially on air, but since you don't have your camera on, I can't see the disappointment on your face. Uh, the Iranian real, like, it's obviously not in good shape. What happens like to people who just buy it now and then the regime falls? What's going to happen with the currency, basically?
Uh, well, if it's anything like the Saddam currency, it became collectible as a on eBay as a collector's item. That among the currency collectors. I remember I bought, Razi, I might have given you a few $100 trillion bills from Zimbabwe years ago. So I think the Iranian currency is probably a good buy as a reminder to put it on your wall and remind you about what Miss Rand described as the power of ideas and why certain cultures flourish, like Israel, and certain others, like Iran, do not.
Yeah, by the way, people, viewers of this channel who look at Jonathan and, see Mr. Television, who's just great on camera, you should see him on stage. So when Jonathan was here in the UK and we did the New Textbook of Americanism tour, that was part of the thing, part of the show would ask questions. There would be a reward for people who got the answer right. He would give them, I think, wasn't it Venezuelan money, but or something like that. Yeah, it was large amount of completely worthless money, saying don't spend it all at once. We need to put that show on the road again, Jonathan, soon.
And Zimbabwe, for a period of time, had denominations of hundreds of millions of dollars of Zimbabwe dollars. And, again, shit, it's all about the power of ideas. Good ideas, good currency. Bad ideas, weak currency, and ultimately worthless. And from the uh, 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 Nazi Deutschmark to the Venezuelan currency as well, we've seen that over and over again.
Speaking of bad ideas, let's hear more from Nick Fuentes.
Yes. Let's.
Now, here's the problem. it leaves out the fact that there is obviously a third option. So the way that Rubio tells the story is that Israel is planning to hit Iran. So the decision is binary. Either we're going to hit Iran with Israel or not. And if we're going to get retaliated against regardless, well, we might as well hit Iran too. Okay, but why are we starting in the middle of the story? Why don't we rewind and consider that Israel is a client state of the United States of America, completely dependent on U.S. military aid, on U.S. military technology, on U.S. diplomatic cover in the United Nations, for sanctions, its deterrent force. Why is Israel making the decisions here? Aren't they the client? Aren't they the satellite, the puppet? We're the superpower. We're the country of 350 million people. We're the country with the $30 trillion GDP. We have the $1 trillion military and the aircraft carriers and the 5,000 nuclear warheads. Why does Israel get to make the decision?
Okay,
Now
so
picks up the phone.
what decision? You do realize the decision that Israel made is that Israel is going to fight back in the war that was started against it on October 7, 2023. That's the decision. So I don't understand what Fuentes is confused about. Then again, I do understand because he's not confused because he's a propagandist and not an honest person. But yeah, this is if his audience, like I say often, uh, when I think of his audience and I think of people who hear that and they're like, "Holy shit, he's so smart. It's so on point." Those are people I would want on his side. I do not want, this is not a numbers game. We need the best. We don't need that crap, anybody who buys into it.
Yeah, and again, I guess I haven't listened to Nick Fuentes recently, but it's like I didn't choose controlling the American administration. Wasn't that usually just the justification? But now Israel is the client state. So which is it? Or is it both? Like always, it's always both, right? It's
Well,
both.
I think he's being sarcastic and kind of insinuating that Israel is basically controlling because, otherwise, if it's the client state, then why are we listening to them? But yeah.
Because again, both of those are like ridiculous. Like I'm trying to. So what do you expect like Trump to do? Like call Netanyahu and tell him, "Hey, don't do this," and then he does it. So, like again, what? So there's not gonna be any relationship, and again, this doesn't even make sense because like it would be one thing if this wasn't beneficial to America. We could talk about something, right? Like how do you not let Israel do crazy stuff? But it's like this is for the benefit of America as well. And Israel is taking majority of the baggage, both during the 12-day war, which it was completely solo, and now. Again, any relationship Israel and America has, both of the countries benefit. Even the weapons, America benefits from the information. Um, or for example, even Ukraine, right? What are the Iranian drones, the Fahid drones or something like that? If I'm not mistaken, somebody can correct me.
I don't know their name.
All right, somebody maybe can correct me. But how do we know how to fight against them? It's because of Ukraine. It's because Ukraine has been dealing with them for I don't know how long. They have the information about how to actually deal with those drones, and they can pass them. Ukraine and President Zelensky have been openly supportive of Israel in this war and America and of Western countries, and are trying to help in any way they can to fight against Iran. So all of the help that America gives is always repaid back in information or in some way or in blood. I mean, Ukraine is fighting our war. Israel is fighting our war, or European war or American war. Thankfully, America is also fighting here. But they don't do it from some altruistic idea of like helping America, sacrificing lives for America. They do it for themselves. And as it is with rational people, they usually share common goals. They usually share common values, and they have the same enemies.
Yeah, JK says, Nick Fuentes is an obnoxious chatterbox. He gets the clicks with his populist nonsense. Unfortunately, YouTube rewards clickbait outrage. Look, he's also, first of all, from what I've heard, there are part of his way of getting views is flooding, kind of have people flood his stuff right when it comes out. So he understands the algorithm, I think, better than most commentators out there, of course, us included, as you can see by the numbers. But he's also, if you look at the figures, the figures on the anti-Semitic right, and one of the reasons we haven't been talking about him at all is because he has always been a Nazi and he's openly Nazi. Whereas Candace and Tucker, definitely Megan, they wouldn't call themselves Nazis. Um, and they have all shifted to where they are now. So and that's and so they became big with other ideas and then decided I'm going to use this audience I have, or the fact that I have an audience, to get people to start hating Jews. For Nick Fuentes, that's always been the case, but now there's this contrast of a bunch of anti-Semites, but one that actually knows how to string a sentence together. And I think that's a big part of his popularity. I mean, if the algorithm shows you something, you click it and it's not good, you stop watching. So, it showed it to the right people who chose to keep watching.
Uh, oh, wait.
Yes. What,
Yeah,
are you seeing the troll that came back in a different name after we banned them in the previous name?
not yet. We can talk about that.
IDF, I can read it quickly. IDF army have gay soldiers. Yes, that is
Oh.
true. That is an argument against the IDF in your book and in the book of everybody else in the Middle East, not on this channel. Daniel.
Which also means Iranians are getting blown out by gay people, which is kind of gay.
Yeah.
I wanted to read some news. Trump to Merz at White House. Going well in Iran. We bombed everything. So wait, does that mean? Oh, Friedrich Merz is in the White House? Okay. Wait, did many leaders come, or is it just him?
I don't know, but I don't like it.
I think Friedrich Merz was.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
no.
we are in bad company, but
I know. You're thinking, okay, this guy last year in June said,
yes.
look, Israel is doing everybody's dirty work. And then recently he said, we're not going to fund UNRWA anymore. But yes, Merz is better than other European leaders. But no, I don't want any of those European leaders screwing this up. Stay out of the way, stay out of everybody's way, and just sit and thank us later or condemn us later or whatever. We're being joined by Stuart Margolis. Stuart, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good. How about you?
Good. We haven't had you on so far in our war stream, so I'm going to get your general thoughts before we go back to what we were talking about until now, which is a Nick Fuentes clip. Hopefully, you're not going to leave in protest, but yeah, your thoughts so far.
I'm not going to leave in protest. I have extremely mixed both emotions and thoughts. Emotionally, of course, it's very gratifying that the terrible mullahs are being so wiped out. I mean, that's awesome. I really, really hope this regime falls and that there can be some kind of free society in Iran. That said, my faith that this administration is going to conduct this war properly is pretty shaky. They do not have a good track record with follow through, with clarity of purpose, with strategy, none of it. So I'm wary of praising Trump because I don't think he's doing it for the right reasons. I kind of feel like he's doing the right thing. I do think getting rid of this regime is the right thing, but I don't think he's doing it for the right reasons, and I'm skeptical that he's going to have the follow through that is needed to really liberate the Iranian people. So that, in short, is where I am.
Okay, I couldn't disagree with that more. And I think we'll talk about it later because we want to get through Nick Fuentes. But yeah, okay, you know what? I'll tell you why I disagree with it, and we'll have that whole conversation once we get through the Nick Fuentes clip. By the way, you missed I don't know how many, 2 minutes of it or however many. So, but that's fine. I think you'll get the gist of where he stands on this.
I've heard his. I think I've heard the clip already. So
oh, all right.
If it's probably the same clip I've heard. So go ahead.
I mean, I'll just mention quickly one thing because after our show yesterday, I did a different live stream for like 2 hours where I did talk about Iran a little bit. And one thing I mentioned is like, especially because if you take like Trump's pragmatism and Trump's general, lack of conviction on almost anything. My biggest question was like, who is actually telling Trump to do something in Iran? Like who? Because like I don't see anybody in the administration really that keen outside of like Marco Rubio. But is like Marco Rubio like controlling the whole administration, like against all the other voices? Like apparently Tucker Carlson was in the White House telling Trump to stop the war, and Trump was like basically Trump was like piss off nerd. Like I don't know where J.D. Vance stands. Although somebody brought up a clip from J.D. Vance from the vice presidential debate, and apparently he said that Israel, if Israel thinks it's a right thing to do, Israel should preemptively strike Iran, and America should help it, which I found like weirdly like interventionist even for somebody like J.D. Vance. So I don't like Iran might just be something different.
Well, Tucker may have talked him out of it since, but look, Marco Rubio is the closest thing they have to an adult in the room there. So it could be that people just assume listening to him might be.
I mean, could be generals as well. Like, I to a large extent, I guess we don't really know where a lot of generals stand when it comes to strategy, and if they could convince somebody. I mean, if you look at Trump's statements, right, this war could end in few days. Like Iran is running out of things. Like you could straight up persuade him even on the pragmatic grounds, right? It's like, hey, we can do like this quick thing. It will end in like a week. You might go for it.
Stuart?
Yeah, I mean it's hard to know. I mean, I think we can't forget what is going on politically in the U.S. and Trump is trying to distract, I think, from the Epstein files, from his incredibly low approval ratings, from his administration is in trouble. They're in trouble in the midterms. So I think that part of this is a distraction. That's part of my belief that this may be doing the right thing for the wrong reasons, which makes it hard to be too enthusiastic.
Okay, since we are talking about it, Nick Fuentes can wait.
No.
So first of all, this is the right thing to do. Trump does the wrong thing to do so very often, and we condemn him all the time, as we should. When he does the right thing, it is wrong to say, well, what if he's doing it for the wrong? They all do it for the wrong reasons when they do a good thing. None of the politicians who get to that point with the way the culture is actually have the correct philosophical base for what they do. But what he's doing is not just the right thing, and we spoke about this in recent days. This, as it looks right now, and so far from 3.5 days, we need to judge on what we're seeing and what we're hearing, sort of as statements. This is the greatest thing that any U.S. president has done, greatest single action in my lifetime, without a doubt. Now, again, and I've said this as well, if I make a list of the worst things president have done in my lifetime, Trump will be filling up most of that list. But at this moment, I think, again, even if he did the wrong thing now and said, you know what, I'm going back to the negotiation table and whatever, that will just be, we've done a bit more of what we did in wars up until now, which is diminish the military capabilities of the enemy rather than win, which nobody in the West has tried to do since 1945. So in that sense, I am obviously celebrating this is something that should have happened 47 years ago, should have happened any time in between that, and is happening now. And for all the very bad things that Trump does, there have been multiple presidents who should have done this. Every single one of them should have done this. All of them didn't, including Trump one. So yeah, in that context, this is a war to celebrate, and hopefully a war to end all the bad, or not all the bad, much of the bad things that have come out of the Middle East in the past half century.
Well, I hope you're right. I mean, I can see where you're coming from. I just, because of Trump's track record, I worry that at some point he's going to betray, what we want to happen. And I mean, ultimately, it may still be for the best. People are like, well, what if something worse happens in Iran? It's like, it's hard to imagine. I mean, I guess it's possible, but I mean, I think there's enough of an opposition that whatever comes next is unlikely to be worse. But I don't know. It's hard for me to feel the unbridled enthusiasm you do, just because I know who is executing this war. I do feel much better that it seems like the driver in a lot of ways is Israel. And I'm not a Netanyahu fan, but in general, I think Israel is much better at actually committing to doing something and carrying it out. So that gives me some comfort.
Okay, on the issue of something worse. So the question is, worse for whom? So I look at Syria. If you ask me, Al Qaeda are evil, Assad is evil. Who do I think is more evil? I'm not sure, and I don't care like to do that kind of calculations. If you look at Syria as a threat, it is that threat has been diminished completely, because as soon as Assad fell, Israel did what had to be done and destroyed all their weapons stockpiles. So until Qatar and Turkey and whoever feed them back weapons, which Israel, by the way, still destroys at this point, still flies in and bombs it whenever it comes in, then if it's bad for the Iranian people, that's tragic. We are, as I keep saying, tentatively scheduling the irreplaceable Spark 2027 for Tehran, and I'd be really disappointed if that's not going to happen. But yeah, if something worse comes in, but we have destroyed their ability to attack other countries, to sponsor their proxies, then that's a sad thing. But as far as the West is concerned, it's good. Also, if Trump stops it and betrays us and all that, that would be the time to criticize him. Not on this. The time to criticize him on this isn't when he's doing the right thing, which is what he's doing now.
You'll note I have not criticized Trump on this. I'm saying my enthusiasm is somewhat restrained because I know who is executing this. So I have not criticized him. Well, that's not true. I do think that he could have and should have gone through Congress. But that said, no president in my lifetime has gone through Congress. And we've had how many conflicts or whatever, they don't like to call them wars, I guess, but they're wars, and they have not been declared by Congress. So in that sense, he's not doing anything unusual. It's not, yes, it's a violation of the Constitution, and I think we should all acknowledge that, but it's also not, unfortunately, it's not anything unusual. It's been normalized in the last half century.
Daniel?
Yeah, just quickly, because Bonnie has, and I've seen some people saying, one factor that influenced Trump could be MBS heavy lobbying, which is the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, heavy lobbying to go after the Iranian regime. If like the one thing, if what it takes to end the Iranian regime is like Saudi Arabia lobbying, I think we are in a hard time for the next few decades. Although I wouldn't be surprised. Saudi Arabia, I think, is, or specifically this current crown prince, is like extremely pragmatic, not ideological at all. They don't care about Palestinians, for example, in any way. So yeah, Saudi Arabia is this weird, sort of like ally we kind of have, and yeah, they might even join the war in Iran. Now, my question would even be, when it comes to let's say Trump screwing up, Because I think if we take the 12-day war, my general assessment was that I think Israel couldn't do anything more in that war if it didn't want to go for some kind of regime change or a full-out war. Like when it comes to, targeting the air defenses and targeting the missile sites and targeting the leadership they could, I think they took out everything they could have in that scenario. But this is a different war. This is an all-out war that Israel is going in, where it's targeting pretty much everything that can get their hands on. America is destroying Iranian navy, for example. So when it comes to Iranian like oil exports, that might be limited. And we have a lot of things. So I cannot even see like even what does it even look like to like go back to negotiations? What does it even look like to back away? This seems like a railway that I don't know how you can really get off. Be like if you are Israel, if you are America, or even if you are Iran, like I don't see like what could Iran do to like prove that it wants a deal, right? Because apparently, at least from the report, it looks like even Steve Witkoff is now thinking that maybe Iranians are not genuine when it comes to their negotiations, right? And if you get there, it's like, well, you must have really screwed up to get to that point.
Thank you, Michael, for the super chat in Australian dollars and for staying up. I'll just say once again, but one of the reasons why we're on all the time, I remember, big news days and having to watch the news and in addition to bad stuff happening often, having really disgustingly biased coverage, and that's why we're here. We're not pretending to be neutral. We're absolutely not neutral. But we are on the right side of things, unlike many of the other media organizations. So Michael says all the left-wing podcasts are the same right now. They've found the perfect cause in Islamic dictatorships, diverse. They want to wipe out Israel, and they keep losing, so they're perpetual victims.
Well, I thought they all talk about that one school. Like that's all I see from the left-wing podcasters.
Really, I haven't listened to any of their podcasts, but yeah, this is
You
they're
wanna?
gonna have trouble with that once it comes out. But then again, they don't struggle with it. Look, Jeremy Corbyn, I haven't checked.
Did we lose Razi?
2023 on his Twitter where he said that Israel bombed a hospital, bombed Al Ali hospital and killed 500 people, which of course within hours was disproved completely, and he's still promoting that lie.
So I don't know. Maybe we want to play that clip. Stuart, were you on an episode with Kal Kulinski when we talked about Kal Kulinski secular talk, or was it you, Razi?
It wasn't me.
I don't remember.
Or maybe we didn't do the episode actually. Okay, I think we wanted to do an episode, but we didn't. So this might be a good. Kal Kulinski, who's like he's an American left-wing commentator. He helped fund the Justice Democrats with Chen Yuger, which is like supporting progressives in American elections. He said like he talked about the school girls in Iran that were supposedly hit by American or Israeli airstrike. And he said, imagine if this happened on the other side. Imagine if Iran or the Islamic world just killed
wait,
civilians.
why are you spoiling it? Let's just play Kyle Kulinski after we're done with Fuentes.
All right.
We're here all day and maybe all night, so we can play lots of stuff. We will break for news from time to time, but yeah, let's go back to Nick. Anything to add, Stuart, before we go back to Fuentes?
No, let's do Fuentes.
And calls the White House and says, Netanyahu picks up the phone and calls the White House and says, well, I've made the decision. We are going to war. You're either with us or not. And we have no recourse but to say, we're with you. Maybe we're not. Obviously, the decision that should have been made, and I said this from the very beginning, If you want peace in the Middle East, Iran is not the problem. Iran is not the problem. Iraq was not the problem. Syria was not the problem. Israel is the problem. Why is there no peace in the Middle East? Because Israel does not want it. Israel will not let any of us have it. So if
By the
you want
way,
to deal with Iran,
interesting to see the America First hat there, because he is telling you that the people who have death to America in their official slogan, which is the Iranian regime, which is the Houthis, others unofficially have it throughout the Middle East, including our friends and allies, the Saudis. That is culturally something people agree on in the Middle East. Death to America. That is not the problem in the Middle East. The problem in the Middle East is a country that has the most shared values and is closest culturally to America and is closest politically to America because it's the freest country in the Middle East. Nick Fuentes is part, if you don't understand that the enemy within is not just the left, although it is definitely by and large most of the left, but it is also a chunk, a massive chunk of the right represented, let's say, more eloquently than, than I think anybody else by Nick Fuentes, then you have a problem.
Oh yeah, we have a problem. I mean, the fact that Nick Fuentes has the kind of following and the kind of reach that he does is really, I mean, talk about a canary in a coal mine. I mean, it is such a bad sign for the culture. And he's not the only lunatic that's got a huge following. I mean, at this point, I would say, you know, Candace Owen, Tucker Carlson, all of these people, you know, should be relegated to, you know, just the darkest corners of the internet. And instead they, you know, they have huge audiences. It's terrifying, frankly. Obviously, the idea that Israel is the problem is, you know, is just so bizarre. You know, these cultures have been fighting with each other literally for millennia. I mean, these are tribal cultures that you know, have been fighting since long before the Israelis got there. And you know, if anything, you could say that having Israel as a common enemy maybe has brought some of these enemy cultures together. But and the idea that Israel doesn't want peace, you know, yeah, that's just bizarre and obviously not true.
Yeah, and he knows it's not true. He knows that talk of peace is like that is the political issue in Israel, always has been, less so since October 7th, but that is what people argue about. Who's going to bring peace and how do you bring it? You know, peace through strength or peace through capitulation. Israel has tried only the latter for decades and got as a reward more wars and eventually October 7th. Yeah. Okay, there's a couple of things in the chat I wanted to quickly address. Actually, you know what? Just one, and then I'll address the other one later. One of the trolls says, "I'm a supporter of Khamenei who went down like a lion."
Just a clarification, he died like a coward. He probably didn't even know the missile was coming. His brain probably didn't even register it. And if it did, he either did when he was like looking up at it coming, or he covered under the table. Let's not.
I think he's talking about the Ayatollah's private life. So, but anyway.
Just like every single one of these, we have videos of Hezbollah pagers exploding. They were all crying about getting the consequences of joining a terrorist organization. We've seen Yahya Sinwar covering in fear because one drone was flying over him slowly and he knew his days are numbered. None of these die like heroes, and there's nothing heroic. There's nothing heroic about joining a terrorist organization and dying while doing so. Even if they do some quote unquote heroic action, there's nothing heroic about it because again, context matters and it's not devoid of other things. It's about people fighting for good values. You can make, in art, you can maybe make some heroic things when it comes to both sides. Reminds me of We the Living, for example, where you maybe can make a certain, romanticization of a Red Army soldier because he still has some ideals, he has some good values. But that's not what we are talking about when we are talking about Ayatollah Khomeini or people, supporting this regime 40 years or 50, almost 50 years in the making. There is not a single good person in the Iranian administration. There might be good people inside of Iran, but nobody who actively engages with the regime.
Yeah, I should say the Ayatollah is looking down at us from Islamic heaven and laughing at the fact that we only have 88 likes so far for this show, and we've been here for 3.5 hours, and we're just getting started. So, people, if you value this, if you think people should have an alternative to blindly hating America or blindly supporting the current president and the current prime minister of Israel, but actually realizing, first of all, what a moment this is, and conveying it to you without the anti-Western bias. You should like this show, share it, subscribe, and make sure more people get to see this content. Stuart?
Yes, I agree. People need to hit the like button.
There was also somebody gave me an idea in the chat. Yeah, somebody said, let Fuentes finish his argument, which made me think maybe we don't have to play the rest of the clip and let's just go to Kyle Kulinski next. We get the gist of it. We don't need all of it. It also yesterday, Stuart, I don't know if you caught this, but we decided to go through Owen Jones video, and with Owen Jones, my expectations are lower than the gutter, but he managed to, I don't know if exceed them is the word, but yeah, when he first of all promoted the blood libel regarding the school, he just promoted the Iranian line, and then he praised Iran for attacking all those Middle Eastern countries. So we had to just stop the video. We intended to play the whole thing because we were on for 7.5 hours, and that's content, which is interesting because he is a mainstream figure. Unlike us, he's mainstream. People listen, and he has influence. He was the right hand, not the right hand man, but BFFs with Jeremy Corbyn when he was running for prime minister of this country on the anti-Semitic ticket. So yeah, he's a major voice, and he is calling. He's, by the way, um, as I'm sure you know, Britain wouldn't take a stand on this war, and then Iran attacked British military bases in Cyprus, and Britain is kind of forced into this war. And at a time of war, there's a word for people who at a time of war support the enemy, but I don't know. My English is rusty, so I don't remember what that is. Anyway, Kyle Kulinski.
I don't actually have the clip. Maybe I conjured it in my mind. I cannot find it right now. So,
Well, Stuart has something to add, and you can find some other leftist for us. Let's be fair and balanced. Can I say that without getting sued? Let's be balanced, and yeah, it's a tagline of Fox News. I don't think you can.
Oh,
yeah, it's
I don't
probably.
think you can copyright slogans.
I'm not going to take that risk.
You can
Anyway,
trademark them, I think, but
I feel like we had this conversation at some point in the past.
yeah, because I think I've said this before. Yeah, let's be balanced and give the have some anti-Semites of the left, anti-Semites of the right. So if you have somebody of the left, feel free to
Oh,
do
I
that.
mean, we could look at this. I sent you this yesterday. We didn't comment on it.
Stuart?
I'm just shocked that there are so many voices that are either minimizing or just completely ignoring the heinous crimes of this regime, and acting indignant that how dare the U.S. take out a foreign leader. It's just bizarre to me. I don't understand people who can whitewash such evil, or and even more mainstream obituaries for Khomeini, referring to him as though he's a
Spiritual.
legitimate leader, as though he's a statesman, as though he is anything other than a murderous, horrific creature. It's very, very upsetting, and as I said, it's a bad sign for the culture that this is a mainstream approach to covering this.
Bonnie said, it's hard to joke about Khamenei when you think of how much death is on his hands, including thousands of Americans, yet somehow Iran is not a real threat. It is hard to joke, but what makes it easier to joke about him is that that fucker is now dead. I think that helps with the jokes. All right, Daniel, whatever. I don't know what you're about to play, so
It's a picture, so you'll have to read. Okay, is somebody going to read it, or?
Oh, you want it read out loud? The bots. This is Ugyar.
Okay.
Is that, how do you say his last
Can
name?
we agree? Is somebody going to read it, or do we just want people?
I lost you guys for like 10 seconds, but
Oh,
I
I see.
saw that yesterday, so if you wanna,
All
yeah,
right,
I'll
then
read it.
read it out.
I'm not reading it in Cenk Uygur voice. That's only you can do that. So Cenk Uygur posted an X poll. Who has done more damage to the world? The options were Ali Khamenei and Benjamin Netanyahu. Of course, Cenk's view on this is clear. It's not the guy who slaughtered tens of thousands of his own people within a couple of days in order to
Oh, we lost him again.
Yeah, there's connection issues, I think.
Okay, let's see if he comes back quickly enough. All right, I guess I'll take over. Let's see if he comes back.
Benjamin Netanyahu, who to some extent is fighting back on that. But
You cut
did you
out.
guys lose me again?
Yes.
We did.
I went on this beautiful rant. I don't know how much of it you heard, but let's go back to the
Nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
None of it. Yeah, you cut out entirely.
All right. Yeah.
You know,
So
just-
when I
just-
read Cenk, you heard it,
just
and
like-
then
Just like one province in Canada, we heard none of it. That's a good one.
yeah, that's not how it's pronounced. But anyway,
It is pronounced none of it.
Stuart.
Why would he?
Stuart is the final authority on this.
I have no idea.
All right, we need to get Canadians to tell us what the answer is. Anyway, Cenk posted the poll, obviously expecting people to tell us that the tyrant from Iran is the good guy and Netanyahu, the Jew, is the bad guy. The result was 110,000 votes. 60% said Khamenei was the bad guy. Of course, if this is actually representative in any way, that's terrifying stuff, because if it's almost split. But anyway,
I mean, on
Cenk
X,
replied,
I
what?
think that's a pretty good result. On X, this is a pretty good result, I'd say.
Yeah, possibly. So Cenk replied after the result of the poll. The bots have finally arrived. It was about 80-20 that Netanyahu had caused more damage to the world for about 30,000 votes. Now they have to pour in a lot of new votes to swing this poll. Thanks. I'd love it if someone could track where the votes are coming from. Why? We know, right? It's Israel, Brooklyn. Where else do Jews live in? Fort Lauderdale. Come on, Cenk. This is the election was stolen level stuff. But again, this is the guy who a couple of weeks ago told us he no longer believes the official 9/11 story, and It might be them. Stuart.
Yeah. Well, I guess you can't expect anything better from this guy, but yeah, this is bringing forward this whole, war is bringing out the, as you said, the anti-Semites of the left and the right. And I'm certainly no fan of Netanyahu. I really wish Israel had better leadership. That said, he's not in the same universe as Khomeini. I mean, he's, like you said, I mean, just in the last couple months, this is the man who has killed tens of thousands of his own people in an effort to, maintain his regime. And I just don't, I don't understand how you even have a poll with these two very disparate characters in it. It's just, it's nutty.
Have you seen some of Cheng's other stuff in the past couple of days?
Not in the past couple of days, no.
Nice. Anything from Anna in the past couple of days? Nice, because I'm gonna surprise you. Anything from Anna Kasparian in the past week, let's say?
No.
Awesome. Wait till you see this, but I'm gonna go to this troll in the chat first. Troll says, "I've never met a Jew in my life, but I feel like I know them." Well, as a Jew once said, facts don't care about your feelings. But okay, this guy has an obsession. Jesus Christ.
Wait, where does he? How does he not met a Jew in his whole life? Where does he live?
Yeah,
Jews don't go into people's mom's basements. Okay, this guy is, he needs to leave at some point, and then he might. So, but I do want to look at those Cenk. Daniel, anything to add before we go to some of Cenk's pearls of wisdom in
Yeah,
recent
I
years?
mean, I cannot go for one flight without a bunch of like Hasidic Jews like wrapping around the thing around their thing before they go on a flight. Like, oh,
They're not helping, dude. Go ahead.
I mean, chances are this person has met Jews and just didn't know they were Jewish. Or, as you said, this person just never leaves their basement. So, yeah, you're going on flights, Daniel. This person may not be doing those kinds of things.
And by the way, yeah, not all Jews, dress the part. We don't all wear the yellow star.
I said
I'm sure
Hasidic
you would
Jews.
like us to.
I
The
qualified.
guy, I'm talking to the guy in the chat. I'm sure he would like us to identify ourselves, but that's no longer or not yet a thing. Yeah, I cut you off there, Daniel.
No, I was just saying, I meant specifically, they go to, because I fly from, do I want to dox myself? I fly from one of the, well, we have two airports in Slovakia, so I guess I'm not going to hide that much. But when I fly from one of them, apparently there's like a big, I don't know if, what do they call them? I don't know what they call them. There might be something like, something big is here. Either there was like a big rabbi who lived here, or might still live, or something. So whenever I go on flights, a lot of them come either from London or somewhere else. So
Susie replies to one of the trolls saying, "You are obsessed with Razi. He's a straight married man. For God's sake, look, people can have fantasies.
How do you know
Go follow me on Instagram." All right.
You don't post anything on Instagram.
That's true. But you can imagine that I do. All right. Cenk said this, was it 2 days ago? "I criticized Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei 1,000 times. He was oppressing his own people and preventing democracy. But there's one thing you can't take away from him. He died on his own 2 feet instead of kneeling to Israel. That took courage. He didn't bow." That facial expression is the right answer, by the way.
I don't. What is this obsession with like giving like heroism to like dictators? Like, oh, at least like Hitler, what was courageous to invade the world, and at least he killed himself instead of letting himself be captured. Like you can make that about like any terrible piece of shit in the world. Oh, what's the Jesus,
Well,
what is
every
the
mass shooter
yeah
that
yeah like
takes
every mass
himself out at the
shooter,
end.
yeah,
Yeah.
like
And
they
also,
no.
do we know, like, do we have video footage of his last moments? Do we
No, of
know that
course not.
he was, standing heroically? I doubt it.
I have to say I was really surprised. We were here from the start, and we were talking about, they bombed his palace. Iran immediately said he's safe. I assumed that that was the truth, just because I thought he wouldn't be so stupid as to be in his home. And I expected him to die at some point, but like the Palestinian rat that he is, in some tunnel. Somehow he managed to, be home. Yeah, they had some sort of a meeting, which is as Daniel has pointed out, like they can't do, Zoom, they can't use phones, they can't use laptops, they can't use pagers, so they're kind of in a bit of a tough spot, but he's no longer in a tough spot. Um, so that's Chink. Now, Anna
Yes,
Kasparian, yeah.
Barrett said in the chat, at least Comedy wasn't a Jew, said Cheng. And that's basically what it is.
Yeah, he may be a mass murderer, but at least he's not a Jew, so we've got to give him some credit.
And I've said I've had this theory on the channel for a while, which is that the Young Turks, Cenk does Cenk, and Cenk, he gets angry, he gets sweaty, he gets shouty, he like starts interrupting people. That's his brand, and then the content kind of is secondary. But with Anna, I think they're testing the waters of, is it time? Are we at the point already where we can, stop saying Zionist, stop saying Israeli, and say, what we really mean? And one of the best examples of this from Anna, but I've seen quite a few recently, was her reply to somebody on Twitter, which of course went viral, saying, "Hey, bitch, the goyim are waking the fuck up. Deal with it." A day later, she had a tweet explaining that that is not anti-Semitism. It's criticism of Israel or whatever the fuck.
Oh, right. By the way, this is like an alt-right thing. Like straight up, like referring like as a Gentile, to refer to yourself as a goyim or as a goy is like alt-right like trope. They do it. Like people on 4chan do it. Like it's like straight up virtue signal of like in a sense you're acknowledging that like Jews think that you are subhuman, so you refer to yourself as a goyim as like a reference towards it. So it is absolutely anti-Semitic, no matter how like Anna tries to spin it.
Yeah, and the Young Turks, they've always been sort of not center left. They're not blue dog Democrats. Like they're bad, bad, bad left. And so for people who, are further to the left, you think, okay, bipartisanship is not a big thing, but it has become a big thing for them in the past couple of years. They keep praising certain figures on the right. Certain figures they will never praise. You're never going to hear a positive word about Ben Shapiro from these people. But you do hear praise of Tucker Carlson. You do hear praise with an asterisk of Candace Owens, and I'm sure Nick Fuentes is next on that list. By the way, Kyle Kalinske is less enthusiastic about praising the anti-Semites of the right. He likes his own brand of anti-Semitism and doesn't like competition, which you would think would be kind of par for the course for the left. Stuart.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's totally predictable that you see this coming together of the far left lunatics and the far right lunatics. They're really not that different, and certainly they found common ground in their hatred of the Jews. It's not a good thing, but it's not surprising either.
We're being joined again by James Valiant. By the way, Jonathan, you are still on the Zoom call. I haven't called you because called on you because I can't see you, so out of sight, out of mind. But do you have a comment? I'll take that.
I have many of them, but I'm gonna listen and enjoy the conversation, and you'll hear something more of me in coming up.
Okay, yeah, jump in whenever you want. James, how's it going? Any
And I've
update?
had a chance to have my morning coffee, so well, hopefully that will improve the quality of the output here. So yes, no, it's insane. The anti-Semitism on the right is in a way more vile because it's more tribalistic in a way. It's not even rooted in their, communist, anti-colonial, America is always bad no matter what leftism that we've heard for decades. This is a new and emerging kind of, and they use this excuse, America first, when they're unable to actually give an integrated answer as to what America's interests are. I mean, they don't. If America's interests overlap with Israel's in any way, shape, or form, they're going to be opposed to it. It disables them from seeing what America's actual interests are, and they call it America first. It is the crudest kind of tribalism that you're seeing on the American right, frankly. Whether it's Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson or Candace Owen or even their useful idiots like Megyn Kelly. I mean, what you're seeing on the right is really one of the most grotesque kind of what Ayn Rand would say, perceptually bound, sort of concrete bound, sort of tribalism. If America's interests cannot overlap with Israel's, what a narrow view of America's interests that must imply. What an anti-conceptual mentality that implies on the part of these critics. America is not being dragged into this because of Israel. America has coordinated interests with Israel. I mean, that thought is completely beyond their reckoning because, well, it's Israel. And so their anti-Semitism trumps any view of conceptually integrating what America's interests really are.
Okay, a couple of updates before I give the updates. Daniel, if you can queue up a video from a leftist. I prefer Kyle Kalinske, but I'll take anybody we know. Either of the Young Turks or both of them is good. Good, not morally good, content wise. Um, Okay, actually, you know what? Some of these Trump quotes, I'm reading this in Hebrew, and some of them I will find in English and then read because if they're yeah, some of this is good. Ooh, oh, wow. Okay, so Trump, there's a headline here that Trump says, Israel forced me, maybe I forced them. Yeah, I love it. You pissed off Trump in the right direction. That's the thing. Stuart, this is what I'm talking about. I expect Trump to not do anything for the right reasons because he doesn't have the right reasons. But if he does the right thing at this point, and it's a sad statement, I will take it, and I will absolutely take it. Look, he could have been attacking Greenland instead. So let's enjoy the fact that he is firing in the right direction. Um, and okay, what really looks interesting, and again, one of my favorite things that Trump appears to have done is that he has said some really bad things about Spain and said we are canceling commercial relations with them. Okay, let me figure out what this story is and then we can but wow. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've said I don't think Israel should have any diplomatic relations with Spain at this point because Spain is actually the prime minister of Spain said he wishes he could exterminate the Jews. Those weren't his words, but what he said was, unfortunately, Spain doesn't have a nuclear bomb, so we can stop the genocide. So, yeah,
Wow.
Spain is absolutely on the side of evil here, and its prime minister is evil. And I'm very glad to see some stuff about this. Actually, you know what? Was this Daniel? Forget about the leftists. Find me Trump. If he said this on video, let's go through that. Uh, he's saying Keir Starmer is no Winston Churchill. He's also saying that 2 + 2 is 4. So Trump is saying some right things at the moment. Yeah, Keir Starmer is no Winston Churchill. Stuart.
Yeah, I mean, every now and again, Trump will say something that's correct. As you already pointed out, it's more by accident than design. Like this could have all been, we could be sitting here talking about the invasion of Greenland. So, yeah, we should be grateful that this is where he's directing his attention at the moment. But we also shouldn't kid ourselves that he's suddenly become, somebody who has principles or who champions freedom or human right, individual rights. That's not Trump.
To give my best defense of Trump and my best opposition to the idea that Israel somehow somehow Trump is being just simply a slave of Israel here. I honestly think that the turning point for Trump came with the slaughter in the streets of Iran, tens of thousands of their own people. I really do. You can see in his behavior after the 12-day war, he moved military assets out of the region. Okay, all done here. Now that was a huge mistake. That was he was failing to integrate and thinking in principle, as we can expect from Trump, has been pointed out here. But what hit him, I think, perhaps on an emotional level, was when that slaughter happened, because that's when you could see forces turning around when he said help was on the way, and to concentrate all these forces there. Yeah, you can say that there were things in between. They failed in the negotiations. We ought not have been negotiating, even in Oman through a third party with Iran at all. Again, that shows his lack of principle, et cetera, et cetera. But I really don't think that but for that help is on the way promise that he really had to keep. And it was an emotionalist kind of, at almost an altruist emotionalist level. And that's how pragmatists work. They're the slaves, in effect, of their pre-existing emotions. And part of his emotions, believe it or not, are a kind of altruism here. Okay, all that being said, I don't think it was Israel that dictated this to Mr. Trump. I think Mr. Trump's thinking on this whole thing began to change when he saw thousands of Iranians slaughtered on the streets of Iran. If they can do that to their own people, then obviously they're a threat to everybody, given their ballistic missile program, given their enrichment of uranium, given their behavior, slaughtering hundreds and hundreds, decade after decade, of American soldiers. For whatever reason they were there, they were being slaughtered. But we know the killing would have continued, and we know now, and looking at the way that he's attacked, Iran is attacking all of their neighbors. It's clear now Iran is a threat to everybody, So I think there are all kinds of other factors that play into this, other than Israel makes the order, Trump obeys. We're being dragged into this by Israel. No, Iran's own behavior has dragged. If you were to ask Mr. Trump, he would tell you, no, it was Iran's own behavior that dragged us back into this.
By the way, Daniel, before we go, if you have any Trump clip, before we go to that, there is something I want to show, which is not a defense of Trump, but it is a funny kind of way to show Trump versus Biden and Harris on this particular issue, the difference in approach to Iran. Somebody sent me this. I thought it was funny. If you have that ready, let's play it.
Mr. President.
Don't.
Mr. President.
Sorry, it's like Instagram is being dumb. Okay, now it should work.
Don't.
Mr. President, to Iran in this moment.
Don't.
I'm gonna bomb the shit out of them. It's true. I don't care. I don't care.
What's the message?
Bomb the shit out of them is the right approach to Iran. Nice to see that that's happening. Stuart, any thoughts on that? Daniel, let us know afterwards if the clip is ready.
Well, for me, it's a two, yes, bomb the shit out of them, yay. The I don't care part, though, no, we need to care about the consequences. We need to think strategically. We need to have actual, conceptual plans in place. Otherwise, this could devolve into, another Iraq war or something. I mean, nobody wants that, and hopefully, we're not going to get that. But we do need to care. Those things do matter, and American lives matter, and we can't let this turn into another case where America is just perpetually sending troops into some quagmire. So we do need to care. But yes, bombing Iraq, Iran, sorry, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Trump is aware of the recent. I mean, he said Iraq war was wrong. He was a critic of those endless wars. I think he is reluctant to put boots on the ground, even if there need to be, in certain contexts, boots on the ground here. So I think that despite himself, despite his anti-conceptual, anti-principled approach, there are certain, put it this way, there's at least some emotional conditioning about what his own voters expect of him in terms of not leading us into an endless war, as well as, though, a greater clarity about, saying don't won't stop Iran from doing it, as we saw during the Biden administration. On the one hand, he's not going to capitulate to, mere words if there's a threat. And on the other hand, I think he is emotionally, and he was elected by a bunch of people who did not want endless wars. And so I think in an emotional sense, he's being guided right now. That's true. But at the moment, he's being guided in the right direction. As you say, the guns are pointed in the right direction for Trump. And that's the hard thing to know with Mr. Trump. Will he be putting the guns in the right direction? Here, for purely emotional reasons, and I'll just put it that simply, he's being guided in the right direction, at least so far. As for having an end plan, when we started World War II, I don't think we had in mind exactly the way it would come out in terms of, occupations of Japan and Germany and stuff, but that wasn't necessary. In fact, it's kind of important to keep your options open at the start of a war. That doesn't mean you don't have principled thinking that goes into it. What our specific concrete goals are and objectives are. If we were completely untethered from concrete goals and objectives, then I would be very concerned. Or if those objectives were plainly altruistic, like nation building in Afghanistan, or, that would be just to lead to an altruistic slaughter. And so I think, at least so far, he's navigating the correct path on this. But I have to say so far, because you can't predict a person who's unprincipled.
Christopher Smith says, I think Biden was warning Iran, basically was saying don't. Yes, but they did, and then he didn't do anything. So, and yeah, I think there was one other thing in the chat I wanted to oh yeah. Moody says that Spanish bloke making Starmer seem moderate. Look, Starmer is not like we keep saying, he's not an ideologue. He has no ideology. When he took over the Labor Party, he got rid of many of the anti-Semites in the party, including Jeremy Corbyn himself, and he really did that. I mean, he didn't get rid of the whole, all the anti-Semites, because it's it's a left-wing European party, but he did a lot because, for image-wise, it was a bad image. Now it's not a bad image. Now anti-Semitism is popular. Now, he's not going to do anything about that. And so he really does. He is the most spineless of European leaders, left or right. The Spanish prime minister is very ideological. He really believes this shit. He really wants to see the Jewish state wiped off the map. You don't fantasize openly about having nuclear weapons with which you can bomb the only Jewish state on the planet a few decades after your country kind of allied itself with people who were trying to exterminate the Jews, unless you really, really mean it. So, yeah, it's they're not in the same category. I mean, they're in the same broader category of evil, but not in the same specific category of ideologically committed to a specific form of evil. Daniel, do we have a video of the president saying all these things?
Yeah, but well, I can just play it.
That wasn't the best setup, but
This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with. This
Yeah, that's it. All the
that's
other
it. No, I want to hear him talk about. I know that's not news. It's just news that he said it, but yeah, it's not news that Starmer is not Churchill. I like that he says this. Look,
everything else has bad audio so far. So if I find something better,
and I'm
oh, I
with
have the one with Spain actually. If you wanna.
okay, yeah, in a sec, Stuart, I'm with you. He's a loose cannon. He does this to good leaders. What he did to Zelensky, I will never forget. And he and that was the first time. He did it a bunch of times. But yeah, if he's doing this, there are things I'd rather not see at all. But if I see them with him and the, let's say, leader of South Africa versus the leader of Zelensky, I'll take it. I don't expect good from good motivated by good from anybody in that position. It's not going to happen after 2028, no matter who wins in which party. It's just not a thing that is now currently available. So if and Britain needs to be called out. A reasonable president right now would be calling out the Prime Minister of Britain, would be absolutely calling out Spain's Prime Minister, and downgrading the relationship in some way, because Spain is not just slightly wrong on something. They're on the side of evil. Thoughts?
Oh, I thought Daniel had another clip.
Oh, I was basically waiting for you to come in and disagree with me.
No, I don't think he said anything I disagree with.
All right, let's see if Trump did. Let's play that clip.
Everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody, and Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to. But they were unfriendly, and so I told him we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they would have agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain.
What does that actually mean? James, cut off all trade with Spain. How far does that go? Like, would you not be able to fly from
Razi, don't you know
JFK?
tariff is his favorite word, and tariffs are the solution to everything, and not trading with Spain is obviously the way to go, rather than the full-throated moral defense of goodness. Look, Spain, if it's not keeping up with its NATO obligations, ought to be sanctioned appropriately for not keeping up with its requirements under NATO. That, I think, is a terrific thing. I think Europe ought to do a whole lot more to defend itself, and Spain is a particularly egregious member, in quotes, of NATO. So how about you say, instead of threatening trade, Mr. Trump, how about you say they ought not belong in NATO because they're not willing to live up to their obligations, and they take the side of the forces of evil that threaten Western civilization? How about that be your response, Mr. Trump? We're never going to get, when it comes to the dawn of a war, we cannot expect, even back in World War II, if someone were to say, well, Franklin Roosevelt, one of the worst presidents America ever had, we ought not to respond to Pearl Harbor, that would be madness. Did Roosevelt screw up? Yeah. At the end of the war, the Democrats were leading. They gave a third of the world over to Stalin. So there were huge strategic errors in the way we handled World War II, and especially its aftermath. But if you're going to wait for a perfect president, you're going to be waiting a long time. When there is a threat to civilization, to America, you take action. And, if you can be the strongest opponent of Trump and still say, no, look, America needs to do something about this grave threat that Iran represents. But I sure the hell wish Trump would stop thinking that tariffs and trade or sanctions are the solution to everything. If Spain is an inadequate member of NATO, then deal with it as an inadequate member of NATO. If Spain is advocating for the forces of evil in the world, you call them out for doing exactly that and saying, okay, well, we're not going to be so friendly with you. There are all kinds of other ways we can approach it. How about, yeah, we'll kick you out of NATO. We ought to kick Turkey out of NATO. When you're on the side of evil and you're not willing to defend civilization, out of NATO you should go. Tariff is, though, the first stop in Trump's simple approach to international affairs, unfortunately.
Trolls who ask me to repeat what I already said, pay attention or super chat. You can call me the soup capitalist. You want answer? $3. No answer for you. Stuart.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with James on this. Spain, if they are, I don't know the actual facts, but it's probably correct that they are delinquent in their payment and all, in which case that's something that NATO should deal with. But yeah, this approach that Trump has of, every issue in the world should be dealt with via tariffs and trade sanctions it's very damaging to America. I mean, I think we would have a much stronger economy right now if Trump were not so obsessed with tariffs. But he is, for whatever reason.
And people, you can also make your own choices. Italian olive oil is amazing. Okay, you don't need to support the Spanish economy just now. Maybe in the future. Okay. Daniel, is there anything you said you have Anna? You mean for joining us on the call or matched her on Tinder? What exactly happened there?
Yeah, I wish.
Jesus. Okay. Sometimes I think Daniel just tries to trigger me into a
He's trying to sabotage these things. Yes.
All right, let's play it.
Killed.
We don't know the exact number, but it's very questionable, Pierce. Where'd you get that number from?
Well, how many do you think were killed?
We don't know the exact number, but to say that 30,000 people
can you play this in normal speed?
That's how it is.
Oh, Goldie's back there. All right. Actually, you know what? No, should we watch the whole thing?
Sure.
Should we watch the whole thing? Just the panel part. Okay, Daniel, you cue that up. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing. We'll start watching the whole thing, but I like that Goldie's there. She did mention ARCUK, thanks to Apollo Zeus, who super chatted on her show when we discussed the Pierce Morgan panel Friday, right? The last episode of any show on this channel before we went on these live streams. Apollo Zeus, member and super chatter here, went on her show, super chatted. She read it out, mentioned that we talked about her, mentioned that she'll watch it. So yeah, we're Goldie fans before, we're fans now as well. So we'll watch that in a second. Let's see if there's any other news headlines. Any thoughts from either of you before while I look for headlines? Okay, more launches from Lebanon into Israel. So yeah, Israel is doing a lot in Lebanon, but it's time to do a bit more. And again, the fact that they immediately went in with ground troops, went in, guns a-blazing, that is the way. Well done, Israel. Israel has also told representatives of Iran in Lebanon, you have 24 hours to leave. I have a feeling they will heed that warning, and I don't understand why it was offered. Okay. And I don't know if I read this before, but yeah, so Israel, Ben Gurion International Airport, the only real functioning airport in Israel, will open on Thursday. Amazing.
Amazing.
Absolutely amazing.
That speaks well to how effectively the Israeli and American forces have taken out the missile capacity, and that is the key. If we're going to save civilian lives in Israel, if we're going to save U.S. troop lives in military bases in the region or anywhere else, we have to take out, disable Iran's missile capacity. And saying that the airport will reopen on Thursday tells us something about their expectations about getting a handle on that missile threat, which is hooray, how effective, how efficient, and how quickly the American forces and Israeli forces have been at disabling Iran's missile capacity. So 3 cheers.
And thank you, Robert Naser, for the super chat. Robert says, good to see Stuart Margolis join the panel. I agree, even though I disagree with him a lot. And thanks, Robert Naser, for another super chat. Robert says, whatever one may think of current events, I don't trust our president at all. 0%. It's a constant challenge to separate judgment of his character from his actions, but this is where we are. I completely agree with every part of that. And when Trump, when I see something that I think is worth praising, I praise it, but I praise that which I have seen, not that which I am foreseeing, because the latter is not typically good, except so far in terms of what's going on in Iran, it does look and sound good. I'd be shocked right now, even in the context of Trump, I'd be shocked if now he said, like what he said at the end of the 12-day war, the time for peace is now. I'd be very surprised, especially with him yesterday saying they asked to talk and I told him it's too late. Stuart.
I think you're probably right. I hope you're right. But again, Trump is so unpredictable and I think so easily influenced. If the wrong people kind of get whispering in his ear, you just don't know what could happen. But
well, thank
yes,
God
I agree. There's reason for hope.
Thank God he's ignoring those people who are relatively close to him or are influential to people close to him. I mean, we've heard plenty of those voices. I mean, Tucker Carlson was at the White House recently. I mean, there are forces on his side that are listen to Megyn Kelly. I mean, there are forces or listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene. There are forces on his side, quote, his side of things, which he could have, buckled under to quite easily and appeased them quite easily. But he is, let me put it this way, I'll give him this much credit. He's standing up to those forces on the American right, not just to the anti-Semitic forces on the American left. He's standing up to the sort of unified chorus of critics who say Israel is drawing us into this and we're in effect taking Israel's orders on this. I think a fair way to look at Mr. Trump for all of his problems is to say that he is at least being guided by the right emotions at the moment. And I see him committed, as you pointed out, at least emotionally committed, and at least for the present. But as I keep saying, character flaws in presidents sort of go with the territory. He is particularly flawed in deep ways, don't get me wrong, in special ways. But all we can do with an American president, especially one of poor character, is to hope that the right emotions are pushing him in the right direction. And he is standing up against polls, against opposition from both sides, in effect. So I give some credit, let's put it that way, to what Trump is doing right now in a significant way, because he is standing up to the polls and to the critics. So,
Daniel, are you able to join?
Right. I mean, sure.
Okay, I want to do something a bit risky. Do you have the Piers Morgan video ready?
Yes.
Okay, let's start. I am going to take a break, go make a cup of tea, and I am going to listen. And the risk is that I will be too angry to handle hot tea at the same time. I will be back in a few minutes. So you guys comment as you go along. If there's something I need to comment on that has passed, I will do that when I come back. I should be back in 10 minutes or so. And I'll be
Who takes 10 minutes to make tea? Jeez.
Well,
Oh,
I
is
need
he
to
still here?
stretch my legs. I mean, it's and yeah,
Give him a
how long
break.
have we been streaming for?
Yes, marathon streams here. Yes.
All right.
We can't start unless you leave.
All right. See you guys.
Let's take a look. Yeah, Mike Pence was there at the start. We'll skip that. We'll just go to the panel.
Time in the news. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Piers.
Well, I'm joined now by my panel, which includes Anna Kasperin, executive producer and host of The Young Turks, Glenn Greenwald, the host of System Update, Jonathan Conricus, retired lieutenant colonel.
Or what are you seeing right now? Piers Morgan?
No, now we're seeing it looks like
Okay.
your X feed.
Yeah.
All right. Because I wanted to switch and I didn't know where it will switch. Because I also okay. Let's go.
An IDF spokesman, and Mark Kemet, former general and US Assistant Secretary of State, and Goldie Gamari, the former Canadian lawmaker and Iranian activist. Well, welcome to all of you. Anna Kasperin, your response to Mike Pence there, laying out a moral and legal justification for these attacks on Iran.
First, I would like to ask Goldie whether she apologizes for laughing as Cenk Uygur, on the last episode he was on, was talking about dead American soldiers as a result of wars that the U.S. gets dragged into on behalf of Israel. Goldie, do you apologize for laughing at the thought of dead American soldiers?
Anna, no one's buying your jihadi propaganda lies. Everyone knows that Elika and I were laughing
Oh,
at
it's jihadi
Cenk.
propaganda to be
Don't
concerned
interrupt me
about
when I'm
dead
speaking.
American soldiers who are forced to fight on behalf of Israel. Interesting. Okay. To answer your question,
Can I
Pierce,
answer the question? Pierce, may I
175
answer the
little
question?
girls have been slaughtered
Pierce, may
in
I
an
answer the
Iranian
question?
school. That was the
okay,
first Israeli strike that took place.
Pierce, may I
hang on one
answer the
second.
question?
Anna, hang on one second. You asked her a question, so I will let Goldie respond. Then you can
Okay.
respond to my question.
Well, she responded by claiming I'm sharing jihadi propaganda. I'm talking about dead American soldiers. So do you apologize or not?
Okay.
May I respond
Goldie,
without
quick
interruption?
response.
Thank you. So we were laughing at Cenk's bizarre anti-Semitic tropes about how Israel is responsible for every single incident that happens in the war. We were not laughing at
That's not what he said.
American soldiers. And you actually edited the video. You edited the video. So there you go. Everyone knows that you're lying. You're a laughing stock. You're a joke.
Everyone can go back and
I
watch the
actually
episode,
don't
the
care
full
about anything that you
episode
have to
for
say.
Pierce's show. Right.
The only ones who were respecting
Goldie?
General
Anyway.
Wesley Clark were myself and
Okay, you know
Elika.
what? Look, you said your piece about Goldie. She's responded. Let's get back to the bigger picture, which I'm sure the other panelists would prefer us
Sure.
to do. Your response to Mike Pence, but both on the moral argument, because I do think that there are lots of people I know, including many on the left, who can understand
We lost the audio there.
Yeah, we did.
the world.
What's up?
We lost the
We
audio.
lost the audio there as
What
Pierce was
Oh,
talking.
all right. Good time to pause as well. All right. What do you guys think? James?
God. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
This idea that, I mean, it is an anti-Semitic. She was absolutely correct in responding to Kasperin. It's an anti-Semitic trope that Israel is dictating U.S. policy and controls the world, and is some diabolical Jewish plot is behind all this. That is worth laughing at. I think it is really vicious for her to say that she was laughing at the death of Americans. We do have, let me remind people, a volunteer army in the United States. We do not have a draft, which is a very good thing. And so if you have joined the U.S. Armed Services voluntarily in recent years, you must surely know that America has military bases in the Middle East, quite near to Iran, And this is not something that is totally unexpected. And those brave Americans who risk their lives out there in the fight against evil, obviously we have tremendous honor and respect for. I would urge Mr. Trump to make sure that their lives were not lost in vain, to keep going and to make this stick, and to be consistent in a way that we're questioning and have every ground to question Trump's consistency on. That would be my criticism. But yeah, what a despicable person. In fact, his entire Young Turks thing is utterly despicable. Schenck is worth laughing at, and it's Schenck that we're laughing at, not the fact that innocent people are killed by an aggressive, evil dictatorship like Iran, whether it's civilians in Israel or U.S. troops in the region. Whatever the reason for their being in the region, Americans are being killed. Hundreds and hundreds of Americans have been killed on a regular basis by this evil regime. We didn't hear the former vice president, by the way, who was a critic of Mr. Trump before he left Trump 1.0 as vice president. They disagreed strongly about the election, for example, and what ought to have been done. So Pence is comparatively a more sane Republican voice. It would have been interesting to hear his moral case, because obviously, if you do have any kind of moral sense to you, you can see that there's an obvious moral case for going against fighting and trying to take down this evil regime. I mean, it slaughters tens of thousands of its own people in the streets. I'm not sure what could make it a more clear moral issue and urgent. If they can do that to their own people, can we afford to let them have ballistic missiles or a nuclear bomb? Absolutely not, obviously. The anti-conceptual approach on the part of people like Anna Kasparian is just breathtaking. All they can do is reduce it to Israel, Jews, revealing their anti-Semitism.
Yeah, although Anna will dispute those numbers. I'm not sure how soon, but that was in the other clip. Stuart, any thoughts?
Yeah, she just makes my skin crawl. She's just horrible. It's just awful that she seems to have the influence that she does, and the Young Turks has the influence that they do. It's not good. Well, let me take this opportunity. I'm gonna head out. I may join you. You guys are gonna be doing this for a while, right?
Few more hours, I assume.
Few more hours. Okay, I may pop back in, but thank you for having me on.
Sure.
Take care, Stuart.
Thanks.
Okay, let's take a look more.
Lots of people I know, including many on the left, who can understand a moral argument for getting rid of what has been a ruthless, bloodthirsty, vile regime that has caused terror not just to its own people but to the wider world, but hesitate about whether this is the legal thing to do. So I don't think it's just people on the right saying go, go, go. People on the left saying, well, I'm glad he's gone, and I'm glad the Ayatollah's gone. I'm glad a lot of the top leadership have gone, but I'm not sure that this is legal, and the precedent being set is very dangerous.
My view of this current war against Iran is that Iran did not pose a threat to the United States. Their ballistic missiles did not have the capability to reach the United States. And the notion that this was all about Iran's weapons was a lie from the very beginning. This is about a regime change war on behalf of Israel. Israel would like to be the hegemon in the Middle East. And the United States is spilling blood and basically using its treasure to help Israel build an empire that I guarantee you will turn around and, well, we'll suffer the consequences of that at some point. But we're suffering the consequences of it right now. I mean, the first thing Israel did is strike an Iranian girls' school, killing 175 people. That's according to the New York Times, which typically likes to bury the wrongdoings of the Israeli government and military. I don't see this as a just war. I don't think that President Donald Trump has a plan for what happens following the slaughter of the Ayatollah or the destruction of the Iranian regime. In fact, he has said as much. He said it is not the U.S.'s job to figure out who leads Iran next, which means that there will be a power vacuum. And we know how that plays out in other countries where we've done similar things. And in regard to Syria, let's not mistake what actually happened in Syria. Okay, the Obama administration began arming al-Qaeda terrorists who actually fought our soldiers in Iraq. And now we have a supposedly former al-Qaeda terrorist as the leader of Syria. We didn't do good things in the Middle East, including in Syria. So Mike Pence is a complete and utter joke in what he said during that interview.
All right. So first, she says Iran does not pose a threat. Again, like, how many times do we have to... Like, Iran came into existence, and by that I mean the current regime, by taking American citizens as hostages. It killed Americans through Hezbollah in Lebanon. When it comes to their support of the Houthis, they attack international shipping, including American ships. They attacked American bases throughout, I mean, in the last year or so, several times. Even if America didn't join this war, most likely it would be targeted, right? Either American bases in some of the other countries or wherever. Britain was attacked, despite not engaging in this war and actually not helping in this war in any way before. Now they are doing a little bit more. So again, what point is she making? Then she tries to go about like turn around and will suffer the consequences. What, like Israel becomes a hegemon and attacks America? Or what is she saying?
I know. This is just absolutely insane. We will pay the price for Israel becoming a hegemonic empire in the region. That really is the fear? Is it really the fear that Israel is going to become the hegemonic empire in the Middle East, like the Ottoman Empire, say, was once upon a time, not too long ago? That is absolutely absurd. The other thing that struck me as utterly absurd is that, they don't have missiles that can reach the United States yet. Okay, but they're building missiles. They're improving their missile technology. They're enriching uranium to the point where they can get a nuclear weapon. What do you think that's for, Anna? What do you think that do we wait until they have a ballistic missile that can reach the United States with a nuclear-tipped warhead on it? Or do we take care of the issue? Oh, they've been yelling death to America, the great Satan. They don't recognize America's right to exist. And so even as these people are yelling death to America, and they're pursuing ever more, I mean, they have the most wide-ranging ballistic missile program in the Middle East. They are aggressively trying to get ballistic missiles that can reach further and further and further and more accurately. Do we wait until they can reach North America? Do we wait until they have a nuclear-tipped bomb, Anna? No, we take care of the threat now. It's a threat now. When an aggressive dictatorship is saying death to America, pursuing a sophisticated ballistic missile program, enriching uranium to the point where they can use it in weapons, that constitutes an active threat against America. I do not define what an aggressive threat is in the narrow little terms she does. Well, if they can't reach the American homeland as of now, then we have no business taking out a dictatorship that's yelling death to America and developing an advanced ballistic missile program. I mean, I don't even understand the logic there. They are a threat to America. They soon will be able to, if left unchecked, they would have soon been able to reach America, and at some point in the future with a nuclear-tipped ICBM. You do not wait for the death to America chanters to finish their projects in ballistic missiles and nuclear enrichment. I mean, that is absolutely an insane way of looking at the threat. But still more insane, you're absolutely right, is the idea that Israel could impose some kind of imperial hegemony over the Middle East right now. They're a very small country. They do have the most powerful military in the area. That's true. But have they used it in an aggressive way? Could they possibly maintain an empire like the Ottomans did? I mean, that is just preposterous on the face of it. And again, it reveals the hate. Okay, consider the other absurd thing. Israel intentionally killed just girls in Iran because they hate girls in Iran. Honestly, can she, in her own mind, coherently believe that that would be an intentional act on the part of Israel? That's the kind of anti-Semitic hatred she has. She cannot recognize that Iran slaughtering tens of thousands of their own people in the streets, the way they treat women. I mean, if you don't wear the hijab properly and you're a young woman, you will disappear into an Iranian prison to be tortured and killed. Okay, so the way that Iran's own government treats women is not to her a sign of evil or evil intent against girls and women in Iran. However, Israel, when defending itself after having gone through already two huge missile barrages from Iran, and now they're on their third because they're acting and doing something in self-defense. They're intentionally going after girls in Iran because, after all, Israel is out to kill, for no apparent reason, girls in Iran. In her mind, that's actually a more viable kind of threat and fear than the actual threat that Iranian government represents to their own girls and women. That's the kind of detachment from the level of detachment from reality that she maintains in this incoherent, I'll put it in scare quotes because it doesn't really deserve these words, thought process. There is no thought process going on in her head. She's not integrating the facts. Iran represents a far greater threat to the girls in Iran than Israel does. In fact, if Israel succeeds in taking out this vicious government, they will be doing more to protect girls in Iran than the Iranian government would ever want to do. I mean, this is really bizarrely detached from reality.
Yeah, and again, people, I don't. There's just this weird focus on, and again, we could do like a, well, since the shows are now 8 hours, we probably couldn't do a whole show on just schoolgirls. But again, it's like just a reminder: every single one of deaths on the Israeli side are civilian. Like apartment buildings were hit, hotels in Dubai were hit, airport in Kuwait was hit. Like that's what we're talking about. Like
A
civilian
synagogue in
sites.
Jerusalem was hit. Yeah, so Iran goes after civilians on
And
purpose.
Anna doesn't bring that up. Like somehow that's okay from Iranian side. Somehow
Yeah,
Iran
apparently they can
do
slaughter
that.
civilians, their own civilians outside of their country. And that does not faze her one little bit. But without any further information or context, she absolutely knows that Israel intended to kill, for no apparent reason, girls in Iran. That's the kind of anti-Semitic hatred she has. She actually thinks, I mean, she thinks in I think is too generous a term. Her brain somehow functions in a way that allows her to think that Israel is the threat to Iranian girls here. That Israel, for no apparent reason, is just in their evil, sinister plan to wipe out young civilians anywhere they can, I guess, that aren't in Israel. I mean, that is the kind of bizarre mental process that goes for thinking in Anna Kasparian's head. Can you imagine anything more morally perverse, more factually detached from reality, and revealing just her race hatred for Jews as such? She really believes they are just all of them sadistic murderers out to kill innocent children. You point out Iran are the ones going for civilian targets. She ignores the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of military sites that have obviously been the focus of the attention of the American and Israeli forces. To her, in her mind, there can be no mistakes. Even if it did come from our side in this, that hit that girls' school, couldn't possibly wrap her head around that idea.
Should we watch a little bit more?
Why not?
Okay, Jonathan Conricus, just first off, the attack on the school or the explosion at the school that caused so many deaths, particularly of young girl students, there does seem to be, at the moment, ongoing confusion about exactly what has happened there. The school was next to one of the Revolutionary Guard bases. It used to be part of the base until recently, apparently several years ago, it was sort of separated from the base. And, depending on which report you see, but none of them appear to be definitive, this was either an Israeli/American missile that caused this to happen, or it could have been an interception by the Revolutionary Guard, or it could have been indeed a missile, as some have claimed, fired by the Revolutionary Guard that hit the school by mistake. We don't seem to know for sure yet. Do you have any intelligence that can 100% verify what's happened there?
No, I've been asked in various fringe networks, and I've done a lot of interviews over the last 2 days and 2.5 days. And, that topic comes up when someone is grasping to try to undermine the American and Israeli operation against the regime, because it is a relatively convenient tool to use. Usually it's not by people who have compassion for civilians, for Iranian schoolgirls, or for Iranians in general, but it's usually for people who have something either against President Trump and his policies, or very often against the state of Israel. So I've looked into it, and so far, kind of a messy situation where I can't really make sense of what happened, whether it's Israel or the US who struck, or whether it's some type of a false flag operation by the IRGC. I wouldn't be surprised in any of the options. It could be an American or an Israeli strike at a proper military target that happened to be too close or co-located within or next to a school. And it could be something that was cooked up by the IRGC specifically for the purposes of having something to clutch at and having something to feed international media to show allegedly wrongdoing. I'd put that into stark contrast with, very deliberate actions of the Iranian regime when they are firing at 7 or 8 sovereign countries in the region, and they're firing at almost exclusively civilian targets. They're firing at cities in Israel. They're firing, of course, cities, and we already have 11 civilian casualties confirmed. All of them civilian, none of them military, most of them women and children, one elderly man. They've been killed in various incidents where Iranian missiles have exploded in Israeli cities. We have confirmed deaths in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, and
I mean, Jonathan Conricus is mostly covering what we've already said, and I think summarizing it nicely. So,
Yeah,
I just
well
wanted to-
answered. Really was well answered. I would have just thrown in the treatment by the Islamic Republic of their own women and their own civilians. I mean, if that's not the censure, to show you who the evil people here are, who the bad guys are. And her assumption, though what he did was completely unmask what her assumption is. It's got to be the evil Israelis who are behind all this, mwahaha, don't you know? It's incredible. And it drops the entire context of how Israel has done way too much to protect civilians in Gaza, frankly. But if that doesn't convince you that Israel is not out to just simply slaughter people indiscriminately, I don't know what possibly could. What does Israel have to do to prove? I mean, it has to take it again and again and again and just suck it up? That's apparently Anna Kasparian's demand. You will die and just suck it up and suffer, Israel. And any effort on your part to defend yourself, even if it is just a mistake on their part, it must reveal sinister evil on the part of Israel. I mean, no, we don't know, as the guy pointed out. We don't know what the cause here was. It could even be a false flag from the IRGC. Come on. To leap to the conclusion that it's evil Israel is exactly that. It's rhetorical convenience on the part of anti-Semites.
So, let's skip a little bit ahead and let's listen to what the responses to him are.
allegedly done the killing, doesn't matter who was killed, and how this can be cynically and politically used.
Okay,
We all
General
know
Kimmett,
that there's
as we've
one
been
country
talking.
that seems to have an affinity for slaughtering children, and that country is Israel. But anyway,
No, that's actually
Okay,
Iran, dear Anna. That's
okay,
actually
but we
the
also
Islamic Republic of Iran.
Right.
Okay. We
Yes,
also know, I think, from what's happened in Gaza, it is prudent to get to actual facts before we pass too censorious judgment. And I prefer to do that because I think if we don't, that way madness lies. As we're talking, General Kimmett, President Trump has told the New York Post that he's not ruling out sending US ground troops into Iran if they were necessary. He said Operation Epic Fury was way ahead of schedule by taking out dozens of Tehran's top officials. He said, quote, "I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground. There will, like every president says, there'll be no boots on the ground. I don't say that. I say probably don't need them, or if they were necessary." He also told CNN earlier today that the big wave in the conflict is yet to materialize, indicating the US has not yet begun to strike Iran forcefully and suggesting more significant action is imminent. So where do you feel we are with this, General Kimmett, and how precarious would it be for the US to commit boots on the ground? You know, I talked earlier to Vice President Pence about the parallels here with Iraq back in 2002-3, where committing boots on the ground turned out really, historically, to be a disaster. Could we be sleepwalking our way into another disaster here?
Well, first of all, I hope there's a little civility while I'm answering the questions. First of all, as one of those boots that walked on that ground in Iraq in 2003, I think that nobody wants to see us repeat the mistakes of that operation. And for that matter, as we look forward to whatever emerges from this situation in terms of the government, I certainly hope we don't count on the expatriates to come in and solve the problem for us. But look, I think it's important to understand we didn't do regime change. It's highly unlikely we're going to do regime change. We've done what the president has said in so many words is we are doing a leadership decapitation, as Israel did with Hezbollah. And he said to the Iranian people, I'm opening the door for you. You've got to figure out what to do after that. So where we are on the operation now, we've hit about 10,000 targets. We've got a lot of work to do. But at the end of the day, we can't get mission creep in this operation. Seen it, been there, done it. We ought to stick to.
Okay, let's comment here, because yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that mission creep is like something that we should be scared of, as in something that might be likely to come. I mean, it's pretty clear what we're doing, and it's pretty clear what needs to happen. So I mean, great for Anna earlier to jump in to say, yeah, Jews love to kill children. I mean, she said Israel, but
she revealed it all right there. The most restrained act of self-defensive warfare ever in the history of warfare was Israel and Gaza. She reads that as the bloodthirsty nature and desire of Israel to kill children. That's how she reads it. That's what kind of anti-Semitic hatred motivates her and warps her judgment. Unable to see the civilians slaughtered in Iran, unable to see the civilian targets abroad that Iran has from their missiles. Now, mission creep. I think that, yes, the current Trump administration is acutely aware of the mistakes in Iraq and Afghanistan. I think that is precisely what is motivating the specific goals that are being laid out. And I think it is very much goal-oriented in terms of the mission so far, in terms of what the Trump administration is saying and articulating. And they have said quite clearly, as the general pointed out there, it is not up to us to decide what the next Iranian government is. It's up to the Iranians. What we're doing is giving the Iranians a chance to decide for themselves if they want something better, which, after all, the Iranian government was most certainly not doing, preventing the Iranians from choosing their own government. Again, Anna Kasparian is apparently in favor of dictatorship, ongoing dictatorship, a dictatorship that has been the world's leading sponsor of terrorism on multiple continents. She's defending bloodthirsty child killers straight up, and has the nerve to accuse Israel of being the evil, bloodthirsty force that wants to kill children. I mean, utterly bizarre. But I think the general's point is well taken. The way the Trump administration has articulated this is acutely aware of our mistakes in Iraq and Afghanistan recently. That's why Trump has laid out a very goal-specific operation here. He's not telling you how long it'll take. He's telling you there's specific concrete goals we had in mind. And among those goals is to give the Iranian people a chance to select for themselves the next government. We're just wiping out the leadership of the current one that makes that impossible, and the security forces of the current one that makes that impossible. There's a whole big difference between the nation building exercises that America altruistically engaged in recent wars and I think what Trump has laid out here, with specific goals in mind, which do not include foisting a government against the will of the Iranian people on the Iranian people.
Hey guys. All right, I have some stuff to say about what has been said so far, but Daniel has to go for a bit and then we won't be able to share videos. And so I want to share a couple of clips now. If necessary, we can go back to this Pierce Morgan show and talk about the rest of it. But yeah, we'll get to it once Daniel leaves to my comments on it. Yeah, couple of videos, I think both of them from Iran. Yeah, that was a weapons factory from what I gather, and yeah, some of these things, the way they explode and the additional explosions kind of indicate that this wasn't a girls' school, although I'm sure Anna Kasparian will claim that it is.
Hundreds and hundreds of targets, over 1,000 sorties so far, and
wait, James, let's watch one more and release Daniel, and then you can continue that thought.
Okay.
Was that it?
Yeah.
It's like 3 seconds, but impressive enough nonetheless.
Yeah, I think it's. Do people recognize that? That monument is a very big thing in Tehran. That's usually what's associated with Tehran. So the black smoke behind it, I think it's pretty symbolic.
All right. Thanks, Daniel. With that, if you can make me a host of the Zoom call so I can allow other people in as well, if and as they join. Yeah. First of all, Anna, I don't know when that was from, actually. I don't know if this is before or after the sort of fatwa-ish that was issued against Goldie and Alec Laban based on the claims made by Cenk and Anna. And claims made intentionally, hang on. Oh, okay. Claims made intentionally by them in order to cause, to send their people at people with different views. I do not believe they are innocent of any of what they promote. Look, she's promoting this anti-Semitic blood libel with one source, the Iranian government. Her source is those who slaughtered tens of thousands are now telling her the Jews killed 100 schoolgirls, and of course Anna, who at no point complained about the massacre of tens of thousands, now suddenly cares about specific civilians. And this goes back to a reminder when these people, especially the pro-Palestine, so-called pro-Palestine crowd, remember there is no such thing as pro-Palestine. They are anti-Israel and anti-Jew. When they tell you they care about civilians, Ask them what they did on October 7th. They were celebrating on the streets or they were celebrating on social media. What were they celebrating? They were celebrating that they could see with their own eyes the slaughter of Jews, point blank, door to door, savages going, hunting down Jews and laughing while slaughtering them, while burning them alive, while raping them, while torturing them, while taking them hostage. That is how the pro Palestinian side thinks. That is what they want to see. They want to see the slaughter of civilians. They, I guarantee you, rejoice when stories of specifically dead children come out of Gaza, because for them that is something to use. That is fuel for the fire, for the anti-Semitic fire that they are trying to stoke, and successfully. So yeah, none of these people have a problem with the killing of civilians. They all support it. James.
That's exactly right. She would, I mean, it's incredible. It cannot be a virtuous state of affairs. Either she is evading on a huge scale basic facts, or she is so morally twisted and perverse in her own thinking that she really is. I mean, but it doesn't, whatever our psychological diagnosis or our epistemological diagnosis of her head is, she is defending, it would be the equivalent of defending Adolf Hitler back during World War II. She is defending the forces of evil in the world today, using them as the trustworthy source. They are the good guys here. Israel is necessarily the bad guy here. And she has absolutely picked the wrong side of history. No matter how this plays out, you know, Trump could screw up. There could be things that we don't know happening in the future. But in terms of the wrong side of history, in terms of being on the side of evil, a dictatorship, being against any kind of humane decency towards human life, girls' lives, she is so twisted and so upside down in her, quote, values here that it has to be a moral dysfunction of her brain. She is evading because there is no way someone looking at the facts of the situation here, what Iran has done to their own people in recent weeks, for example, what Iran is doing right now in hitting civilian targets and all of their neighbors who weren't involved at all, or sending a missile to Cyprus. I mean, they are a threat to everybody. The need to do this is made morally clear by how they're engaged in the conflict right now. I mean, no one is that blind. This woman is evil.
Thank you, Linda, for the super chat. Linda says, for something real, can we show the painting? We can, but it'll take about an hour. Oh. Is Daniel actually able to do that right now? Is that what you are? Yes. Okay. Daniel is sharing that painting. And Daniel can give information about where you can get that painting by John Wass, who has been on this channel many times. By the way, while we promote the painting, we can promote two things at once, right? Yeah, Cordair.com. I should have known that, but brain functions less and less as we go along here into our 6th hour since we started. Okay, Daniel is now leaving, so thank you for that, Daniel. And
what a great image that is, though. I mean, you
oh,
see,
I know what I was going to say. I was going to say that John Wass, the man who painted that painting, is going to be speaking at the Irreplaceable Spark Conference later this year, October 17th, 18th. Make sure you get your tickets. I don't know if Daniel is still here able to put the link in the chat, but that is also a simple one, objectivism.co.uk. Early bird prices until the end of this month. You should be there. It's going to be a great conference. It's at a great hotel in a great city, Austin, Texas.
And
yeah.
you can't miss the opportunity to meet John, and hopefully he'll be even able to show you more of his art, or maybe even show you as he's making that art. I mean, to look at that image, here is a woman proudly not in a hijab, with her hair fully exposed. the intensity on her eyes, the intensity of awareness and justice that you see in her face. What a wonderful reconstruction of what is now an iconic image. So yeah, I love John Wass and I love his work. So if you have any way of being in Austin, Texas in October of this year, that's just one more reason to be there, is the work of the amazing artist John Wass.
Absolutely. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. Matt asks, do dictatorships have sovereignty? James.
No. They can claim whatever they want. They can put whatever words they want it. That they have no moral legitimacy. By sovereignty, I mean, I would interpret that as meaning, are they a legitimate government? You know, in medieval times, they had actual sovereigns, monarchs. So who the legitimate monarch was, who the rightful king of France was the subject of a 100-year war between the French kings and the English kings. I don't think either of them had legitimacy to be monarchs. But the idea of sovereignty comes from that European tradition. Who is the legitimate ruler? So if the concept implies legitimacy of rule, I think there's a very simple test. Does the country respect individual rights? To the extent it puts rule of law ahead of the rule of men, to the extent that it respects individual rights, it is legitimate sovereign. Is there free speech is a major test for me. Is there due process is a major test for me into whether or not a country has legitimacy. If those things do not exist, the country is not legitimate. So Iran possesses no legitimacy, no legitimate sovereignty. It has been oppressing its people from the beginning. There has been no free speech. Women have had no rights, no due process. And so they have no legitimacy. So I take the term sovereignty to mean, are they the legitimate government of Iran? No, they have never been the legitimate government of Iran, and they've proven it over the last 47 years quite consistently in oppressing free speech, ripping out tongues of their opponents, making women disappear without due process in their prisons. So and now we have evidence just in recent weeks of them slaughtering by the tens of thousands their own people who rise up against them. No, they have absolutely no legitimacy, and that's the only valid application to the concept sovereignty I'd give it. And if you need any greater demonstration, as I say, just look at the way they slaughter their own people in the untold thousands in the streets. No, they are not a legitimate sovereign. And Ayn Rand was very, very clear about this point. She was very careful in her definition of dictatorship, and she pointed out that a dictatorship has no right to exist, and that anyone has the moral justification to take out such a government. In her day, it was the Soviet Union. In her day, it was Cuba, these totalitarian communist dictatorships. But in her mind, it applied to Nazi Germany. In her mind, it applied to fascist Italy. In her mind, it would apply, in her own mind, for example, to Iran, in 1979, when the Islamic Revolution happened and they took over the American embassy and kidnapped our diplomatic personnel there, right at that moment, she said that we ought to do something immediately, and denied any moral legitimacy to the government. And its behavior since Ms. Rand spoke 47 years ago, 46 years ago, whenever she made her statement, it's only gotten much more clear how they have zero free speech, how they have zero due process, how they were willing to slaughter their own people in untold thousands in the streets. No, a slave pen like that has no legitimacy. They are not the legitimate sovereign of the nation of Iran.
Some news updates. So an Israeli navigator says that we've already done more flights in this war than in the June war. Israeli pilots altogether. Again, this is 3.5 days. That war was 12 days, and that's just Israel. So this is a very different situation and a very different war, and it very much looks like it is a war unprecedented almost in our time, a war with victory as the goal. Again, we don't know what's coming, but we know what we've seen for 3.5 days. We know what we've heard rhetorically, some things that would really have to be walked back quite a bit if we're gonna, sue for peace all of a sudden out of the blue. So Yeah, well done. Let's keep that going.
And the
Thoughts on
greatest
that
thing I've
before we go
heard
to the
so
world
far
news?
from American policymakers, the really intense stuff is yet to happen. I mean, America, compared to the 12-day war, America has obviously flown and more sorties than many, many, many more sorties, like hundreds more sorties than we did during the 12-day war. In fact, and then to hear from American policymakers last night and this morning, no, the really intense part is yet to start. Boy, is that good news, huh? So just since we're degrading their missile capacity, now we're opening up our ability to really, really take the intense action that we need to take. That is good news, because you don't do these things half-assed. If you're going to take them out, you take them out, and you take them out thoroughly and completely. And that means that we're just getting started here. We're just getting warmed up. There will be nothing left of the security and military forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran when they're done. Let's hope.
The Supreme Leader Khamenei, his funeral will take place Friday. Will start on Friday.
Oh, I
It'll end
hope it's a
on
big
Saturday.
advertised affair. Yes.
Yeah, if anybody is planning to travel, I heard there's issue with air travel into Tehran,
Yeah,
not just
it
with
might
the
be
airspace,
tricky
but
to
also
get
with the
there.
airport. So yeah, good luck with that.
But tell us exactly when and where you're going to have it. That I would deeply appreciate.
By the way, a different update I saw like 30 minutes ago was that Iran is claiming that the committee that was bombed wasn't there. It was just their building and they're meeting in some different way. And we're going to hear about the new supreme leader in the coming days or maybe even hours. So, uh, but a reminder, Iran also said that the supreme leader, the previous one, is fine on Saturday and kept claiming that until Sunday. They
You
only they
mean
only confirmed that.
you don't trust the Iranians? You don't trust the Iranian government, Razi? My golly.
I mean, Anna Kasparian makes a good case to do so, but no, still no.
No, do not believe a thing any more than you would believe anything that came out of the Gaza Health Ministry, which is in effect Hamas. Don't believe a thing you're hearing from the Iranian, Islamic Republic side. No, they're liars. They're liars. Lying is nothing to people who would slaughter tens of thousands of their own people in the streets, okay? We know they've broken every promise that they've ever made. They've lied every time someone has negotiated with them. We knew that already going into that. But if recent events haven't further convinced you, I'm not sure what possibly could. These are the evildoers, okay? To them, lying is nothing.
Politico reports that the Trump administration is considering providing military defense to oil and natural gas tankers passing through the Straits of Hormuz. Good idea.
Good idea. Well, America has proudly boasted that we have utterly destroyed the Iranian Navy, such as it was. If that does not mean something good for the long-term security of getting oil out of the Persian Gulf through the Straits of Hormuz, I don't know what possibly could. Iran has been threatening that for decades. And through their proxies, the Houthis, they've shut down international trade through the Red Sea if necessary. No, we have to take out every aspect of their military capacity. And when we do, that will be the preservation of world trade and international interests and for the cause of civilization itself, because that trade was being violently threatened by the Islamic Republic of Iran. We have to eliminate that threat. It is in our it is an American or all those right wingers, anti-Semitic right wingers. It is in America's interest to end this threat once and for all.
Israel's diplomats in the Emirates have been evacuated. There was, I don't know if this concern about them being targeted is from within. I think they were targeted by drones. We know that actually because in Abu Dhabi, in uh, the embassy there, there was actually an attack and a woman and her daughter were injured. So, yeah. They are, yeah, there's definitely targeting of them. They were evacuated back to Israel. There are still hundreds of Israeli citizens in the UAE. What they're doing there, I don't know what they're thinking, but you find out things. But by the way, I still haven't heard about that Dubai flight from Saturday. I haven't heard an update. Maybe I missed it. Presumably, I see a lot of updates, so it's possible that I missed it. But yeah, Saturday we heard of a flight from Tel Aviv to Dubai that, because the war started when it was airborne, had to make an emergency landing in Riyadh. And yeah, that would be of concern to me if I was on that flight or my loved ones were. Um, I don't have an update, so if anybody does, let us know in the chat. When I get back to looking at it, I will follow up on any of that. The IDF uh, has bombed a underground facility that Iran was using as part of its nuclear weapons program. Very good news. The IDF has eliminated a senior official in the Quds force. It can't be Khani, but it's maybe somebody else, because Khani, hands off Khani, people. James, any comments while I look for more news items that are relevant right now?
Look, there are cases where I think there can be rational disagreement over, something like foreign policy. There certainly is. But in this case, ladies and gentlemen, the facts are so overwhelmingly clear that we should have that we should have a matching kind of moral clarity and passion about what's going on. Iran is perhaps the most savage totalitarian dictatorship on the planet right now, when you consider the ideology that has been running them. They have never hesitated to slaughter civilians when they can get their hands on them. Their stated out loud goal is death to Israel, death to America. You have to take them seriously. When you see the way they've conducted themselves in recent weeks, it makes it all the more clear. I don't know how else to put it. I can put it a dozen different ways, but if it is really if it's problematic somehow for you to see who the good guys and the bad guys here are, and why the Islamic Republic must be destroyed, and merits it, then I'm not sure you could be convinced about anything rationally. I would have to think that it is the biases you have against Israel walking in the door that have to be shaping it. And so I'd ask you to look in a mirror and check your premises very carefully, because in the world of today, certainly in many decades, this has been the most morally clear case of righteous warfare that I have seen, really. Is all there is to it.
Yeah, I'm now seeing a report that there's thousands of Israelis in Dubai alone, and again, where I stand, and they're saying we're in a war zone. Yeah, you come from a war zone, but why you go vacation in the dictator? Look, I hope everybody is safe in Dubai. Westerners who have made the really short-sighted decision to go there as tourists or to go live there don't deserve to die over this, but should reconsider their lives. Okay.
Israelis, Jews, Americans. I mean, there are many of them spread across the region. And is it a danger to them? Absolutely. But it's only because Iran was an ongoing danger to them already.
Well, no, being in a dictatorship is, I don't understand. Like, this is not a friendly country, even if there's some stupid paper that they signed,
I understand, but it doesn't follow that Iran would be a direct threat to them, unless you put the pieces together already. Iran already was a direct threat, had been out loud threatening death to Israel, death to America, out loud. So when they engage in terrorism, when they slaughter their own people, when they subject Israel to 2 missile barrages before this war began, understand they were always a threat to Israelis. They were always a threat to Americans. So people in the region, this is not something that just sprang out of some mystery box a second ago. Woo, whoa, what's going on? Is Israel and America doing it? No, it's because of the ongoing threat that Iran always represented to you, wherever you were, and in any context. And you might have thought, okay, our trip to the United Arab Emirates, our trip to Dubai, it's justified for trade. And I agree with what Razi is saying. They're already an authoritarian dictatorship. But the point is, if you're in that region and you're feeling the threat from Iran, that's only the ongoing threat that they've represented for the last 47 years. Just the other day, there was a shooter in Austin, Texas, where the Irreplaceable Spark Conference is going to happen later this year. The innocent people were shot by a man wearing an Iranian flag on his T-shirt, okay? That guy was a danger all along. If this activated him, if what's going on right now activated him into shooting innocent people, he was a threat all along, just like Iran was a threat all along to innocent people. This is merely what we're doing now is bravely taking the danger on now so that we can end that threat forever, hopefully.
Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. Matt asks, did Trump name the enemy Islamic totalitarianism? Matt, you're asking too much, okay?
Yeah.
You should read The Art of the Deal. I mean, I haven't read it, but I assume he'll tell you not to go into negotiation demanding everything because
quite the reverse.
especially not
Mr.
with
Trump goes to Saudi Arabia and he says, "You do you, we'll do us. It's okay that you guys have, that you're run by Sharia law, that you're an absolute monarchy, that women really don't have rights, and you don't have freedom of speech or freedom of religion here." And Mr. Trump said, "A-okay with me." So no, Mr. Trump is not a principled advocate of a free society. He's willing to negotiate with dictators. He was willing to negotiate with Iran. All of that is frankly very, very disturbing. But there is apparently, thank goodness, there's an outer limit to what Trump is willing to tolerate, to what Trump is willing to put up with from any government. They were not willing to deal with it. Think of the insanity there. You've got Trump, who is willing to negotiate with any dictator on the planet, and they're not satisfying him in terms of responding. You would have thought after the 12-day war, Iran would be begging and pleading America for whatever deal that would get them through the moment, at least. No, they're so irrational that they turned down all of Trump's offers all along the way since the 12-day war. Now imagine how irrational you have to be that. I mean, talk about crazed killers. These people are homicidal maniacs, not willing to take any of the off ramps that Mr. Trump was willing, who should not have offered them those off ramps. Trump should never have offered Iran any off ramps. But apparently, and thank goodness, there's a limit to the number of off ramps that a pragmatist like Mr. Trump is willing to give to Iran. That's the best we can hope for in this context. Not a principled defense of liberty against Islamic dictatorships. No. Alas, no. Against all of these Islamic dictatorships. Alas, that is not on the political radar screen, even in the civilized world today. Certainly not on Trump's, but at least Mr. Trump has a limit to what he's willing to take from this Islamic dictatorship.
James, we do our best on this channel to provide the best commentary we can, but sometimes people, especially people who don't take a side, just do better than us, and really, because they're neutral, and it gives them a different perspective. The neutral, totally not Iranian propagandist in the chat says, France and UK intervening to stop missiles. France also sending aircraft carrier. Confirmation Iran is too much to handle. Yeah, what you can clearly see is that poor, weak little Israel and the US are struggling with the Islamic Republic, and what they need is the warfare victory expertise the French are famous for.
God, we do
Fantastic
not need
commentary.
them. We would have
We
proceeded
should
apace
subscribe to your
without them.
channel.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Iran is being overwhelmed right now. Dozens of their top leaders have been wiped out. I'm not even sure right now how much of their government has been taken out. Hundreds of sorties reduced their capacity to lob missiles at their neighbors or against American forces. So they are being reduced to rubble without British or French help. The involvement of the British and French shows just what crazed homicidal maniacs the Iranians are. They're lashing out in all directions. They're attacking Cyprus. They're attacking French facilities along the Gulf. They're attacking civilian targets in nations that didn't even want to be involved in this war. That's what's getting the rest of the world involved. That's why the Saudis are saying maybe we'll get involved. It's not because we need the Saudis. It's not because we need the French. It's because Iran is hell-bent on alienating apparently every country on the planet in their homicidal quest to destroy Israel and America, to which Israel and America is at last finally properly responding by taking them out. This is insane. I mean, if you can't look at the headlines right now and see that Iran is being thoroughly smashed only by the efforts of America and Israel,
He
then
sees it. He sees it. Just because he says something doesn't mean he doesn't see it. Look, European countries are really in a tough spot because they made a point of either not supporting the US or openly coming out against it, and then they were attacked by Iran. Like, you literally have them begging Iran to kind of, to accept being the good guys, according to them, to Macron. And no, Iran chose to fire at them again, like they chose to fire at a bunch of countries. This is unbelievable that you think that Britain is joining not because it was attacked, and it's not actually doing anything. It's letting the US use their bases and maybe participating in interception. I don't know. You read something on the news, so now you know everything. But yeah, it really is amazing, the mental gymnastics and the lies that people are trying to push. Look, you've been here all day, every day for the past few days. You know you're not dealing with some, random conservative lightweight channel, okay? And random conservative lightweight audience. You're dealing with serious people who will not actually buy your bullshit, and also people who are unapologetic about their support for the good guys in this war, unlike those who are kind of okay, but we shouldn't, we should be careful, and we shouldn't have boots on the ground. I'd prefer we didn't have boots on the ground, but between boots on the ground, if the alternative is letting the Iranian regime survive, of course we have to have boots on the ground. And again, we do have boots on the ground in the form of the Iranian people standing up against the government that you want to have keeping oppressing them. So
and if here and there we need boots on the ground to make sure that the Iranian regime is no more, then okay. But we're not. What's good is that we have stated out loud we're going to let the Iranian people choose their own government. We're not going to altruistically die in an effort to foist some government on them, which is the mistake America has made over and over and over again. So.
Wait, he's now saying, bro, I always said that Iran will lose, but I didn't think that the US and Israel need help from other. Things live forever on the internet.
They don't
We
need
have
the
the
help.
comments, we have the chat from yesterday and the
We
day
went
before.
pleading.
When
That's
you said
it.
Israel, this guy said Israel, the same guy said Israel is done and Iran has embarrassed them and so on. So you're lying. But also you're lying, claiming Israel and the U.S. need the help of these countries. No, it'll be better if we could use their bases, but no.
Not only did Trump not ask for Britain's help, he's been playing in his evaluation of Mr. Keir Starmer not being a Winston Churchill. He's not doing anything to encourage Britain's involvement. You will note, if anything, he's criticizing British leadership right now. No, they're not doing it because Israel and America has begged them for help because their backs are against the wall. No, the backs against the wall are the Iranian government. Those are the backs that are obviously against the wall. They're the ones in short order about to be utterly destroyed. Okay.
And just one more from this guy. That's what I see. Other countries need to intervene. Again, nobody needs to intervene. Iran is done. They have no air defense system. The Israel and the U.S. are flying over there just like Israel did in June, as if it's their own airspace. Just to warm up the planet. They can just fly around just for fun. So that is the situation there. And again, they're targeting whoever they want to target. Maybe those who are in tunnels are temporarily safe. So that is the current situation. Nobody needs to intervene. It's just countries. This is weird, and I'll say it slowly. Countries sometimes, when another country bombs them, fight back,
Yeah.
or at least pretend to fight back.
Yeah.
And that's why you're going to see France and Britain and the UAE and Saudi Arabia and reportedly also Qatar do some sort of at least symbolic action to say, you know what, to the people, to say, you know what, we're not like Zach Polanski, the leader of the Green Party in the UK, who came out against Britain fighting back after it was bombed. But I'm sure you will, if you're British, gladly vote for Zach Polanski, and if you're elsewhere, you will find your own Zach Polanski.
Yeah, no, America and Israel could not have anticipated Iran sending a missile over to Cyprus, where the British are keeping Greeks and Turks apart. Okay, no, nor could Israel or America have anticipated the scale and the scope of the attacks that Iran has delivered on their neighboring countries, who would have, if they had had their way, would not have been attacked. No, Iran is doing those things because those are the last acts of a desperate leadership, what's left of a desperate leadership in the course of attempting to survive in whatever way they can. But it's more than that. It's theocratic madmen with their backs against the wall in a desperate act. And if you can't see that, again, imagine being that detached from reality that you can't see the overwhelming success of what's going on, Israel and America are having, and the desperate condition that the Iranian government finds itself in. Really, really, we can't do it without Britain. And you know that major help that Britain and France are offering. Oh, and we absolutely need the Saudis or the Qataris to help. No, none of that was anticipated. None of that was needed. It was Iran's desperate acts that caused that to even get onto the radar screen. But I can assure you, those interventions will not be the decisive force in this war. They will not be the decisive factors in this war. Promise.
James, I have a deal to propose. Not to you, to the future Iranian government. Israel, if this is a free government, Israel will have, let's say, a big role in having freed that country. Iran is massive. I mean, that's according to reports from the war. That's kind of part of the problem for Iranians, actually, more so than Israelis, because they try to find somewhere in the desert, and it's easy to catch them. Anyway, it's a massive country. It's the bottom line.
Twice the size of Texas. It's a vast landscape.
So, how about we carve out a piece of land there? Just a small piece of it. Doesn't have to be like, it could be, I don't know, size of Manhattan, and send those Gazans there to live out their days. And the people in the West Bank. But realistically, unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. I do think Israel is not really hiding this. They do want to encourage people to leave, but that's not what you do in war. You don't ask politely if they started a war against you and slaughtered your people. So,
I'm hoping for a friendly government to replace the Islamic Republic, and I wouldn't wish that on my enemies, much less my friends.
That's true.
That's on the one hand.
How they deal with them, I don't care.
Yes, on the one hand, I wouldn't wish that on anyone, especially the friendly government, I hope. But you make a point. if there is something better that treats women decently, that has more freedom of speech, that moves in a liberal direction, the Iranian people will have the Israeli government to thank. The Iranian people will have the American government to thank for that improvement. Now, um, I think about your proposal about putting the despicable Palestinian population over there. The
Well,
Egyptians
here's the
didn't
thing. You
want
get a
them.
chunk of desert, a small chunk of
A
desert,
small chunk of
and
desert.
that's it. And you don't get to just travel around as if you're part of the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure it out at some point, decades from now. If you become civilized, we'll see where we take it from there. That's my proposal.
But if
Iron
you,
Meerkat says in the
but part of
chat.
why I'm sympathetic to the idea is if you isolate them anywhere away from Israel, they will have lost their whole cohesion, their whole purpose for existence. Right now, Palestinian culture, whatever there is that we can call Palestinian culture, exists for one purpose and one purpose alone: the destruction of Israel and the killing of Jews. That's the defining essence. As objectivists, we say that's the CCD, the conceptual common denominator. The essence of what it is to be Palestinian is your opposition to Israel. If they are displaced anywhere too far from Israel, they will have, they will have lost purpose. They'll be like, from Star Trek Next Generation, the Borg. They'll be Borg detached from the hive mind. And so what you'll see is you'll see a lot of random action, maybe running into walls here and there and running into furniture here and there. There is no such thing as coordinated Palestinianism or Palestinian culture or ethnic cohesion. They are Arab Muslims. They are Arab Muslims up against Israel, whose sole raison d'etre is to kill as many Jews as possible and destroy the state of Israel. There is no other thing that keeps them together and binds them as a people. It's
Yeah.
that simple.
By the way, I see my proposal is not popular with people in the chat. Iron Meerkat says nobody in their right mind would take in the Gazans. Bonnie says that seems a little harsh to the freedom fighters of
It
Iran.
does.
I
After
agree.
just having survived a bunch of jihadist monsters of one flavor, are we going to send them a bunch of jihadist monsters of another flavor? Just doesn't seem fair. I agree with that general idea. But I would remind people that wherever they're sent, that if they're not in proximity to Israel, they have lost any kind of social cohesion or philosophical unity, indeed any kind of ethnic identity.
Moody says Turkey can have them. Look, the problem is Turkey won't take them, and Turkey wants to send their troops into Gaza and basically occupy a chunk of Israel, essentially, a chunk of what should be Israel. So yeah, you will not see Turkey saying, yes, let's take people who, of course, will be bad for us, but also who are now fighting against the existence of the Jewish state. Let's take them out there. No, this is already Turkey already sees them as a sort of, even unofficially, a type of proxy, at least in the wider war. Yeah, there is zero chance of that. But again, we're talking. I mean, I came up with this on the fly here, so this is not the well thought out theory, and there's a very good chance I will reconsider. But I do. I absolutely think Israel has no future if it allows Gazans to stay in Gaza, and ultimately people in the West Bank to stay in the West Bank, Arabs in the West Bank. I mean, but yeah, will this? Yeah, Iron Meerkat says send them to North Korea again. Those are not countries that it's going to be easier with Iran if we just say, look, just this chunk of land. And by the way, that gives several opportunities. First of all, if there are any decent people there, we can pick them out, pluck them out, and bring them into civilization. Uh, all the gays for Gaza who want to show their support in person, we're never going to let them into Israel. They can go there and show their support in person, and I'm sure the jihadists have spent the last 2.5 years just waiting for the moment that they can thank gays for Gaza in person, or queers for Palestine, or whatever it's called. So that's another. Everybody wins. You don't look sold, James. All right, I need to work
Well,
on it.
you know, you know, um, people are. It astonishes me how the left in the West and Gays for Palestine is a classic example. I mean, completely ignores the fact that the most illiberal culture on the planet is the Islamic world in the Middle East today. It really is. There's no rights for gays. There's no rights for women, and they can put up with that kind of again, the level of cognitive dissonance is, to use the term, that is to say, contradictions that they put up with in their own mind, or facts that they clearly evade in their own mind, is on such a staggering scale. On the other hand, just because some Western, student brainwashed by their, university professor into taking some pro-Palestinian stance has misled them that way. Uh, Again, I don't think the death penalty is the correct solution. And what you're suggesting is, in effect, the death penalty. Am I sparing them from themselves and saying, no, they ought not, even they ought not to be subjected to, in effect, one could say that the only form of justice would be to let them learn it on their own hides firsthand. And that would be my initial reaction. Go to Gaza, or what I would have said a few weeks ago, go to Iran and find out just what kind of rights you have as women, as homosexuals. Find out for yourself firsthand, because justice would, in the first order, mean learning the difference on your own hide and not insisting that other people suffer. Uh, every Israeli suffer because of your misunderstanding of the situation. But still, I don't think it's a death penalty offense. And that's in effect what it would be.
You're a generous man, calling it a misunderstanding of the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Even
think
if there's a moral issue to their misunderstanding, what would be saying is that their profound error of thought and advocacy merits their death. I'm not sure it does, but at one level, though, I have to agree with your moral logic. If they can't see the difference, maybe learning the difference on their own hides is the only thing that'll get it through to them.
Right, a couple of news updates. First of all, the IDF says that from the start of the war, there have been the IDF, the Israeli Air Force alone has taken out around 300 missile launchers in Iran. That is very good. And the
They have
IDF has
thousands of missiles, but it's those missile launchers. You can have a whole quiver full of arrows, but if you ain't got no bows, you're not the threat. And apparently, Israeli and American forces have dramatically reduced the threat from missiles, and you can see it right there with
Oh yeah.
hundreds of missile launch sites being taken
Yeah, and we
out.
see it in the results. I mean, look at Saturday. Immediately they started firing everywhere and firing as much as they can. And even then, it was fewer. At least it was fewer to Israel than in June. But of course, they were firing in other directions as well. Uh, yeah, it also says that the Israeli Air Force has dropped 4,000 ammunitions and in more than 1,600 flights.
Wow.
So very, very impressive. And again, this is just Israel. But of course, we need France. And here's what I was really wondering. This is I said this
Desperate
as
with our
soon
backs against the wall. Israel and America needs France, and
I said this when Macron first came out against the war. We don't want them as part of it.
please
We
no.
want them to sit it out and not even shut up. Just say whatever they say, but just say it and don't come anywhere near it. So um, France is oh, okay. They're sending fighter jets and air defense systems. He says I can't uh, justify the actions of the U.S. and Israel. Um, okay, the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier and warships are sent to the area. And he warned of an Israeli ground operation in Lebanon. A ground operation, as we know, is already underway. It's their decision, but this will be a dangerous escalation and a strategic mistake. Okay, I promised some of our viewers and some of our
Pourquoi pas?
biggest supporters that I'll stop swearing or I'll reduce it. And I'm sorry, I
Oh, no, no, no,
can't
no.
do
The
it.
president of France, I mean, if you're consulting him on what is strategically intelligent or not, I mean, he would have told you the whole thing was a giant escalation. But now that we see their response and the fact that you're having to respond, France, that wasn't an error on Iran's part. No, I cannot fathom the logic there. There ought to be an overwhelming attack into Lebanon by Israeli forces right now, eradicating once and for all Hezbollah, which is simply an arm of the evil Iranian government. Full stop. Mr. Macron, I don't know why you persist in your desire to have the evil forces of Iran still survive in some form in the area. Strategically, it would be a mistake for Israel not to engage in a ground assault on into Lebanon to utterly and completely destroy the remaining arm of Iran in the region, namely Hezbollah. What is your thinking there, Mr. Macron? I do not understand. It's just every reason why, no reason why not. Okay. He's got it exactly backwards.
In Israel, Israel is expecting that the Council of Experts will announce soon that Ali Khamenei's son, Mujabta, I don't know how to pronounce his name, sure we'll find out, is soon going to be declared his successor. So, yeah.
They've got family. I'm sure they can find someone who could, because of some connection to a previous leader, have some kind of legitimacy over the Revolutionary Guard and unify them. All the more reason to make him the next target. If they have gotten their act together to name a new supreme leader, he should be next up on the hit list, along with all of those who selected him, along with all of those Revolutionary Guard forces that support him. It's really that straightforward. They've made it the morally clear issue here has really made the policy demands here real clear as well. Name your next leader. Yeah. And guess what? He's next up on the list. And y'all who chose him, you're on the list. And all those Revolutionary Guard forces supporting him, you're on the list. It's really simple.
I saw this story somewhere. Somebody tweeted this. I'm sure. I'm not sure, but it sounds like bullshit. But it talks about kind of how paranoid sort of the Muslim world is about Jews because, and we talked about this in late 2024. You know, Nasrallah earlier in 2024 gave that speech where he said, "You don't have to worry about Mossad agents. The Mossad agent is right here in your phone." And you know they were worried about Mossad being in their phone, so they went to more primitive technology like pagers and like walkie-talkies, and those started exploding, and then they started getting bombed, and Israel knew where all the leaders were and took them out. And imagine, again, these are people whose starting point is the trees and the rocks are going to tell them. The Jews, first of all, are going to be hiding, and they're going to be hiding behind trees and rocks, and the trees and rocks are going to tell them. So imagine like the kind of paranoia they're going to have after knowing that the Jews were in the pocket, not as the metaphor goes, physically in the pockets of thousands of Hezbollah terrorists. So I saw this story on Twitter that said that Israel, the Mossad sent doctors, basically had doctors for the elites in Tehran, dentists and doctors, and they installed tracking devices like in tooth fillings and stuff like that, and that's how Israel knew. Now again, sounds bullshitty, but if you told me about the pager operation before, I would say that's bullshit. If we didn't
Yes.
know about it, but it plays into the paranoia. I like that stories like that are out there, in making these people more paranoid because they will make the kind of mistakes that made the war in Lebanon the success that it was
They
until
put it
Biden
into the
stopped it.
lining of your coats. They put it into your eyeglasses. They put it into your dental implants. Yes, absolutely. In fact, you need worry about that. I mean, after all, look at how many Jewish doctors and dentists there are, and how many Jewish tailors there are. They've sewn it into the lining of your very clothes because the evil Jews control all of these businesses. So absolutely, you're right. You're right, jihadists out there. It's in the soles of your shoes. It's in the yeah, exactly. It's the birds. They've trained the carrier if you have to degrade your technology down from cell phones to pagers to carrier pigeons, those evil Mossad people, they have trained the carrier pigeons in the region to explode in your face. You ought to be worried about that. That's right.
By the
The
way,
crazed paranoia is really something to behold, but something to foster. Truly.
I haven't seen Race in the chat today, and as you know, even trolls are eligible for comment of the day award. The current leader is somebody, the guy earlier who made a pass at me, but a close second is our friend who doesn't take a side, who says that it could have been hidden in the COVID vaccines. Yeah, that 5G stuff. That's what it
How could
was.
I have been so blind? It was obvious. It was there all along. It was in the COVID vaccine. They've been planning this since the year 2020, don't you know?
By
And
the
when
way, I hope you're vaccinated, person who's
the COVID vaccine turns you into a Zionist or a Zionist agent.
why do you think we had all these vaccine mandates? There was a
Of
point to it.
course. Much more effective than space lasers. COVID vaccines, which turn you into a Zionist or a Zionist agent. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Go with that. Don't get your vaccines. One more way to die.
All right, I'm gonna look quickly to see if we have any updates. Daniel should be joining soon, and then we can go back to Anna because I was pissed off, but then I wasn't on when I was pissed off, and then when I came back, Daniel had to leave. So uh, okay, there is a report from Sabrin News. Again, Sabrin News is a news agency associated with the pro-Iranian militias in Iraq. So take everything with a grain of salt. But again, it doesn't mean it's not true. Has reported that the American consulate in Dubai has been attacked. And from in this report, it says from unverified footage from the area, you can see smoke from the building. Look, Dubai has been, I think, today maybe under at least from the reports we're reading, it seems like under more heavy bombardment and more clearly targeted at civilians than I think any day so far in this war.
And of course, one part that is credible there is that American consulates would be a target. What's not credible is that they'd focus on the American consulate when we know civilian targets have been actually more targeted in the neighboring countries than American installations and bases. It is true that the embassy in Riyadh, the U.S. embassy in Riyadh, was attacked, but it was largely empty. I have no doubt that American facilities are being attacked, but what is also being attacked, and what the Iranians will probably not be boasting of, is how they've been attacking civilian sites, airports, hotels, residential buildings, which have been in fact, have been the larger focus of Iranian attacks. Frankly, the idea of, that girls' school that was next to a Revolutionary Guard facility, the fact that it's a false flag operation, which the person in the Piers Morgan interview was suggesting, is frankly far more credible to me than even a mistake on the part of Americans and Israelis engaged in hundreds of attacks right now. which are obviously being targeted at military sites. Don't believe what the Iranians tell you on the one hand. On the other hand, they are attacking places like Dubai, and they're doing more than just hitting American facilities. But it is, as I say, perfectly credible that an American facility is coming under attack there. As I say, I know that the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia was attacked. Fortunately, it was largely empty, and there were no casualties.
A follow-up on the report we had before, Trump has said that when as needed, the U.S. Navy will start escorting tankers going through the Straits of Hormuz.
Good, good. We want to minimize the economic harm that this is going to cause to everyone else. And if that has to happen, then I would again urge people to remind yourself why that has to happen. Iran has posed an ongoing threat to international trade. It's posed an ongoing threat to its neighbors and to everybody else. And if you can't see that in their recent behavior, just in recent weeks, and then how they've reacted after this attack, they are a threat to everybody. They're maniacal killers. They'll slaughter tens of thousands of their own people. They'll hit civilian targets in their Muslim neighboring countries, some of whom might have taken a positive stance towards them, or at least a more neutral stance right now towards them. That's how insane they are. They'll lob a missile at Cyprus. If you can't see that the Iranian regime is still, and has been for decades now, an ongoing threat to everybody, I'm not sure what could possibly convince you.
Yeah, Moody said earlier when I talked about the hiding trackers in the fillings, I heard that, Razi, and suggested that's why Zach Polanski won't go to a dentist. That is harsh.
That is harsh.
Okay, we now have Eyal Reichel joining us. We will, I believe, soon have Michael Kaufman joining us as well. We can put that live from Israel back in the title without being accused of lying, although I'm sure we will still be accused of lying about something by someone, and bring it. Yeah, how was your day? Is not really a question you ask in podcasts, but I think this is relevant very much to our topic.
Well, I think I became quite spoiled, and I tell you why. Back in the few days, we've been getting ballistic missiles from Iran. Now, since Iran is quite further away relatively to our usual missile launching enemies, we get a head start. We basically get a message on our phone and also on our most devices running Android, so you can see it like, let's say you go to a vending machine, and there's like this alert on the vending in the credit card computer on the vending machine in case there is a missile coming, or in the Jafnun stand, which is very funny. But anyway, you get like let's say a 10 minutes in advance heads up if the Iranian are launching a missile that's suspected to reach your location. And in the past few days, it's went from 200 missile launches a day to 30 launches a day, and you get the heads up. So, you kind of get some sort of standard of emergency here. And then today, suddenly I've had a missile siren without the heads up. So of course it's it's one of those cases I want to see your manager, I want customer service. This is not the terms. So I got a little spoiled. Well, anyway, the reason for that is because these are missiles from Hezbollah that have now reached central Israel. So Hezbollah has joined the game now, and which, in a wicked way, it's a good thing. We should have attacked them without them shooting at us first. But it's good that now the government has more courage and legitimacy, which they already had, to basically go into southern Lebanon and clear it and eventually destroy Hezbollah. But in essence, I spend way less time in shelter than I did in the past few days. So that's a good thing. Obviously, I don't like being forced to go to the shelter. I don't like being shot at with ballistic missiles, but I am very happy and very satisfied that we are taking down Iran. I'm happy to see the news of us attacking the building in which all of the head religious figures has been gathering to elect a new Ayatollah. I hope they're all dead. And this is tremendous. This is a tremendous blow to the Shia jihadi movement in general. They are now seeing the results of practicing the political religious movement to destroy the West and Israel. They now see what it means. They cannot eat the cake and have it too.
Yeah. By the way, did you say most devices in Israel are running Android? Because I may have to withdraw my support if that is true.
No,
Michael.
Wait. I just want to say all the paying devices, like the credit card machines.
Credit card machines.
All right.
Yeah.
Michael, Yala has had to run to shelter fewer times today. You don't even run to shelter. You just stay on the show.
And my wife clarified for me that they've decided to keep the sirens very short now. I guess it was annoying people. So that in the past, they've kept the sirens going until or close to when the anti-missiles hit, and they don't do that anymore. So you got to get your butt in. I agree with them. It was a much quieter day today. We had a nice night, 1 a.m. until about 11 in the morning before we had an event. And then, as Yar said, Hezbollah decided to fire a missile at us instead of sticking to the north. That said, I mean, Israel's gone into Israel's crossed the northern border into southern Lebanon substantially in the last couple of days, bombing the heck out of them. Clearly, they didn't get the message. Now Israel has unleashed itself. Of course, we got a real warning from Macron, who was, the great war strategist, who warned us that this would be a great escalation if we put boots on the ground in southern Lebanon. It would be a strategic mistake. And I'm not sure which side he was speaking about, which side would have a strategic mistake. But
I'll tell you what's a
it's enough already.
mistake.
I mean, it's enough.
I'll tell you what's a strategic mistake is to allow France in any way to join any of this. Maybe they have bases that would be more comfortable, but it's not worth it, people. That is not.
No strategic mistake is listening to France at all.
Yeah. So thanks, but no thanks. Thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat. Lebanon is something, we talked yesterday towards the end of the stream. We had Nathan on, and we talked about it. At that point, I think the only thing that had been fired was the night before those rockets that were shot out of the sky by the lasers, and maybe a couple of things that fell like in the middle of nowhere, hit nobody, and didn't cause any damage. And Israel was started bombing the hell out of them, started a ground operation, and we said this earlier, that's the way. And if that was what was done in Gaza, when we were told, even after the disengagement, although this should have been done before and there shouldn't have been a disengagement, but we were sold the disengagement with the promise of if one rocket is fired, we will have full international legitimacy. And again, Israel doesn't have any international legitimacy to exist. Okay, so there's no legitimacy. But yeah, had that been done, all these Gaza wars would have been prevented. October 7th would have been prevented. We've hopefully learned our lesson. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 rockets, it doesn't matter. You're done. And yeah, I hope Lebanon is really made an example of.
I have a news update.
Yeah.
So there is now a quote from Macron. I don't know if you discussed it, but he basically said as follows. We have defense agreements with Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. We must stand by their side. Therefore, I have decided to send a warship to Cyprus for protection. I have given the order to send the aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle and its accompanying force to the Mediterranean Sea. Now, note that he avoids referring to Israel. So he's basically saying, I'm not staying by Israel, I'm standing by the Gulf countries. which is quite interesting because like he remembered to join the zone in which Israel is the primary ally, I would say. Maybe we're not an ally for him being attacked, but he mentions only the other countries that have recently been attacked. Like
Well,
he ignores the last
if
2
they have a
years.
defense agreement just with those countries, that it makes sense to put it that way. It doesn't make sense to have that only defense agreement with, why, and who are you going to defend them from? But yeah, Israel doesn't need a defense agreement with France, I think. It could probably defend itself.
I'd rather not.
Can Israel not allow France to use its airspace? Like, can we just shoot their planes down if they, or is that? All right, Daniel, cut that out in post.
There's no need to go shooting them down because they won't be putting planes in the air.
By the way, there are
my
also
bad. Come on.
Missile
They
alerts
might
in
fly some
Bahrain.
camembert over to us.
I'll take it. That I'll take.
Like I said yesterday, send pastries, send champagne. Please
I
keep
have
your
to interrupt.
military hardware away.
I have one quick interruption. There's a great Norman Schwarzkopf, former general in America, great quote about this. He said, "Going to war without France is like going hunting without an accordion." Which is about right. Like, who cares, really?
I mean, I care to the extent that I'm worried about them really
Look,
actually
I have dear friends who live in France. I don't want to rip on all of France, but no, we don't need your help, France. Please.
Yeah.
How many dear friends? I know of one. Are there that many decent people in France?
Yeah, I can. Well, I can count. I can count my friends on one hand. But I do have a whole handful of friends in who are good, decent, pro-Western, pro-reason, individualist type people who live in France.
Okay. Our real expert here, which is not one of us, but the guy in the chat who doesn't take a side, says you absolutely need France, UK, and Germany now. Situation is out of control. What is the? By the way, do even the sort of anti-American, anti-Israel news channels, are they even pretending that the West is losing, or are they just saying
The situation for whom? For Iran, the situation is very much out of control.
No, this
for
this
Hezbollah,
person has been claiming
Oh no!
throughout the last few days that
Israel and America have their backs against the wall. It's a completely
bailing them out.
Wow.
If it weren't for the help of France and Britain, we'd be on the ropes.
Yeah.
There'd be no chance for Israel to prevail in this one, don't you know? That's presumably what's being said here. No, just the way Iran is fighting, ladies and gentlemen, should tell you exactly how desperate they are. They're lashing out in all directions at civilian sites in countries that were not involved. Look, if their government wasn't so weak, if their defenses hadn't been so degraded by previous Israeli attacks, the Iranian people wouldn't have tried to rise up, and the Iranian government wouldn't have found it necessary to slaughter them in untold thousands on the streets of Iran. And now they're being completely annihilated, ladies and gentlemen. Their entire leadership has been wiped out, in case you missed the headline. Their missile capacity to fire at us has been thoroughly degraded and is still being degraded down to zero, ladies and gentlemen. No, the Iranian Navy is no more. Okay, Iran is the one with their backs against the wall. I don't know what kind of detachment from reality could possibly inform that kind of statement.
He does elaborate. Israel cannot fight a war on two fronts, Iran plus Lebanon. I don't know if that's because it's too few. I mean, do you know any history of it's
any
not
recent
that long,
history?
The history of Israel? It's only a few decades. Read about it. Anyway.
Israel has been fighting a war on multiple fronts its entire existence. It was
in the last couple of years. Remember Syria and Lebanon and Hamas and the Houthis and Iran? I mean, it was a six-front war anyway.
Cosmically ignorant, huh?
What a moron.
What a moron. He knows nothing about the incredible things the Israelis can do when they're faced by enemies on all sides.
What an idiot.
Stefan in the chat says, I am French, you defo don't need us. Haha. By the way, I know there are good people in France. I sometimes make jokes that are inappropriate. I try to keep it at a 7 on the 1 to Razi humor scale to not get completely canceled, but sometimes it does go a bit too far. Yeah.
I have sad news. Reports from Israel saying that the 80 members of the Iranian wise counselors seems to have survived the attack, and they not have been in the building attack. That's the estimate right now, which is very sad.
That is.
So.
I was hoping for more, and I don't trust the
Yeah.
Iranians when they say that. But if we have a credible news source that says that, that's unfortunate. That just
I guess
means
I'll be
that we
looking for
have
new
to.
real estate, though.
But that just means that we have to find those clerics and find
Exactly.
whatever leader they choose, and they're
Yeah.
next up on the hit list, as far as I'm concerned. So
You guys want to watch some Anna Kasparian on Piers Morgan? We already started this, so it's halfway through. So you kind of are gonna miss the beginning of it, but I'm sure it's good anyway. Daniel?
Please quit using the tropes on American soldiers. I've had to bury 7 American soldiers. They went into
How
the
is it a trope?
battlefield.
How is it a trope? How is it a trope? How is it a trope to see American soldiers die on behalf of Israel's wars? How is that a trope? Explain that to me.
Nobody's dying on behalf of Israel.
I'm not going to dignify that with a
Let me
response.
read you. Let me read you what Israeli media has been saying. So, American soldiers came under friendly fire in Kuwait. I don't know if any of them have died. Hopefully, none of them have died. But on Channel 12, Niv Raskin said this: "We need to emphasize this is an incident involving American forces and not, heaven forbid, an incident involving Israeli forces."
And why is he
What do you have to say to
representative
that?
of anything?
Let's
Anna?
pause just for a second because wow, this is the thing that you do. Look, I plucked a Jew somewhere who said something that isn't even that outrageous, but
well, there would be a qualitative difference between a conflict between Kuwait and Israel than, say, friendly fire, which this was. There were two American planes that were shot down by Kuwaiti friendly fire. All of the people on those planes got out and were not seriously injured, and apparently it was friendly fire. And there is a qualitative difference between that and the same incident happening with Israelis. I mean, it is absolutely despicable what this woman will say and let come out of her mouth. The Americans who have died so far, I mean, no one has made light of that. You know, the Israeli government has not made light of that. The American government has not made light of that. She, in making these accusations, is just revealing more ugly anti-Semitism on her part. She really in her heart believes that Israel wants to kill Iranian girls for no apparent reason, just to guess out of sadistic, sheer psychosis or something. She really believes that about Jews, Israelis in general. That's the way she looks at everything. It's disgusting. I just had to say it. The friendly fire incident did involve Kuwait and America, and that is different qualitatively than if this had happened between Kuwait and Israel. And thank goodness it wasn't that way, because that would add complications to things. But like you say, she's just quoting someone out of context anyway, as if that was taking relish in the fact that, ooh, we don't like Americans. I have heard more gratitude from Israel about Americans. And I am not Jewish. I live in the west of America. Okay. I am, come from Christian background. Okay. And I have heard more gratitude from Israelis towards America in the last 48 hours than I have in a long, long time. Israelis are always grateful for American help. They're one of the few places in the world that don't hate America, and you'll hear gratitude from. So by the standard I'm measuring it from, it's enormous. I mean, I've seen Israelis with tears in their eyes thanking Americans for their courage. She is a disgusting piece of crap.
Yeah, and she does take everything out of context. I'm not going to do that, so I'm not going to mention that earlier when I asked Daniel, did you match her on Tinder? He said, I wish. Yeah.
Well, one, her behavior is obnoxious. The way she speaks and interrupts and screams, it's really ugly. Two, I think the statement, even the way she interprets the statement is not that bad. But I think the statement was like, thank God it wasn't Israeli forces who shot down the American plane. because that would be very, very not good. And my third point is that it seems that Kuwait in this operation took down more American aircraft than Iran. Just want to point that out. It's quite.
They did. They took, I think, 3 actually. Yeah, and all six of the pilots were rescued or managed to eject and are okay. But yeah, Kuwait did. We don't have any American aircraft that went down in combat.
Yeah.
Nor does Israel.
In Israel, it's called in Israel we call such what Kuwait did, the way they acted. We call it in Israel chaperin. Chaper means someone who does a really bad job.
And friendly fire is a real phenomenon in war. It just is. When the bullets start flying, people are sometimes going to accidentally be killed. And the fact that they can't, someone like Anna Kasparian can't wrap her mind around the fact that, well, there's this girls' school right next to a Revolutionary Guard facility. Oh no, Israelis wanted to slaughter girls for no apparent reason in Iran. It couldn't have been, even if it did come from Israel, it couldn't have been an accident, you see, because they are right next to a Revolutionary Guard. But in her mind, she would even dismiss the idea that it was a false flag operation or some kind of mistake on the part of Iranians in their actions that caused that girls' school to get it. In her mind, there's one and only one way to analyze any of this. Those bloodthirsty Israelis, those evil Jews, and that's how she looks at the world, and that's going to be how she's going to twist any set of facts. And as I say, given the facts on the ground here, it's a no-brainer, let's put it that way. This woman is completely detached from reality in her just bigoted hatred. It's just coming out now with great clarity.
Michael.
I mean, people like her are not only are they disgusting, but they're not going to help anybody move forward. If you don't use facts to discuss situations and figure out a way to go from here to somewhere where we want to get to, then you're not part of the discussion. I mean, I don't know why anybody would. I understand people listen to her because they're frustrated and they like to vent and they hate Jews and they hate anyone successful. I mean, you see a very consistent alignment of people that are anti-West, anti-success, anti-Semitic, anti-capitalist, frankly, democracy, and somehow have great faith in the morons running our governments, most of the morons running our governments, and the pathetic people that lead, quote, lead, unquote. And that's the kind of people, I suppose, that come after her. But what point is there to discuss anything with her? It's irrelevant. And she is a despicable person. But more importantly, she has no opinions.
Well,
I don't mean no opinion. She has no opinions that are grounded in fact that actually can add to any discussion.
Yeah, and some of what you missed earlier was that she, of course, said Israel targeted a school or bombed a school and killed, and without question. Again, there's a situation there. There's no question who's responsible for it morally, but there is a question who actually dropped whatever fell on it and what exactly it was. And the only source we have so far is the Ayatollah regime. And for people who hate the Jews, that is the best source you can have if that source tells you that the Jews killed a bunch of schoolgirls. Like, there's nothing.
Well, she might point out that the Iranians are on record for actually poisoning hundreds of schoolgirls who were in school. They were actually poisoning their own kids, women, girls who were attending school, because in Iran, a girl doesn't really need to be in school because there's no point for her to get an education. This is a regime that lies about everything. It suppresses, it kills its own people. And it's the same crap that we saw from all of the major networks with the Hamas incidents, where they blew up 500 people in a hospital next door, and immediately they counted all 500, which is an extraordinary act of ability. But they blamed Israel, of course, on this. And, we found out, of course, it was an errant missile because they don't even know how to properly set off most missiles. And the retractions were slow to come. They were certainly not across the board. And everyone knows that the first news always is the one that sticks with you. This is the same crap all over again.
We hear some more of the same crap all over again, Daniel.
Gluttons for punishment.
Who makes him representative of anything? Why are you
This is a huge
cherry-picking
figure
him?
in Israeli media.
No, he's
saying
not
this
a
out
huge
loud.
figure. He's a talking head on
Sacrificing
a
American
morning
soldiers
show.
is totally okay, I guess.
Well, okay. Look, I want to bring in. I want to bring in.
I would like him to answer my question. Why is that considered a trope?
Okay.
Why is it considered a trope to be concerned about American soldiers during these endless, nonsensical wars? Why is that considered a trope?
How many
Explain that
times
to
have
me.
you gone to Arlington and paid your respect
I'm
to
not
American
talking to you,
heroes?
Conriquez, you terrorist piece of crap. I'm talking to the general.
Okay,
Tell me why that's
please
considered
keep
a trope.
the ad
How many
hominem
times
down.
have you honored
I
the
want
memory
to.
of fallen American soldiers?
Can we
Why
go
is it
back to
considered
the?
a trope?
have you paraded?
Answer the question.
Can I
many
bring
times
some
have
order
you
to this,
honored
please?
them?
No, Jonathan, let me conduct the panel, please, because Glenn's been waiting very patiently. Before I come to you, Glenn, and I will give you plenty of time to speak, I can promise you that. General, just explain why you consider that to be a trope. And secondly, I was really struck by this friendly fire incident because I can't remember, I'm sure you will be able to correct me here, but has it ever happened before that 3 American fighter jets have all been downed in a friendly fire incident, apparently here by Kuwaiti forces by mistake as they went over Kuwaiti airspace? Can you remember 3 American fighter jets going down in friendly fire in one incident?
No. And I'm sure those Kuwaiti soldiers that fired those shots will remember that for the rest of their lives. Luckily, none of the soldiers, none of the airmen were killed. They got out of their aircraft alive and relatively unhurt. We call it the fog of war.
Yeah, and in relation to the
Why is it a trope?
fact you think it's a
should we pause
I think
here? Oh my
we've had
God,
to-
Anna. So Anna has you know, she's clearly some chink has rubbed off on her, and she can't let anybody get through a whole sentence in a row without interrupting. And she knows why. These people know why they don't want you to hear views that challenge theirs, because you know it's easy to tear their views apart. By the way, the point of saying thank God it wasn't Israel that shot it down is because people like Anna, for the next 60 years plus, will use that to say Israel intentionally shot it down. Whereas when it's Muslims, they will never say it's intentional. It's 3 planes. And they will never even suggest it. And by the way, I don't think it was intentional, and definitely not as a policy of Kuwait. You know, if it was in any way intentional, it would have been one person thinking that's a good idea, maybe. And I doubt that. So, but yeah, this is because this is what the Anna Kasparins of the world do. So, you know, helping them, you know, come up with new blood libels is not something Israel wants to do, and that's why this is good news. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to point out Iran and Qatar relationship. I'm really sick about the subject of Miss Kasparian. I think it's really interesting how 2 evils fight each other, how they help each other against the common enemy, which is Israel and the West. Yet they also fight each other and shoot at each other. And there are reports that in the past 24 hours, Qatar have actually attacked Iran. And I just want to say, I think it's a very good development. And I hope Iran will manage to inflict as much damage it can on Qatar before the regime falls. Just want to bring this up to discussion.
Michael?
I don't. I mean, now they're saying that. I mean, along those lines, now they're saying that one of these Gulf states has really actually entered the war. Is it Oman? Or is it? It isn't Qatar, right? I'm just trying to get the.
Oman, but Oman have not attacked. They are calling for like a de-escalation.
No, Oman's doing the usual baloney, right? With the calling for a ceasefire, because we really need a ceasefire at this point. But they all, you know, one day, the nice thing about working with people who are terrorists and people who support terrorists, that every day is a new day. I mean, their alliances will change with the wind. I don't have any surprise about that. These are just evil people. We have, by the way, a lot of this, and there's a lot going on about how China which has an amazing alliance with Iran and buys most of their oil and pays way under the current going price, and skirts all of the sanctions. And of course, U.S. didn't enforce the sanctions. Biden got rid of the sanctions. Trump didn't really enforce them until now. A lot of this stuff is orchestrated with China in the background, and this is part of China's goal, is to distract the U.S. so that China can do it at once in the South China Sea. These are all bad actors. It's the China, Russia, North Korea, Iran axis. It's nothing new. And we stupidly in the West sit there and listen to idiots like Macron and Sturmer and everybody, and we don't deal with people who are really malicious but focused. We sit and have discussions, and we set up commissions and so on. I'm not at all surprised with all this stuff. This can all blow up tomorrow. We're seeing states. I mean, don't forget there was an alliance that China brokered between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And now we have Saudi Arabia threat after they were bombed and after their biggest refinery was attacked again, that they're threatening to actually enter the force. Let's see if they enter the fight. They're just so many ridiculous chess pieces of bad people. The Spanish, of course, now support that axis instead of America and Israel and so on. But
well, it's not now. It's just now that the president kind of got wind of it and responded. And look, I don't know if all of that I agree with, but the general attitude towards Spain is Spain should be a pariah state, if at least as far as
absolutely
people are concerned. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, Razi, sorry to have to say, but the former Iranian president has not gone to his 72 yet, as previously announced. Thank you, PC, for another super chat. PC says the 72-old man must be disappointed he did not turn up. LOL. Are you talking about Ahmadinejad? That would be a disappointment, but tomorrow's another day. James.
Hey, let me just ask the group here. Did you guys not see that Qatar had apparently attacked Iran? Or I saw that on the news, on one of the news channels that I get.
Heard Qatar was, last I'd heard, Qatar was going to enter the war. Saudi Arabia was considering entering the war.
Right. I saw that Qatar had participated.
Qatar has officially made a statement in which they're saying they have not, they're not taking part in the war against Iran. And in the same statement, they said, but we have launched an attack against Iran.
Right.
So they have attacked Iran.
At the same time, in the same respect. Yeah, war and not war. Right.
Once again, they're taking part in the Hegelian war.
Hegelian, fighting one of those Hegelian wars.
Yeah, by the way, Daniel, I was going to read that report as well. Yeah, Trump says he doesn't care if Iran participates in the World Cup. Yeah, like I said, Israel is ready to take that spot if you need somebody to fill in. And
gentlemen,
I think the Israeli team is one of the best that we've had in my lifetime. So I would love to see. They didn't make it. No, what are you talking about? We have first of all Gloch alone, but we have Solomon. We have like players at a caliber that we've never had so many at the same time, I think.
Perhaps this is the real conspiracy theory.
Teams like Italy and Norway who are much, much better.
I think that's the real conspiracy theory. Israel have attacked Iran to secure a place in the World Cup.
I'll take it.
With that, gentlemen, I will bid you adieu, at least for the moment, and perhaps be back depending on how long you go on.
All right. With that, I will read one more update before. Thank you, James. I will read one more update before we go back to the Piers Morgan show. Reuters reports that thousands of Syrian soldiers were sent to man the border with Lebanon because of the problems up there. Al-Qaeda doesn't want Hezbollah, in its country. So, they're defending themselves from their ideological brethren. Daniel, more Piers.
Anna Gasparin, just answer her question, why you view that as a trope, what she said.
I'm not going to dignify it with a response.
You just want to smear me.
Okay.
with nonsensical claims, but you can't even answer why you even believe in the smear. What is the trope? You can't answer it, right?
I'll tell you
Being
why.
concerned about Americans dying on behalf of
No, I want to come to Glenn.
is apparently a trope.
Okay,
Everything that offends Israel is a trope.
Total hypocrite.
Right.
That's what you are. You're a total hypocrite.
Listen, the general's chosen not to respond. That's his right. I want to go to Glenn. Glenn, you've been waiting very patiently. Thank you. Look, this is a story. A lot of passions are going to run very high here. You know, I don't have all the answers to what I think is going to happen here. It does, to me, bring back a lot of bad memories from the Iraq War, you know, which was started in many people's eyes who perpetrated it for the best of intentions. Saddam was a bad guy, doing bad things to his people, killing many of them, running a ruthless regime, possessing weapons of mass destruction, and he had to be stopped. You know, I've been on this rodeo of rhetoric before, and it feels to me like we're on a very similar path now, but Iran is an altogether bigger and more difficult scenario than even Iraq was. You know, you've got 220,000 Revolutionary Guard. You have nearly 1 million regular army. You have many other paramilitaries, you know, hundreds of thousands more. This idea that America has, or Donald Trump has, that by doing these strikes, you're going to start a big revolution amongst the people on the ground. You know, they've got to get past 1.5 million very heavily armed people that will try and stop them. And we saw recently they stopped 30,000 of them by killing them. So do you think that the mission here is even achievable? And do you think what has happened is legal?
I am glad, Pierce, that we started the segment with Mike Pence, because he is an American elected official who voted for the Iraq War in 2002, 2003, continued to defend it for many years. And unlike many American politicians who did that, who ended up saying they regretted it or it was a mistake, Mike Pence, to this very day, believes that going into Iraq was the right thing to do. And everything that he said in justification and defense of this new war was exactly the things that he and all the other American leaders who wanted this war in 2002 and 2003 were saying then. But it's not just the Iraq war. It's also exactly what happened in Libya. President Obama said, oh, don't worry, this isn't a regime change war. It's just to protect the people of Benghazi, and that it ended up being a regime change war that destroyed Libya. It's what we did in Afghanistan, where we were told, oh, we're just going in to get Osama bin Laden. And then 20 years later, our
Glenn Greenwald is a piece of shit of a different type than Anna. He sounds more like he knows what he's talking about, but that is pure lies. None of those wars were anything like what we've seen in the first 3.5 days, and none of them looked like that in the first 3.5 days. We took out the leadership of this country. We're taking out almost all their ability to do the only type of damage they can do, which is fire at civilians wherever they can all around the Middle East. That's going. Like, that's days from going, from being not a thing. So, yeah, these people are lying and they're panicking because in a few days, they're going to be left with nothing. Michael.
Well, yeah, a few things. I mean, Afghanistan and Iraq, to be clear, we won the wars. We lost the peace because only the hubris and stupidity of the Americans, coupled with the notion that you can change a culture with one hand tied behind your back while respecting all the culture, you're going to change the culture, was kind of what we were saying. We're going to bring democracy to people that are basically uneducated and don't know what the heck democracy is. And we're going to do it within a year, which is, or the 20 years it took in Afghanistan, and even a generation didn't work. And we also didn't really fight either of those. I mean, we fought Iraq, we had shock and awe, and what we're doing now is way more. But we should have gotten out of both of them and let them descend into chaos, as long as they don't mess with those of us on the outside. Iran is an entirely different species. It is documented, everybody in the world knows it. They have documented intentions for nuclear weapons, which they intend to use to annihilate Israel and attack the United States and the West. They have a missile system which is remarkable for the size of the country, especially the fact that they have no water, and many of their provinces don't even have electricity 24 hours a day. And they're bad actors. They're the largest state sponsor of terrorism, which in and of itself is enough to stop and say, we need to annihilate this regime. And frankly, if the weeds grow back, we should annihilate the next weeds. And you keep weeding the garden. You don't stop weeding the garden because it's tough. We obviously have crops every year, and we don't stop when the soil gives us weeds. We just continue to weed. And that's what you need to do. And we don't need to build a country. Now, the other big difference is the people of Iran are a lot more educated than the people of Afghanistan and Iraq. And these guys know it. And the reason why 30,000 people were killed in Iran is because they are more educated and they do want to make a change in their country. So these naysayers who basically are saying, you know what? When nuclear weeds grow up, you just have to kind of let them become nuclear like we did with North Korea. That's what they said, because they don't provide you a plan B. They just tell you that attacking people that are bad actors that want to annihilate the world is not acceptable.
By the way, just before I go to Daniel, are you able to join so I can take a short break? I had a brief comment about you. You mentioned they don't care about a nuclear Iran. I just saw earlier today an ad for a protest. Of course, it was London. There was a protest on Saturday, and the protest is hands off Iran, and it's organized by the Stop the War Coalition and the CND. Does everybody know what the CND is? Does everybody know what's known as the peace sign? You know, this thing. Yeah, that's the logo of the CND. That's how framing of conversations happen. That the CND is the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, which sounds like a really nice thing. You know, we're not going to have the threat of nuclear weapons, but it is not a campaign for
Isn't Israel and America doing the campaign of nuclear disarmament?
Exactly. This is not. They're not campaigning for nuclear weapons free. Are you leaving? Okay.
Yeah, he
Thanks,
just
Michael.
wrote it in chat.
Yeah, they're not campaigning for a nuclear weapons-free world. They're campaigning for a nuclear weapons-free West. The campaign for nuclear disarmament does not operate in Russia, doesn't operate in China, doesn't operate in Pakistan, doesn't operate in North Korea, and has never done anything about the country, the Islamic Republic, that has been building a nuclear weapon with the open statement of we intend to annihilate another people. We intend to use it. This is not a deterrent. This is something we're going to use to achieve the goal that is in our official country slogan. So yeah, again, don't let these people frame the conversation in the way that they choose to frame, any more than they're no more against nuclear weapons than Antifa is against fascism. Okay, they are pro-nuclear weapons. They just want to see those nuclear weapons used against the West, and the West not able to fight back. And as I always mention, don't let them frame themselves as anti-war either, because if you always side with the people who start wars, you are not anti-war. Yal, and I will be back in a few minutes.
I see an interesting resemblance between the socialist left and the anti-war left in their tactic for, I would say, misintegration or their fraud. Basically, let's start with socialism. So basically, let's say you have a somewhat capitalist society or some sort of a mixed economy. So they start by saying, yeah, we need to add a little bit of socialism. You know, we need to take care of the poor. We need to have social justice, blah, blah, blah. And then you start implementing a little bit more socialism in your society, which causes injustice, it causes problems, it's basically theft. There is more social problems, there's more poverty, there's more problems. And then they say, oh, it's because of capitalism, we need more socialism. So they use the damage done by socialism as an argument against capitalism and an argument for more socialism. And this is the exact same tactic of those pacifist anti-war guys. Basically, when America is running a war against some sort of a threat, they come and tell them, hey, you got to tie your hands behind your back, and you got to be humanitarian, and you got to feed your enemies, and you got to sacrifice your soldiers for them, and you got to rebuild them at your expense and let your soldiers die for that. And then the next time the United States has to fight a war and defend itself, they basically says, look at our past experience. The solution is to be a pacifist and not to engage war at all, not to defend yourself and wait to be attacked and killed. So I just want to point at this resemblance first. And a question in the chat, Ian, why do you assume everyone that is not pro-war and destruction is left-wing socialist? Tons of right-wingers or capitalist ideologies don't want war. Yeah, I was referring to those on the left. The anti-war guys on the right, I think it's more like an anti-Semitic motive in this case, because they're saying we want American interest, and this is against American interest to fight Iran because it's in the interest of Israel, and this is just a dumb argument. Because Iran is a risk for the United States of America since 1979, since it kidnapped 54 American citizens and diplomats. It's a risk for the United States since it's the sponsor and leader of Hezbollah, which have killed American Marines and launched terror attacks against American citizens. Iran is behind Hamas, which killed and kidnapped Americans. There are evidence that Iran is complicit with the 9/11 terror attacks. And all of those right-wingers, America firsters, are ignoring that in their argument against doing anything that might help in Israel in one shape or form. Now I have some news updates as well. President Emmanuel Macron has made a speech for the French nation and said the United States and Israel have acted out of the limits of the international law in their actions against Iran. And I want to condemn President Macron for acting in such a foolish, self-destructive way, and once again giving moral sanctions to the enemies of the West instead of standing with the West. And another update, which is important, Trump has basically instructed some sort of federal agency to give insurance for the vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, basically all of the oil trade, which is very important. The Strait of Hormuz is roughly 20%, it allows roughly 20% of the oil trade in the world. And Iran's strategy was we're going to basically attack the vessels at the Strait of Hormuz. So it will disrupt trade, and then gas will be more expensive and oil will be more expensive, and then it will pressure the West to stop the war against Iran. Now, basically, the United States of America have destroyed the Iranian Navy, yet insurance companies are still have raised their prices, and they don't want to insure vessels going through the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran still technically affects it. And now Trump is also acting to solve this problem and basically offering an insurance from the United States of America for those vessels. I think that's a really good step and also the U.S. Navy and whatever forces will secure those vessels. I think that's a very good step. It is good for the economy. It is good to allow the Western world to fight against Iran without suffering a rise in gas and oil prices, or to at least minimize it, which is a very good and smart step. And basically, it ruins Iran's strategy to force the world into basically disengaging from attacking Iran. So that's a very good.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I would have to see more specifically how it's being engaged. Because again, it makes sense. Like even the threat of violence, right, is enough to raise the insurance prices, because like insurance is based on the perceived threat. So even if IRGC just says they will do something, that's enough to raise those prices. So definitely American defense of those ships, which is what I'm seeing, that it might offer military protection to those tankers. I think that's something more appropriate. Like if there is like an actual threat, they should protect them, not simply, insure them so then we can get the money back once they're blown up.
No, they're protecting and
yeah.
insuring.
Yeah. I think that's well, like I said, I think protection is much more important, at least for me. And of course, as always, eliminating any threat that is making this possible. And hopefully we won't see any disruptions in that regard. Well, I'm trying to see any more news. So also, wait, did we read this out? Dubai drone attacks U.S. consulate, fire breaks out, no casualties.
Yeah, I think we've addressed that.
Okay, so here we go there. So I want to go more into Anna, but I don't know when Raz is coming back. I don't know if he wants to do Anna or if we can do. Oh well, I guess we can mention this because somebody brought this up. Apparently, Poland said they are interested in potentially acquiring nuclear weapons in the future. I think this comes into play because France will actually move some of their nuclear arsenals, and they said they would move it into other European countries. So basically, I think the main thing to just posture more against Russia or other nations. So, which I think is a great step. Move more of the nuclear arsenal, so other countries, in a sense, have more of that protection or that shield.
Yeah, it's good because when World War III will start, so France will surrender immediately. So at least other countries could retaliate against the Axis.
And apparently, Poland is basically spearheading wanting some of those nuclear weapons in their own country, and even talking about potentially acquiring their own arsenal that would be controlled by them, which I think might even make sense. I think Poland is one of the countries that in the next 10 or 20 years might be like a world player, especially with the direction they have been going and the sort of slowing direction of Germany, UK, and France, the way they have been slowing down. So I think it's very likely that Poland might, in a sense, take over that spot. And generally, I think the politics of Poland have been pretty decent in the last, in the last decade, the last 15 years or so. Even with both governments, even when you have the sort of opposition governments, while they disagree on many things, they are very united when it comes to, for example, helping Ukraine or or being behind NATO and those sort of things. So yeah, I think Poland definitely has a lot to build upon in upcoming years. Any thoughts on this one, or?
Oh, I actually have to go, but thank you for having me.
Sure. Do you have to jump away already, or?
I have like a few minutes.
Should we try to do one more clip, or?
Oh no,
okay.
I'd rather live.
Sure. I mean, just any of your I guess last thoughts, and what do you expect in the maybe tomorrow or upcoming days when it comes to this war?
Well, I think the future is quite interesting in the sense of like what will happen in Iran. Like, will there be a military coup? Will Iran, maybe the United States of America will basically deliver weaponry to the Iranian people who want freedom? Perhaps there will be even a coup within the IRGC. Perhaps the Kurds are gonna uprise in Iran. There are many options for Iran and for its future and for its new regime. It's also interesting what's gonna go down in Lebanon. Is Israel finally going to take over Hezbollah and actually disarm it? This is also very interesting, and I'm really glad Israel has boots on the ground in Lebanon to eliminate Hezbollah. So this is also a very interesting development. And it's also interesting to see like the amounts of missile launches going down day by day. So it is possible that in the next few days we'll manage to really cripple the Iranian capabilities to send missiles, and also hopefully cripple Hezbollah's capabilities. We really need to land a huge strike on them to prevent them from shooting us. I really don't like hearing the missile sirens without getting the head start in my phone, which I got used to. So yeah, looking forward for a peaceful future after we destroyed all of our enemies. Really looking forward for that.
Where can people find you?
So I'm an associate of the Ayn Rand Center Israel. You can check out our YouTube channel, and you can check out aynrand.org.il/about. I'm also the leader of a movement called Victory Now. Oh, I just got the missile sirens. Perfect timing. So I got the alert, so I have a few minutes before having to go down. I'm also going to go and tell my wife to end her shower so she can get to shelter.
Sure. Okay. Bye.
Goodbye.
That was a good time for me to come back. Yeah, look, let's do some more of that video. In part, because there's probably a lot to say, but also because, this is kind of the time of day that stuff happens. Now, some of it happens at night, and we're not going to stay here all night. I would love to get to the day where we have the capacity to do this around the clock. As I've mentioned, we are nowhere near that, but we will do as much as we can. So yeah, let's.
Wanna do Anna?
Somebody suggest that we stream live Fuentes on Alex Jones. Look, you can, like we say, if you don't like this, you can change the channel. But I would change the channel if I was watching that. So, not gonna happen. All right, let's see some more of that Pierce Morgan panel.
Trillions of dollars spent, huge numbers of dead, and the Taliban march right back into power. And you can even go back to Vietnam, where we were lied into that war, lied through that war by many of the same people who telling us now that we have to do this. It is astounding to me that somebody like Mike Pence or so many other people who lied to the public continuously, led our country into disastrous wars, one after the next, are now just speaking as though none of it ever happened. It would be like as if a journalist, I published 8 or 9 different fraudulent stories with fake quotes and fake sources. And then the next day I woke up and said, oh, I know I did those things in the past, but I think I should still have credibility for you to listen to my reporting today, even though I did all of that. The other point I want to make is I want to ask Jonathan.
Okay, wait, no, I want to address. Wait, hang on. I want to address this point before you make your next point. No, no, Davy boy. That is not Owen Jones with a U.S. accent. That's Owen Jones is worse. But this argument of wait, we went to wars in the past and the result wasn't good, therefore we shouldn't do this. If you have an argument against, again, a war is either just or it isn't. If it isn't, you don't do it. Like you're not gonna go on an unjust war. So, what are you saying? The U.S. can't win a war. It can't win wars. It shouldn't fight them. Look. By the way, again, as I keep repeating here, the screw up in Iraq was not the war. The war was won in 20 days. In 20 days, the Iranian regime was removed. Iraqi regime was removed. Saddam Hussein was no longer in power, and that thing that George W. Bush was made fun of, the being on the aircraft carrier with the mission accomplished banner. The mission was accomplished if it was removing the regime. What wasn't accomplished was a mission that should never have happened, which was nation building. And so that's the failure, and that's something that Trump, if you listen to his opening statement, sort of recognizes, at least in his current policy, because he did talk about regime change there. But he said, we're going to do everything. We're going to destroy their navy. We're going to destroy their rockets. We're going to destroy everything. And then the Iranian people, that will be your time. And we're going to tell you, so stay home now. And then we're going to tell you to go out and remove the regime. It'll be your only chance in a generation. This is very clear. This is nothing like the past, the Iraq war and how it's being fought, and nothing like it in what the U.S. says it'll do next. Will it do something different from what it says? Remains to be seen, and then you criticize that. But this is, Glenn Greenwald is saying the U.S. essentially saying the U.S. shouldn't fight wars because we can't win.
Yeah, and also, U.S. joined a bunch of war and it won them. The first Gulf War, the World War II, World War One, the Civil War, the Spanish-American War. Even most recently, like even Iraq, like yeah, but like USA won that war. I mean, maybe it didn't know what to do with the win afterwards, but it was a win. I don't even know what the goal was really in Afghanistan, but it's like when the goal is simply to remove the regime, or when it's not something impossible, the U.S. generally wins those wars. So again,
I mean, Afghanistan was harboring bin Laden. They wanted to capture bin Laden. The Taliban wouldn't give him up, so they went in and got rid of the Taliban, and
yeah, we got the guy.
Later, or however long, eventually got bin Laden. But yeah, it was a stupid thing to do. I don't mind it as a target, but absolutely this was not the proper target to go after 9/11. the targets should have been Iran and yes, Saudi Arabia. If you're going to be objective about it, not look at geopolitics and some of this realpolitik bullshit that I don't like because it's not to the extent that people are doing things that are outside of that mold, they are successful. And to the extent that not, they're not successful. So yeah, let's reconsider that. Anything to add, or should we go back to the clip?
Um, I mean, sort of in the I don't know how long we go for, but it has to be mentioned. I think humanity did some great things in the world. And today I went to my supermarket and I found this. Cannot be kinda can be seen. Coke Zero, zero sugar, zero caffeine, 0 calories. I mean, how great is the world?
Sounds disgusting, but it is amazing that people have managed to do that. But why? I don't know. I mean, I know, but still. Just an update. So Iran International is reporting that the Council of Experts has chosen Mojabta Khamenei as the next current, the next martyr, the next, I guess he is now the supreme leader. Let's see how long he lasts in that role.
Well, just quickly, somebody says 0 caffeine, count me out. I don't understand how people like. Do you guys know caffeine has a halftime of like 7 hours or something? When do you even get time to drink it if you don't want it to disrupt your sleep?
In the morning.
Oh, I don't wake up in the morning.
Whenever you wake up is more than 7 hours before you go to sleep. So that
Well, yeah,
argument.
but the only way I consume caffeine is with Coke Zero, and I'm not gonna drink Coke Zero in the morning. Well, I would this one.
You are allowed to drink coffee, you just choose not to. Anyway, Daniel, this is a conversation we can have when you're in London and we hang out, and I'm not sure the audience wants to hear it. I'm sure the audience would rather hear Glenn Greenwald's second point.
It's that parasocial relationship you have to build up with your people so they turn up every day.
Well, we can build a relationship by showing them Glenn Greenwald. I'm sure they'll appreciate that because he had a
That's a
second
toxic
point.
relationship.
True.
To confess, not just for me, but for the world, as the polls show, to listen to an Israeli official in an Israeli accent give lectures on the need to have compassion for civilians after everything we just watched Israel do, vaporizing tens of thousands of people in Gaza, all throughout the Middle East, attacking countries. But since he is here, I do want to ask him, Jonathan, there's a lot of reports in mainstream Western press about how the IDF has built its primary military and intelligence structures, not just within key residential areas in Tel Aviv, but also underneath. Is it true that the IDF has built key military and intelligence targets within residential areas of Tel Aviv and beneath residential targets in Tel Aviv, the way that the Western media has
continued? Quickly want to pause, just a quick point, because we talked about this earlier, how when these people tell you that they're bothered by civilian casualties, listen closely and hear how much they want civilian casualties. So this guy puts it into a sentence pretty much, or a couple of sentences, one paragraph, saying that accusing Israel of killing civilians, and then explaining why it is the right thing to do for Iran to kill civilians, by the way, wherever they are, because there might be military.
More?
Continuously reported. Is that actually true?
Yeah, I can give a relatively short and plain answer to it. Surprising question. I've read some of your reporting and you seem like an informed guy. Yes, the IDF headquarters, referred to as the Kiryat, is indeed located in Tel Aviv. It is surrounded by civilian buildings, and inside the headquarters, not underneath civilians, but underneath the headquarters itself, is a bunker, which is not a revolutionary concept of militaries. and that bunker is a few stories below ground. Its name is indeed the Zion Citadel, and that is where some of the Israeli officers, generals conduct military operations from. I suppose some of the strikes, if not all of the strikes that are ongoing in Iran today, are managed from there. When Iran targeted that location, they've targeted it now. They have targeted it in the past, and Hezbollah has targeted it in the past, and so have many others. You actually never heard anybody in Israel, definitely not anybody official, say, that isn't okay, and it's not a military target. It is a military target. We cannot move Tel Aviv out of the way, and the base is probably too big to move out of the way. And if it is hit, then it is on Israel because it is a military target. But there is a very big difference here between doing that, having a properly marked and disclosed location, which is the IDF base. Everybody knows that it's there. And doing what our enemies do, which is hide underneath and between the civilian population, disguised as civilians and using civilians as human shields. There are no civilians above the base used as human shields. And there are no civilians that are told to be in a certain location so that our enemies won't strike.
Okay.
Because that's
let's
a
go back
cowardly
to
thing to do. Yeah.
Pierre, can I
you've answered the question.
Can I just make one quick point? Can I just make one quick point
Yes.
about the moral aspect
Yes.
that you raised? You said none of us should be mourning a vicious dictator. And the one thing, the two quick things I will say about that is, we were told that about Saddam Hussein. We were told that about Muammar Gaddafi. Certainly in Libya, we were told, oh, Muammar Gaddafi said that's certainly a good thing. What came after in Libya was some of the worst, most nightmarish dystopia that the world has seen in the past 50 years, certainly far worse than what it had under Gaddafi. And I think a lot of this depends on what succeeds in Iran. Is it going to be this incredibly destroyed state, balkanized with anarchy, where ISIS and Al-Qaeda can fill the power vacuum as they did with the invasion of Iraq? Is it going to be an even worse tyrant like the Shah of Iran was, or some other worse militias and factions? And then the other point is, it's
all right. Okay. Again, if you say, remember when he's saying this? He's saying this 2 months after what might be the biggest massacre of protesters, or certainly one of the biggest massacres of protesters in history, in the history of the world. And he's already defending, look, he is defending the Ayatollah regime. When he says the Shah was worse, I mean, I haven't seen the rest of it. I don't know if at some point, I can't imagine Goldie not responding, and she responds better than, by the way, the Jonathan guy who was explaining why it's okay to hit a military, or why it's on Israel if the Kiryat is hit. Well, no, it's not okay, because these, again, nobody who's fighting against Israel is legitimate as a country or an organization when it's terrorists. So yeah, their existence is not okay, let alone hitting a military target in Israel, in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been my point as well. Like, there are no valid targets in Israel for Iran to hit. It cannot do anything. And yeah, it's not a double standard. It's a standard based on legitimacy of a country. Iran has no legitimacy to exist. There is no okay things to strike for them. Not even Gulf states. That's not even legitimate. As a country, they cannot even do that. Despite the non-legitimacy of the other countries, well, they do not like the affirmative legitimacy to strike them as well. We might not care in certain instances about doing it, but no, absolutely. Iran has no legitimacy when it comes to striking anything in Israel. Be it even, I don't care. It could be an atom bomb headed towards Tehran, and they don't have a right to strike it down.
Thank you, Deeper with Diego, for the super chat. Deeper with Diego says, Randian cultist number 256746 reporting from.
67.
You're not supposed to share those codes, but thank you for the super chat. All right, more of the clip.
Sure.
United States and Great Britain and other countries say, oh, we're doing this for the moral reason that we want to cleanse Iran of tyranny, when our closest allies and partners in that region that we prop up and give military technology and spying technology are at least as savage and brutal dictatorships as Iran is. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the Emiratis, going throughout the rest of the world to Uganda, Rwanda. We love dictatorships. We prop up tyrannies all the time. I think it's very hard to make a moral case, especially as you're bombing civilian places all throughout Iran, that we somehow are doing this because we want to bring freedom and democracy to the Iraqi people, the Iranian people. The last time we did change the government in Iran, we imposed a horrific dictator on them for 20, 30 years called the Shah of Iran. And now we want to do it with his son. So these moral questions are much more complex than is the Ayatollah a good or a bad guy?
Okay, Goldie Gamara, you were rolling your eyes
we
there.
should have no moral reasons at all. Again, there was no morality in our negotiations last Thursday for no nukes, no missiles, and no proxies. And I don't think if we start getting into the moral regime change, everything you're describing, Glenn, if we're trying to get into another Iraq, that's the mission creep we don't want to see. We are now using the military force to achieve the end state that our negotiations weren't able to do. And candidly, I also agree with you that we shouldn't completely wipe out the leadership of the country. LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson, once said, he's an SOB, but he's our SOB. We now have Darcy Rodriguez as one of our SOBs. We have Ahmed al-Shara as one of our SOBs. Manuel Noriega in Panama was one of our SOBs. The fact remains is we ought to have a very limited mission, which is simply to use military force to compel Iran back to the negotiating table for them to give up their missiles, their nukes, and their proxies. We can do
Okay,
it now.
do you want to pause here? And if you have any comment on it, go ahead. And then if you can, I think we're coming towards the end. We're going to obviously look at the news and see if there's a reason to stay. But I'm thinking after this clip, the one thing I want to see is Goldie, because both of the people on the good side are, they're there for a reason. I said last time, on Friday when we talked about it, it's surprising to see Goldie and Elika Laban up again, actually good people, like eloquent people on the good side instead of the kind of people that Piers usually brings on to defend, especially Israel. And yeah, unfortunately, we see that there. Yeah, any comment or
I mean, I would just disagree with the general. The idea that the goal is just to bring them back into a negotiating table. One, get who to negotiating table, and two, absolutely not. Like, what? And I think it's also fantastical. Like, you bring them to negotiating table, and they give up the proxies, they'll give up the nuclear sites, they give up the rocket sites. But the question is like, okay, what else do they have? It's like you cannot take the essence of the regime away and say that's the same regime. It's like taking a paintbrush from an artist. You cannot do that. Like Iran essence is exporting terrorism. The Iran that it is right now. So I don't see them. And I think it would be a strategic mistake to go to negotiating table because they might give up those things. It's and again, we have perfect opportunity to take them out right now. Maybe in a week, if Iranian people don't go to the streets, if we don't see anybody in Iran standing up, then we can talk about, okay, what does actually need to happen if Iranians are not willing to replace the regime. But as of right now, I think it's very premature.
So there's reports, and that's just coming in now, of loud explosions in the center of Israel. So we'll monitor that. We will play Goldie because, we've had enough of the wrong kind of people. And I don't, by the way, she says a lot that I disagree with. But she is definitely, for the kind of people that Piers Morgan brings, she's really fantastic, especially when talking to such people and calling them out on who they really are?
Why?
Just this whole communist revisionist propaganda about the 1953, coup d'etat. Mossadegh was a communist traitor. He was funded by the Soviets. The Shah of Iran was actually installed in 1941. That's when he ascended the throne. And, everyone loves to talk about 1953, but no one ever talks about 1906 when we had the constitutional monarchy, the constitutional revolution, which led to the first democratically elected parliament of Iran. So as of 1906 up until 1979, Iran was a constitutional monarchy, very similar to England. In fact, Pierce, the Queen of England, visited Iran in the early 1960s for a 10-day state visit, because that's how much the Shah of Iran and Queen Elizabeth were close friends. With respect to what's happening today, first of all, I just want to say, thank you to the United States. Thank you to Israel for everything that they're doing. We Iranians were so grateful. And I can tell you that this has been one of the most amazing weekends, not just for me, but for Iranians in occupied Iran and around the world. Hearing the news of the death of Khamenei, that's like the equivalent of hearing the news of the death of Hitler. It's just something that we have been waiting for so long. And all I can say is thank you so much. God bless America. I'm Israel Chai. We cannot wait until Iran is free, and we can welcome Americans and Israelis back to Iran with open arms and be the allies that we were prior to 1979.
Okay, and Anna Kasparian, look, everyone would love that to be the case. I think it's extremely difficult to get there, as we will probably see.
Everyone would love that to be the case. Anna has actually openly said she not only wants the regime to stay in power, but she wants them to get nuclear weapons because she thinks that will make the world a more peaceful place. Let me see. Let's go ahead and see if she actually corrects Pierce on that and says, no, I don't want. First of all, I don't want Israelis going anywhere because I want them all to die. But I don't want Americans, going over to a free Iran. They can go to maybe the Islamic dictatorship.
Cenk Uygur, who you referenced at the top of the show, he did a tweet which even I recoiled at. I like Cenk a lot, but he called the Ayatollah courageous because he hadn't gone on his knees to Israel. Did you agree? I mean, do you think the Ayatollah Khamenei was a courageous man?
Well, he never capitulated to the Israelis, and we live under a government where, regardless of which party is in power, is on its knees on behalf of Israel. So I understand what he's talking about. He's talking about government leaders, a country's leader in the case of Iran. As much as I did not agree with the Ayatollah, I'm not a religious person, and I certainly don't like extremism or supremacy of any kind. The fact of the matter is he didn't embarrass his people by getting down on his knees to pleasure Israel, as our leaders here in the United States do. So I understand the point that he was trying to make. And I think if you talk to a lot of Americans, they are embarrassed by the fact that our leadership rarely represents our best interests and seems to prioritize the best interests of Israel in every instance. And I think that what we're experiencing right now is a good example of that.
I'm noticing something else with Anna. I noticed with Anna that she's the one kind of, being, as I mentioned, being put out there, trying to kind of test the waters if we can stop saying Zionist and start saying Jew already, or do we still need to wait a little bit? But I noticed something else. She targets, and I noticed this also because as soon as she comes up, the trolls in the chat are like, "Oh my God, she's so hot." And she goes on. She advocates for Islamic dictatorships while showing skin. She has references like the one she just made. She very much has a certain kind of, I think, male anti-Semitic basement dwelling, maybe Nick Fuentes, but straight kind of audience. What do you think of that theory that I just came up with right now? So, but no, it sounds pretty sound. What do you think?
Maybe. generally what I've seen with some, yeah, I guess newscasters or sort of like influencers or whatever on the left is yeah them starting to accept this more of a conspiratorial, something we usually associated with the right. This yeah, I mean conspiracies were just right wing. I think if you go like 20 years, did you have like what 9/11 truthers like on the left? Um
Oh yeah, the left was the truthers, and yeah, the original truthers were of the left.
Really? Well, I guess I wasn't alive. Oh, or I was, well, I wasn't watching as
And it
much.
was and there were a bunch of popular kind of things that these leftists threw out there. There was this weird documentary that I'm sure some people are old enough to remember. I'm not going to repeat its name just to I don't want to promote it. But by the way, after that documentary came out, there was a video sort of playing the documentary and pointing out all the bullshit in it. And I remember Whoopi Goldberg famously saying on The View, a show that I think is uh, super sexist, by the way. The View is an attempt to present women in the worst possible light, and it certainly succeeds with the women who are on it. I haven't seen it for years, but that's what I remember. So Whoopi Goldberg was saying, uh, this is the first time in history that fire melted steel. An interesting theory of hers. So yeah, long story short, the left were the truthers. But conspiracism was not as mainstream back then.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. That's fair. Because yeah, there's like switch, but again, it's like Anna cannot do it alone, right? There have to be people of her ilk who are willing to follow her, who are willing to watch her and willing to support her. Now, that might be to some extent, people jumping from the right. I mean, now it's like Chang and Dave Smith are basically the same person when it comes to their ideas, or at least on foreign policy, right? They appear on the same panels, representing the same side. So you're starting to see increasingly this coinciding of I guess the sort of, I mean, we could call it like the old left and the old right in some aspects, even though it's both of those concepts are very much floating.
Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, update Supreme Leader's son chosen as new one. Yes, we gave that update, but it does sound better in a super chat. Do you want to play a bit more of the clip?
No.
All right, let's do one last check of the news and see if there's any major updates right now.
No casualties reported in the strikes on Israel.
Yeah. Good to know. That is good news to end on. So, yeah. Very good news to end on. And of course, we hope that everybody stays safe. If you are in Israel, if you are elsewhere in the Middle East, if you're in Cyprus, if you're anywhere else that hasn't been targeted yet by Iran but is within range, if you are anywhere that isn't within range of Iranian missiles, you are within range of Iranian sleeper cells. So stay vigilant, stay safe. We will be back here tomorrow from some early point in the day, early by our standards, until as long as we can. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks Daniel. Thanks to everybody who joined throughout the day. We will see you tomorrow for day 5 of the war. See you then.